During this season, even when it rained in Black Ink Planet, it was not cold. The raindrops that fell from the sky brought with them a hint of warmth, but when they landed on a person's body, they would inevitably make their clothes wet and cause them to stick to the skin, which brought great discomfort. The oil paper umbrellas in the rain looked like flowers. If anyone looked from the sky, they would not be able to see people, but feet under the umbrellas walking forward leisurely under the rain. Su Ming had his hands placed behind his back. His long, gray hair danced in the air due to the wind blowing against it. By his side was the elegant Yu Ro. She held an umbrella in her hand and stuck close to him, as if she had truly become a maidservant. Su Ming's long hair spilled down his shoulders as he walked in the rain. Some of them grazed Yu Ro's veil, as if they had fused with it to form a picture. Behind them was the bald crane sitting on the big yellow dog. It let the rain fall on its body and had a contemptuous expression on its face. Though no one knew just at whom that contempt was directed, the big yellow dog continued regarding Yu Ro with hostility as it followed behind them in the rain. Yu Chunhai walked at the back. The group walked out of Yu family's gate, and a vast world revealed itself before them. This place was rather remote, since it was where the Yu family was located. If the group wanted to head to the auction hall, they would need to go to Blackwater City. The entire Black Ink Planet was divided into multiple regions by the families. Some of them had complicated connections with other regions, but in an overall sense, there were three largest cities within the planet: Blackwater, Ink Kirin, and Worldly Star. These cities were occupied by the three largest families in Black Ink Planet. Due to the fame of the three cities, the cultivators and members of alien races in Divine Essence Star Ocean gathered there, and the distribution of certain benefits, smaller families had set up their own auction halls near the cities that were closest to where they stayed, though they needed to pay a certain amount of money to do so. That was why some small auctions would be held near the three cities. Only some larger-scale auctions would be built in different locations, away from the cities and within families' respective bases. The families would also only send out invitations in a wide scale for such auctions. It was the case for Yu family's auction hall, which was built in a huge natural basin 8,000 lis away from Blackwater City. Powerful warriors from the family would constantly be stationed there, keeping watch over the place. The hall was built in an incredibly extravagant manner, showing off the air of a middle-sized auction hall. The defense around it was tight, and it was built in a spot directly across Yu family's base. If anything happened during the auction, they would be able to settle it instantly. There were several tens of thousands of lis from Yu family's base to Blackwater City. It might seem far, but to cultivators this distance was nothing. In fact, if they did not want to fly, they would also be able to use relocation runes to send a person straight to Blackwater City. Su Ming did not choose to use a relocation rune. He liked this rain. To him, this rain was real, and it was something he could have never seen before he came to Black Ink Planet. The group turned into long arcs and slowly left into the distance amid the rain pouring down from the sky to the earth. They continued traveling until a gigantic city appeared in the distance. That city looked rather strange. It had no walls and was a swamp that covered a large area. The swamp was black, and there were wisps of freezing air spreading out from it, causing the rain to turn instantly into ice. When it fell in the water, and endless ripples were stirred. There were multiple stone bridges built across the swamp. There were several intersection points, and each of them connected to several stone bridges at once. Usually, there would be a platform that was several hundreds of thousands of feet wide built on these intersection points, while some of them were even larger. Multiple towers and halls could be found on these platforms, and shops were located on them as well. In fact, gigantic platforms that were more than 1 million feet wide could be found over some intersection points, formed from a dozen-something stone bridges. They had carved railings, jade steps, and other sorts of ornaments that were so numerous they could not be counted. This was Blackwater City. It might also be raining in this place, but the rain could not conceal the bustle of activity. The silhouettes of cultivators could be seen everywhere. The size of the city was big enough to accommodate millions of cultivators. The great size of the swamp could also be seen based on the size of the city itself. This was no longer a swamp, but a landmass big enough to be known as an open sea. Yu Chunhai took a few brisk steps forward to speak in a low tone behind Su Ming. Mo, Tai Ci, and Hua are the three families in Black Ink Planet that are regarded as the leaders. They are the three strongest families, and only their families have the ability to build such a city. In fact, even the alien races from Divine Essence Star Ocean need to be courteous to the three families. Even the forces of power from the four great true worlds keeping a lookout over the barren lands of Divine Essence need to come forth and pay their respects to the three families when coming here. Rumor has it's just a rumor, but it's said that the three great families can negotiate with the four great true worlds. They can send their family members out of the barren lands of Divine Essence to train and gain experience in the four great true worlds. The group descended from the sky and appeared outside Black Water City. The city was built by the Tai Ci family, and it has a long history. There's a lot of legends surrounding the swamp. There are all sorts of fantastic records about it, and no one can tell whether they are true or false. However, there is a legend here which someone from the Yu family has witnessed before. In the depths of the swamp lives an ancient beast that is extremely terrifying. That beast has 9 heads, and once every 10,000 years, it lets out a roar, and that roar contains 2 words, 9-headed dragon. Su Ming's eyes focused, and he looked towards the swamp that belonged to Black Water City in the distance as he listened to Yu Chunhai's words. Let's go. We'll take a look at Lai Shan family's auction, Su Ming said flatly and walked over first. Yu Rou had remained quiet all the way to this place. At that moment, she went after Su Ming to hold an umbrella over his head, walking onto a stone bridge. There were no people acting as guards in the city, and there were plenty of stone bridges that acted as entrances in all directions. Anyone could come and go as they pleased. This lack of defensive measures in the city could only mean that Tai Ci family, who controlled the city, had everything in their jurisdiction. The big yellow dog would occasionally lower its head to look at the swamp, and a strange glint would flash in its eyes. After giving the swamp a careful sniff, it immediately put a distance between itself and the water. The bald crane, on the other hand, was completely unbothered by the swamp. At that moment, it had its head lowered and was fiddling with its claws, calculating something unbeknown to others. Su Ming had a very relaxed expression on his face as he walked on the stone bridge and looked at the unique city before his eyes. Yu Rou quietly kept him company by his side. As they stepped into the city, they gradually saw quite a number of cultivators. Yu Rou might have been wearing a veil over her face, but she still caused the cultivators to sneak peeks at her. However, she seemed to already be used to being stared at and did not show any signs of discomfort, continuing to be like a maidservant beside Su Ming, which brought the gazes of the cultivators on him. However, once they cast him a look, these cultivators immediately averted their gazes. Su Ming's current appearance, which consisted of a maidservant, a big yellow dog, and a bald crane trailing behind him, as well as Yu Chunhai by his side like a servant, made him look like a good-for-nothing young man from a wealthy family in everyone's eyes. In fact, they did not even need to think about it to be able to tell that Su Ming was a direct descendant of some family who had come to Black Water City with his family servants. Most of the time, no one would intentionally provoke this sort of person. As a member of the Yu family, Yu Chunhai was incredibly familiar with Black Water City. As he gave directions in a respectful manner, Su Ming walked past the stone bridges. Soon, he saw an intersection point between 6 stone bridges. There was a gigantic platform there that was about 30,000-something feet wide. An oval-shaped building was built on that platform, and it looked like a ring that was erected on the ground. There was a stone platform floating vertically in the empty portion at the center of the ring. That platform was shining. There were numerous illusory threads around the platform, and they were swaying about in the wind. The threads might have seemed to be scattered, but if anyone took a closer look, they would immediately find that they formed 3 big words. Lai Shan family. This is Lai Shan family's auction hall within Black Water City. The building might seem a little strange, but all of Lai Shan family's auction halls are built this way. They aren't as beautiful as Yu family's auction halls. Yu Chunhai whispered softly. Su Ming was silent. As he looked at the gigantic ring-shaped building, a complicated expression gradually appeared on his face. No one else might be able to see any form of aesthetic in the ring-shaped building. But at the instant Su Ming saw the building, ripples rose in his heart. On the ring, Su Ming saw various hollows and bumps. There were also a large amount of horizontal and perpendicular lines on it. This was not a building. It was clearly a map of the land of berserkers. The hollowed parts were basins, the bumps were plateaus, and the horizontal as well as perpendicular lines marked the rise and fall of mountain ranges. The empty portion at the center of the ring was the Dead Sea. The stone platform at the empty space was once the core of the land of berserkers, where Great Yu Dynasty was built. This was a complete map of the land of berserkers, and this building was the epitome of Xianxia's fond remembrance of his home. Perhaps he thought that other people would not be able to understand this form of yearning and remembrance, which was why he had fused these feelings into the buildings that belonged to the Lishan family. He also probably did not expect that there would be someone who would be able to see his thoughts from these buildings. However, Su Ming could tell. He looked at the ring-shaped building with a dazed expression, then at the illusory threads around the area. They numbered 1,000, not a single more, and not a single less, just like the number of blood veins within a berserker's body. It was the initiation for the berserker's cultivation method and their foundation. The 4 words formed by the blood veins was not some sort of divine ability in Su Ming's eyes, but the berserker's berserker mark. A berserker mark formed of 1,000 blood veins. He misses home, Su Ming mumbled. He could sense Xianxia's longing for his home from the ring-shaped building. He looked at it quietly, all sound having vanished from his ears. The world before his eyes had blurred. The only thing that remained was the ring-shaped building. The land of berserkers was torn to pieces during the second God of Berserkers era. During the first God of Berserkers era it was whole. I originally thought that it was a massive piece of land, but by the looks of it now, this is how the land of berserkers looked like during the first God of Berserkers time. It might have changed a lot later on, but I can still see some traces of the land I'm familiar with. That part is the 9th summit and that part is Dark Mountain. Su Ming sighed softly. Come, let's go in, he said softly, leading his group inside. As the group headed in, several cultivators immediately walked out of the auction hall. The auction had already started. If they did not have a special token, they would not be able to enter the place halfway through. However, as a member of the Yu family, if Yu Chunhai could bring Su Ming to this place, then he would naturally have a method to get in. Once he brought out a plate, the cultivators immediately made way. A hearty laugh came from inside the building. So it's Brother Chunhai? Come in quickly. Appearing with that laughter was an incredibly big and tall man, who seemed to be in his 30s. He had thick brows and big eyes, which made him look incredibly boorish. Compared to the slender figure shared by the average cultivator, he looked incredibly brawny. Brother Kongjio, I've come to bother you again. I was slightly delayed during my trip here. That's why I'm late. I hope that you won't mind. Yu Chunhai laughed and wrapped his fist in his palm as a greeting to the man who was walking over to him. It's fine. Your presence here adds a sparkle to this place. And who might this be? The man's laughter was very hearty, but even though he looked boorish, he was incredibly cautious. With a change of topic, he looked towards Su Ming. When he looked at the other, his expression remained the same, but he was discreetly vigilant. From the positions of everyone in the group, he could immediately tell that Su Ming was clearly the leader there. Besides, the covered Yu standing beside Su Ming also caused the man to be curious about the other's identity. Senior Su is a guest of Yu family. Brother Kongjio, you know as well that I will be hosting an auction for the first time in a few days. That's why I came with Senior Su to observe and learn. If we find anything we fancy, I do hope that you will give us a bit of a leeway, Yu Chunhai said with a smile. A guest of the Yu family? I, Lai Shan Kongjio, greet Senior Su. The man's expression immediately turned respectful, and he took 2 steps backwards to wrap his fist in his palm to bow towards Su Ming. His expression was incredibly sincere. Su Ming looked at the man before him. His brawny stature would make him stick out like a sore thumb in other people's eyes, but to Su Ming, he could not help but find the man a familiar sight. This was the physique of a berserker. This was the rough look that belonged to those who had berserker blood flowing in their veins. He surpassed berserker soul realm. Su Ming could tell with just one glance that the man had already reached the middle stage of world plane realm, but he did not practice the cultivation methods of a cultivator. Instead, he practiced berserker arts because of which he was filled with a vast amount of qi. In fact, Su Ming could even see about 900-something blood veins hidden in the man's body. His berserker mark was also concealed under his skin. All other people would not be able to see it, but for Su Ming, everything about the man was in clear sight. He uses fire as a theme for his mark. Su Ming averted his gaze and thought in his heart. He might not have said anything, but when he looked over just now, Lai Shan Kongzhou's heart had trembled furiously. His expression instantly changed drastically, and shock as well as astonishment appeared in his eyes. Back then, because of that one glance, he had a feeling as if he stood before Su Ming naked, and every single of his secrets had been discovered. However, this was not what had delivered the greatest shock to him. What had caused him to be in slight disbelief was that when Su Ming looked at him, he lost control over the blood veins in his body. It felt as if they were about to burst forth from within him. The berserker mark he concealed also started showing signs that it was about to surface on his skin. When Su Ming looked over, Lai Shan Kongzhou even felt his breathing still and his body start trembling faintly, as if his blood was boiling and he wanted to worship the other. He had only felt something like this once before. It was when he met the progenitor of the family. When the progenitor had looked at him, a loud bang had rung out in his head. "You are very good," Su Ming said calmly. There was no underlying meaning to his words, but as he spoke, an awe-inspiring and ancient air was naturally contained in his voice, like the tone that would be used by one of those in the older generation when he looked at a promising member of the younger generation. After all, he was the god of berserkers. He was the god of all those who had berserker blood flowing in their veins. Lai Shan Kongzhou instinctively lowered his head and could not help but feel reverent. However, he soon registered what was going on, and his heart immediately started trembling furiously. He did not dare to look into Su Ming's eyes. "Come, let us go see the first's auction hall." Su Ming smiled in delight and walked before the group. Neither Yu Qinhai nor Lai Shan Kongzhou understood what he meant by the first, but they instinctively followed behind him, especially Lai Shan Kongzhou. When he looked at Su Ming, his gaze was filled with awe and veneration. He was very courteous all along the way as he led them into the auction hall. "Senior Su, there is a ring-shaped hall in Lai Shan family's auction hall, and each family that takes part in it will have their own respective rooms in the hall. This is Yu family's room." Soon, Lai Shan Kongzhou brought Su Ming and the others before a room while speaking respectfully. Su Ming did not look at Yu family's room, but instead lifted his head to look at another room in the distance. "Change to that room." Lai Shan Kongzhou looked in the direction Su Ming was looking, and a troubled look immediately appeared on his face. "Senior, that is Lai Shan family's room, and no outsiders are allowed. This is... Can we?" Su Ming turned his head around and cast Lai Shan Kongzhou a flat gaze. Lai Shan Kongzhou instinctively lowered his head, and after a brief period of silence, he smiled wryly and nodded in agreement. There was a great wave stirring in his heart at that moment, because he discovered that when Su Ming asked that question, he could not refuse him. It was as if there was a form of suppression from his blood to his soul, because of which he was unable to be as free with his movements as before he met Su Ming. This was due to a form of reservation on his part and a form of majesty on Su Ming's part. This had nothing to do with Su Ming's level of cultivation, because as one of the managers of the auction hall in this place, Lai Shan Kongzhou had received some old monsters in Solar Culpa realm before. He might have been nervous back then, but even then, he did not experience such complete suppression as he did now. In fact, his heart, his blood, and even his soul were subconsciously wanting to obey Su Ming, to not go against his words. Just, who is he? This was the biggest question in Lai Shan Kongzhou's heart at that moment. Once he nodded with a wry smile, Su Ming walked towards the room he chose. Yu Chunhai quickly went forward to push open the door, revealing a large room. The decor might have been simple, but it gave off a grand presence. The walls in the room were all illusions, and with just one glance, they were able to see a big hall outside filled with thousands of people creating a clamor with their discussions. At the center was a platform, and on it was a cultivator in his 40s. He was introducing the item put up for bidding to the crowd with a smile on his face. Su Ming stood by that illusory wall and looked at the bustle of activity outside without saying a single word. He had chosen this room because when he saw the map of the land of berserkers outside on the ring-shaped building just now, he had discovered that the 9th summit was located in this spot. Lai Shankong cast a wary look at Su Ming's back, then wrapped his fist in his palm towards Yu Chunhai to bid farewell before he left. Once he did so, his expression immediately changed and he hurried to where his family members were. That young man called Su Ming is incredibly strange. I'll have to report this to the family as soon as possible. That person is an enigma. He actually nearly caused me to expose myself as a berserker. Once Lai Shankongzhe left, Yu Chunhai stood respectfully by the side of the room near Su Ming. When he looked at him, the reverence in his eyes was even stronger. He had naturally seen the changes in Lai Shankongzhe's attitude, and all of this was because of Su Ming. Needless to say, Yu Chunhai formed many speculations in his heart. Yu Rou remained as elegant as ever. She stood by Su Ming's side and looked at the bustling auction hall without saying a thing. The bald crane completely ignored Su Ming and the rest. It was staring straight at the big yellow dog with a look of great interest. Once the dog entered the room, it shook its body, and raindrops flew all over the place. For some unknown reason, when the bald crane saw this, it felt that the dog looked very mighty while doing it. Which was why once the yellow dog finished shaking off all the water droplets on its body, a dark light swiftly shone on the bald crane's body, and it gained the form of a big black dog which started shaking its body like the yellow dog had done moments ago. Half of the auction had passed by then, and the climax arrived. Thousands of people might not seem like a huge number, and this was just a small auction, but in truth, if anyone looked over at that moment, they would find that the auction was filled with hordes of people. I will spare you hearing my voice now, my fellow Taoists. These 3 pieces of wood are 3 logs of ash pine wood from Divine Essence Star Ocean. The minimum bid is 100,000 crystals. The middle-aged man swung his arm with a smile, and immediately, the air behind him distorted. 3 women walked out. They were all rather beautiful, and each of them balanced a blue tray on their hands. There was a white log which was the breadth of a finger on each of the trays. Waves of ancient presence spread out from the 3 logs, and those ancient presences were incredibly dense. However, they did not give off a feeling of degeneration. Instead, there was an abundance of life force contained within them. 130,000, 170,000, 200,000. Those 3 logs of ash pine wood are mine. Not necessarily. Ash pine wood can cause a woman's face to not age for 300 years. This treasure is useful for me. I'll offer 300,000 for them. Voices continued rising and falling as they placed their bids. And soon, the bid exceeded 500,000 crystals. Su Ming looked at the fervent ardor in the auction hall, but there was not a single change on his face. Only Lai Shan family is able to bring out ash pine wood in this sort of small auction. Almost all of the ash pine wood put up for bidding in Black Ink Planet comes from Lai Shan family. Yu Chunhai mumbled under his breath by the side. What are the effects of that wood? Su Ming asked faintly. Senior Su, that wood doesn't possess any special effects. It can only let a woman moisturize and nourish her face, Yu Chunhai quickly said. Ash pine wood can provide nourishment for the face. If someone refined it and absorbed it, they would be able to extract the power of time in it. If they fused it into their enchanted vessels, they would be able to nourish their vessel spirits, and if they merged it with their bodies, they could fill their bodies with life force, but this doesn't have any healing properties. If a person is in possession of a large amount of ash pine wood, they would be able to create the bygone time venom. This poison can cause a person to age rapidly, and it cannot be cured, Yu Rou explained calmly. When she said all that, Yu Chunhai was momentarily stunned. He had never heard of ash pine wood possessing these effects before, and while he had heard of bygone time venom, He only knew that it was a poison sold at an incredibly appalling price. He did not expect that it was created from ash pine wood. When Uro spoke, the 3 logs of ash pine wood were sold to someone for an incredibly high price. The host of Xianxia family spoke up once more then. The universe is filled with strange things, and bizarre objects are born within the universe. This time, we of Xianxia family have been entrusted with a task by a mysterious person, and we will auction off an item that is unique and one of its kind in the world. It has been brought out from the depths of Divine Essence Star Ocean, a region that practically no cultivator can venture into. This item would normally not appear here and would only be put up for bidding in our family's large auction. But the mysterious person was anxious to have it sold, which was why it has come here. I will not waste your time now. The starting bid for this item is 1 million crystals. As his voice echoed in the air, the auction hall fell silent because right before everyone's eyes, an old man walked out from the air behind the host of Xianxia family. That old man had an incredibly big frame. When he walked out, the ground looked as if it trembled. He had no expression on his face, and once he appeared, he instantly swung his arm. Immediately, a statue of about 30 feet tall appeared in front of him. That statue had 2 heads. One of them was crying, while the other was smiling. There was damage all over its body, and it looked incredibly old. There was also no life force about it, which made it clear that it was a dead object. By the looks of it, it also seemed to be in a state between being an illusion and being something that had corporeal form, since it appeared to be slightly blurry. Su Ming's pupils constricted. That old man is Xianxia family's guest, Guru Song Qing. Why is he here in a small auction? That's right. It's really that old monster personally keeping watch over this mysterious item. That old monster Song Qing has been Xianxia family's guest for many years. His level of cultivation remains a mystery, and his sealing art is incredibly shocking. It's said that someone from Ci family was once willing to pay an incredible price to invite him over from Xianxia family, so he would become Ci family's guest. But the offer was respectfully declined. In the mid of all the discussions that stirred up in the auction hall due to the old man's appearance, the old man with the big frame lifted his head and cast a cold glance at the entire hall, then lifted his right hand to point at the broken statue that was floating in front of him. Since most of you know me and we can be considered friends, then allow me to give all of you a word of warning. If you don't know what this is, then don't recklessly place a bid. The old Song Qing only said those words before he shut his mouth and stood by the side like a small hill. However, if he had not said them, this statue's appearance would not have brought about too much attention. But now that he said them, all the people in the auction hall instantly focused their gazes on the statue. Just what is that thing? Could it be a statue of an ancient god? That's not right. I can't feel that sort of ancient presence from it, but I can't place the one that's coming out either. How dare they put the starting bid at 1 million crystals for this sort of statue? It's absolutely not worth it. The discussions instantly rose in a loud buzz within the auction hall. In fact, there were even a few skeptical voices questioning the value of the statue in piercing shouts in this place filled with thousands of people, which resulted in a quite chaotic atmosphere. I can't tell whether this item is valuable or not. If any of you know this item, then you will choose to buy it even if you use up tens of millions of crystals. If you don't, then you might not even fish out a single crystal from your pocket. That is why you may all start bidding now. The host from the Xianxia family had a relaxed expression on his face. As he spoke with a smile, the auction hall gradually fell silent, but no one placed a bid. Su Ming stood by the illusory wall in the room while looking at the statue with a dumbfounded gaze. He did not know whether other people would be able to recognize this thing, but with just one glance he could tell just what it was. The ancient presence on it was a berserker's presence. That statue was clearly a statue of the god of berserkers. Xianxia family will always bring out some really strange items. Just what is that thing? Yu Chunhai looked at the statue by the side with a frown on his face. Even Yu Ro was observing it carefully at that moment, but after a long time passed, she found that she could not recognize it. This item isn't bad. I might not be able to recognize it, but I'll put it as a decoration in my house and admire it. 1 million crystals. After remaining silent for a moment, a hoarse voice spoke from within the auction hall. The voice did not come from the hall where the thousands of cultivators were gathered, but came from the rooms that were similar to the one in which Su Ming stayed. Once that voice spoke, it immediately caught the attention of the cultivators in the hall. 1,300,000 crystals. After all, I do like collecting strange items. Soon after, another voice resounded in the air. 1,600,000 crystals. 1,800,000 crystals. Soon, another voice joined in the auction. As the three people competed for the item, all the cultivators in the auction hall immediately became excited, even if they didn't know what that item was. The three voices all came from the rooms that belonged to honored guests as well. All those who could come into possession of a room in an auction hall belonged to the members of the families within Black Ink Planet, unlike the rogue cultivators who were mostly from Black Ink Planet gathered in the hall or some outsiders. There was a secret chamber within Lai Shan family's auction hall. As these people continued competing against each other, an old man could be found sitting cross-legged in there. Behind him were a dozen-something men who could clearly be seen as members of the Lai Shan family based on their physique, and they were all standing respectfully behind him. Needless to say, one of them was Lai Shan Kongjiu. All of them did not speak but were looking at an illusory screen of light before the old man. It was the projection of the entire auction hall, and even the voices from the hall came from the screen. The old man had a head full of white hair. He wore a long purplish-blue robe, and his face was filled with wrinkles. He sat in the room quietly and looked at the screen in front of him. There was a waning presence spreading out from his body, as if he was already incredibly old. Faint distortions could be detected in the space around him. In the mid of them, the destruction and reassembly of space went on continuously. In fact, if anyone took a closer look, they would be able to find that the reason for this was the wind. There was a layer of invisible wind around the old man, and it was swirling about him without stop. Elder Feng, we've put the statue of the god of berserkers up for bidding as according to your orders. The space behind the old man swayed as if it was about to be torn apart, and a man walked out from within. That man looked to be in his 50s, and there was a thick murderous aura surrounding him. He took big strides forward and rapped his fist in his palm respectfully towards the old man when he was by his side. The old man nodded. He had his eyes fixed on the auction hall, as if he was waiting for something. After a long while, when the bid for the statue in the auction hall had reached 4,000,000-something crystals, the person the old man waited for still did not mention anything about wanting to buy the statue. Kongjiu, the old man's voice was ancient. There was a uniquely hoarse quality to it, and even an accent that was different from those in Black Ink Planet. Elder Feng, Lai Shan Kongjiu immediately walked forth and bowed deeply towards the old man with an incredibly respectful expression. His respect came from how this old man had contributed to the family over the course of numerous years, because of which his position was incredibly high in the family, just right under the progenitor. Some of the legends surrounding this old man also caused the family members to hold great respect towards him. Tell me what you felt in detail during that time, the old man muttered softly. Understood. Lai Shan Kongjiu sucked in a deep breath and spoke in a low voice. When I was before him, I had the false impression as if I was standing before the progenitor. I seemed to have lost control over the blood veins in my body, and even the berserker mark nearly showed up on my skin. What was more, when I was before him, I had the intention to worship him. This intention seemed to have come from my soul, as if. Lai Shan Kongjiu paused for a moment. As if. The old man turned his head around and looked at Lai Shan Kongjiu. When he did so, wind immediately appeared out of nowhere around Lai Shan Kongjiu. It was as if. I do not know how to describe it either. It was as if I did not want to go against his orders, and I had to believe in his words without ever doubting. Lai Shan Kongjiu lowered his head with a wry smile. The dozen-something members of the Lai Shan family behind him immediately sported solemn expressions on their faces. The old man fell silent, then turned his head around to continue watching everything happening in the auction hall. He mumbled quietly in his heart. Are you someone from our homeland? Then you must definitely be able to recognize the statue of the god of berserkers. If you are, then all is well. If you aren't but have practiced a cultivation method that can suppress the berserkers, then forget the fact that you are just a guest in the Yu family. Even if you are one of the progenitors who have recently been freed in the Yu family, or the apostle of the sun god and moon goddess, or even a member of the three great families protected by those old coots, you will definitely die in Black Ink Planet. There is nothing Lai Shan family cannot do in this planet. The old man narrowed his eyes, and a spark of killing intent shone in them. If anyone knew of what he was thinking at that moment, they would surely be incredibly shocked. He clearly knew about everything that had happened in the Yu family, even though this was the greatest secret in the Yu family. Even most of the family members did not know about this, but the old man clearly knew about it in great detail. The words in his heart also made it seem as if he thought nothing of the three great families. Then was the Lai Shan family, which was regarded as a middle-tier family in the eyes of the cultivators in Black Ink Planet, really just a middle-tier family. When the old man fell into a pensive silence, the auction hall in the illusory screen of light suddenly fell silent. "My young master wants this statue." An incredibly pleasant voice echoed in the auction hall, and a woman walked out from one of the upper rooms that belonged to the various families in the planet. The woman wore a veil over her face, but even so, she still had an incredible beauty about her that could cause hearts to pound in excitement. As she walked out, the area instantly turned silent. However, numerous gazes immediately gathered on her body. 6 million crystals. Bundle it up properly and give it to me. Naturally, that beautiful woman was Yuro. She had an elegant and quiet expression on her face. When she walked onto the platform, a storage bag appeared on her hand. She pushed it forward gently, and the storage bag immediately charged towards the host from Lai Shan family. The member of the Lai Shan family hosting the auction was momentarily stunned. Once he held the storage bag in hand, he instinctively cast a glance at the guest of his family, Guru Song Qing. Song Qing's expression was incredibly grave at that moment as he stared at the woman. "This is..." The man from the Lai Shan family hesitated for a moment. During that instant, a lackadaisical voice came from a room that belonged to another family of the upper levels. There was even a teasing tone in that voice. "Girl, I'll be buying it for 7 million crystals." 8 million crystals, Yuro said softly without even lifting her head. "Haha. Very well, then I'll buy it for 9 million. There was laughter contained in that lackadaisical voice, but within it was a hint of lust as it echoed leisurely in the air. Once that bid was placed, the cultivators in the auction hall immediately put on expressions as if they were watching something entertaining. Occasionally, someone would lift their heads to look at the room where the man's voice came from, but every single one of them who looked would immediately find their expressions changing before they lowered their heads. "There are very few people who dare to compete against me. Tai Xi Yong, in Blackwater City. Not bad, girl. I'll offer up 10 million crystals, but I'll give you one more chance. If you offer 15 million crystals, then I won't compete against you anymore." The chuckles from the lackadaisical voice echoed in the air. The answer to his challenge was Yuro speaking in her gentle voice that now had a bitingly cold lilt to it, and she did not even lift her head, as if she was completely ignoring him. 20 million crystals. Once that bid was placed, the auction hall became abuzz with speakers. "Very well, I'll let your master have that statue. The price is 20 million crystals and you. Bring me the crystals and the girl. I'll have a taste of her in this place." As his laughter echoed in the air, piercing whistles came from a room in the upper levels. 2 figures shot out and charged straight towards Yuro. Su Ming stood by the illusory wall in his room. He only needed to take one step to move out of the room and enter the big hall in the auction hall. Yuro had walked out of it like that previously. He looked at the storm in the hall, looked at Yuro placing the bids, listened to the lackadaisical voice teasing her, and even saw the 2 figures that flew out from the man's voice. All of this was only because of one single sentence he had uttered just now. "I want that statue." Chaos might have risen in the auction hall, but Su Ming continued standing in the room and watching everything outside. The 2 figures closed in on Yuro in the auction hall. A vast amount of power erupted with a bang from their bodies. It was a power that belonged to those in the middle stage of world plane realm, and they were closing in on Uro like two crazed dragons tearing apart space. Judging by their presence, it seemed that capturing Uro alive was an incredibly easy matter for them. After all, in their perception, Uro was only in the initial stage of world plane realm. Yu Chunhai's expression changed as he stood beside Su Ming. He wanted to help, but when he saw that there was not a single hint of change on Su Ming's face, he hesitated for a moment before he gritted his teeth and rushed out of the wall. Yu Chunhai had quite a large number of people who were close to him in Black Ink Planet due to his status in the Yu family and due to him having a friendly personality. As he appeared, some people in the crowd in the area immediately recognized him. It's Yu Chunhai. So she's a member of the Yu family. This will be interesting. That's quite a pretty girl. So she must definitely be Yu Chunhai's maidservant. But aren't they being stupid? How could they provoke someone from the Tai Ci family? The difference between a middle-tier family and one of the greatest families in Black Ink Planet is like heaven and earth. Yu Chunhai should not have appeared. Ha, Lust Cloud's judgment. This saying is true indeed. Boom! A loud bang immediately reverberated in Lai Shan family's auction hall before turning into an endless amount of echoes that continuously shook the auction hall, turning those who heard deaf for a moment. In the mid of those echoes, the people in the area quickly dispersed. In the process, they discovered to their shock that the two cultivators who had rushed towards Uro had coughed up blood at the same time due to some unknown reason. They fell back swiftly and crashed straight into a wall by the side. They had blood pouring out from their eyes, nose, ears, and mouth, and they looked incredibly pathetic. Their expressions were also filled with fear and disbelief. In fact, even Yu Chunhai, who had wanted to help, went wide-eyed in disbelief in midair. He saw Uro standing elegantly on the platform and slowly putting down her hand, which she had lifted previously. She had clearly just lifted her arm and swung it, but this alone had caused the two cultivators in the middle stage of world plane realm cough up blood and fall backwards with severe injuries. A ripple of power that belonged to those in the later stage of world plane realm faintly spread out from her body, turning into a mighty pressure. Under this pressure, the people around found their breathing coming to a halt, and it was especially so for the two cultivators from the Tai Ci family. Their bodies were fixed on the wall under that pressure. They could not free themselves from it. Silence instantly fell upon the area. This scene surpassed all their expectations. Uro lifted her head and looked calmly towards the illusory wall of the room where Su Ming was. He met her gaze behind that wall. "Kill them," he said flatly. His voice came through the wall and echoed in the auction hall. Only at that instant did the thousands of cultivators in the auction realize that Yu Chunhai was not the person in charge, and neither was he the master of that beautiful woman. The young master the woman had spoken of was the person who spoke just then. At the instant Su Ming said those words, Uro hesitated for a moment, but she immediately forced down her doubts and lifted her right hand to point at the two cultivators. At that moment, a low roar came from the room that belonged to the Tai Ci family. "How dare you kill Tai Ci family's guards in Blackwater City?" Along with the voice came an old man that looked like a fierce tiger. He moved out of the room that belonged to Tai Ci family with a single step, and once he appeared, he lifted his right foot and stomped on the air. With a bang, the two cultivators who were fixed to the wall immediately shuddered. Once their freedom was restored, they charged towards the old man with pale faces. Tai Ci family's guest, Yun Long Hu. It's him, Yun Long Hu, cultivator at the later stage of world plane realm. Someone from among the cultivators in the area immediately recognized the old man. However, all of this were happening at lightning speed. Right at the instant, the two Tai Ci family cultivators who had been freed from being fixed to the wall took a step forward. A dark light in the shape of a crescent moon instantly shone by their side. They could only see a figure that was caught somewhere in between the state of possessing corporeal form and being an illusion passing by their bodies, and two shrill screams of pain instantly reverberated in the area. Amid those screams, the two people's heads were separated from their bodies. Their souls and their nascent divinities were crushed, and their forms as well as their spirits were destroyed. The expression of the old man from Tai Ci family changed. As his pupils shrank, A blurry figure appeared in midair just beyond the room that belonged to Su Ming. That figure was bald and had a black cloak covering his body. A ferocious totem shone on his scalp. This person was the Duke of Crimson Flame. This was the first time the Duke of Crimson Flame executed his full power before Su Ming. He did not want to use this sort of power too often, and in fact, when Su Ming had ran into danger in the past, he only took him and shifted into another area. He did not attack. However, once Su Ming obtained his Ikang clone, the Duke of Crimson Flame had truly acknowledged him, and his opinion about him changed as well. If my master says they must die, then they must die, the Duke of Crimson Flame said in a fierce and brutal tone. His voice was hoarse, and there was a bloodthirsty, murderous air to his words, showing off his attitude of a powerful warrior in a domineering manner. The old guest from Tai Ci family, Yun Long, who let out a cold harumph with a dark expression on his face. This was Black Water City, and Tai Ci family was in complete control of the place. No matter how many powerful warriors there were, he was not afraid. In fact, that lackadaisical voice from the room behind him spoke up once again in a leisurely manner. How very exciting! Since when did the Yu family become so bold? As the person spoke, four people walked out of the room. The person in the lead was a young man dressed in Hanfu. He held a fan in his hand, and once he strode out of his room, a chilling look shone in his eyes, but when he looked towards Yu Rou, it turned into lust. The three old men behind him had apathetic expressions on their faces. Their eyes were shut tight, as if they were puppets. When the young man spoke, he shifted his gaze away from Yu Rou and looked towards the wall of Su Ming's room. He could not see the other, but Su Ming could see him. You killed the guards of Tai Ci family, Yu family. You will answer for this. 3 days later, I want your auction hall. The young man smiled faintly and tapped the fan on his left hand, then turned around as if he wanted to leave. Su Ming cast a glance at the young man turning away to leave behind the illusory wall, and a faint smile suddenly appeared on his face. Lai Shan family, since you brought out a statue of the god of berserkers to test me, then I will test all of you on whether you still have the berserkers in your heart. Kill these people. His voice was incredibly indifferent. However, once it came through the wall, loud booming sounds rose in the hearts of all those who heard it. Even the young man turned around swiftly, and a powerful, chilly look appeared in his eyes. The three old men who had their eyes closed behind him opened their eyes at the same time. At that moment, the first to move was the Duke of Crimson Flame. As he laughed ferociously, he moved forward. Yu Rou immediately followed. Her expression remained elegant. However, she did frown slightly. Yet even though she did that, she moved her body and charged towards the young man. Killing intent filled the young man's eyes, but he moved swiftly backwards. Yun Long, who let out a low growl by his side and charged towards the incoming Duke of Crimson Flame. As for the three old men who opened their eyes, one of them blocked off Yu Rou's path, and one of them closed in on Yu Qinhai, who was shocked by how the events had unfolded. The remaining person moved and charged towards the wall of the room in which Su Ming stayed, rushing straight in. Loud voices rose in the area. The auction today had come to a complete halt by then. The fight between the Yu family and Tai Ci family had become the most important thing at that moment. The cultivators retreated swiftly, not wanting to be involved in this. In fact, some of them had even swiftly decided to leave the auction hall, but when they were withdrawing, they discovered that the exits had been sealed off by a screen of light. They could not leave. In fact, some of the more intelligent ones had long since noticed that even though such a thing had happened in the auction hall, not a single member of the Lai Shan family had appeared. Even the host had vanished, and Guru Songqing was nowhere to be found as well. This was an incredibly strange matter. After all, usually, once a battle of arts happened in an auction hall, the family that owned that particular place would immediately appear to stop the fight and talk things over with both parties in order to resolve the matter. As the people in the area were shocked, the booming sounds grew so loud that even the auction hall started trembling because of it. The old man that had rushed into Su Ming's room beforehand tumbled out of the wall. As blood poured out from his body, it was swiftly crushed right before everyone's eyes. Fear appeared on his face as he stared fixedly at a person who walked out of the wall at that moment. He had long gray hair, long white robes, and a calm expression. With an indescribable mighty pressure surrounding him, he walked out of the wall, and he was naturally Su Ming. There were two large dogs by his side. One of them was yellow and the other black. The big yellow dog was baring its teeth and growling. As for the big black dog by the side, once it noticed the yellow dog's actions, it imitated them and also started baring its teeth and growling, putting up an appearance that screamed, "I am very fierce and seriously very powerful." Su Ming walked languidly. His appearance immediately caused almost everyone in the area to train their eyes on him. He did not look at the young man, and neither did he look at anyone else. Instead, he lifted his head and looked at the area above the auction hall with a faint smile on his lips. His smile appeared on the illusory screen of light for the dozen-something members of the Lishan family to see. They looked at him and even had the feeling that he was also looking at them. Elder Feng looked at Su Ming on the screen of light and slowly furrowed his brows. A look of uncertainty flashed in his eyes. "I want to see Xianxia," Su Ming said through the screen of light, his voice echoing in the ears of Lishan family. The expressions of the members of the Lishan family within the chamber differed in regards to Su Ming's voice. Some of them narrowed their eyes, some of them had dubious looks on their faces, and some of them put on scornful expressions. Xianxia was the supreme progenitor of Lishan family. Forget outsiders, most of the members of the family had never seen his face before. And even if they had, it was only from afar, for it was rare for any of them to be summoned individually. Right then, to most of the family members, the act of this person with an unknown identity making this request made him seem a little too arrogant and conceited. However, while the family members harbored different thoughts in their hearts, they did not show it on their faces. At that moment, Elder Feng shook his head before them. What a spirited young fellow. Elder Feng's furrowed brows gradually smoothed out. The uncertain look in his eyes remained, but there was a smile on his face. He looked at Su Ming, and the smile on his face was one full of joy and delight, like the feeling that would come straight from a member of the older generation's heart when he saw a promising member of the younger generation. As for his act of shaking his head, it was akin to an affable show of forbearance towards that particular member of the younger generation born out of a form of affection. In fact, that smile continued growing wider, until Elder Feng eventually started laughing loudly. This joy had not been felt by him for tens of thousands of years. His laughter was hearty, and the members of the Lishan family looked at each other while at a loss as to what to do. This young fellow is slightly mischievous. Still, how dare a mere member of the Tai Ci family provoke my scion? As Elder Feng mumbled under his breath, a domineering presence that looked down on the entire world spread out from his body. The members of the Lishan family behind him immediately felt fear and lowered their heads, not saying a single word. They had never seen Elder Feng, who had an incredibly high status in the Lishan family, laugh in such a delighted manner before. In their memories, while Feng Lai did not have Lishan in his name, he was one of the four great generals of their progenitor Xianxia. He had followed Lishan progenitor for many years, and they were so close that Elder Feng was like their progenitor's right hand. Elder Feng was an incredibly stern person. There was also a sort of pride in his heart. He had been in the Lishan family for many years and had an incredibly high status, but he never had a lover, and neither did he have any children. He spent his days in quiet isolation, and he did not even have any disciples. There was once an older member of the family who pleaded to meet Elder Feng and begged him to take in some children who showed great potential as his disciples, but all of them were rejected by Elder Feng. He had once uttered a single sentence when he rejected them, and that sentence gradually spread through the entire Lishan family. Then, as time went by, no one came forth to ask Elder Feng to take in disciples anymore. I have a disciple. I might not know who this disciple of mine is, and I might have never seen them before, but I will have a disciple and will have a scion who will inherit my legacy. This person will be my only disciple. Perhaps I might never be able to see this disciple of mine, but I will only take in this one disciple in my life. As he laughed, His mutters were naturally not heard by the members of the Lishan family standing behind him. He watched the chaos in the auction hall from the screen of light where Ro, the Duke of Crimson Flame, and Yu Chunhai fought against the cultivators from the Tai Ci family. The booming sounds from their battle of arts reverberated in the air. However, this was, after all, Lishan family's auction hall. The growth of the family for tens of thousands of years had caused the members of the Lishan family to not all be like Lishan Kongjiu. When the family grew in number, parts of it would form their own connections and acquaintances. Among the members of the Lishan family standing behind Elder Feng was one of these people, and he was an old man who had a very close relationship with the Tai Ci family. The old man hesitated for a moment before he took a step forward, then wrapped his fist in his palm and spoke respectfully. Elder Feng, should we stop both parties from attacking each other? The smile on Elder Feng's face instantly disappeared, and the chilly expression returned once again. He did not even bother turning his head around. However, that one single sound was like a gust of freezing wind that blew on the old man's body, and he trembled instantly. He felt as if his entire body had been frozen, and his face instantly turned pale. Why should we stop them? Elder Feng asked flatly, and the entire chamber instantly turned dead silent. The current Elder Feng was the one the members of the Lishan family remembered. Elder Feng. The Tai Ci family is one of the 3 greatest families in the planet. Blackwater City is under their jurisdiction, and if any of their family members run into an accident in this place, then the Lishan family will definitely incite Tai Ci family's fury. The old man quickly explained as he shuddered. He had a feeling that if he did not explain his reason for his request clearly, he would be immediately frozen to death. Lishan family's rules were incredibly strict, and Elder Feng had another task in the family, to monitor the members of the Lishan family. He had the right to kill or spare them, and it was not as if Elder Feng had never used the right either. He had used it many times in the past, and every single time he did so, someone in the Lishan family died. Lishan family's progenitor, Xianxia, turned a blind eye to this. Because of that, the members of the family were incredibly respectful to Elder Feng. "You are right," Elder Feng said flatly. When the old man heard this, he immediately let out a huge sigh of relief in his heart. By then, his body was already drenched in sweat. Cold sweat continued seeping out through his skin, but right at the instant he relaxed, Elder Feng's chilly voice reverberated in the air once again. "Seal off all exits in the auction hall. Activate the segregation rune. Besides those from the Yu family, do not allow even a single person to get out of the place. If they resist, kill them." Elder Feng's voice was calm, but there was a freezing tone and a murderous aura contained in his calm speech, which was enough to make all the members of the Lishan family in the place tremble. They might not understand why Elder Feng had said this, but the reputation he had built over the years made it so that no one dared to refute his words. They immediately lowered their heads and voiced their obedience. When the members of the Lishan family spread out to execute Elder Feng's orders, the chilling aura on Elder Feng's body gradually dissipated. Delight rose in his heart, and it turned into a kind and affable smile on his face. As he looked at Su Ming, who seemed to be looking at him through the screen of light, he found himself liking this youth more with each passing moment. "Haha, this boy is good, he's very good." As he laughed, Elder Feng lifted his right hand and swung it at the screen of light. Wind blew instantly, stirring up a layer of ripples that caused the screen of light to distort. "Lishan progenitor isn't here, young man," Elder Feng said with a smile. This time, his voice shot through the screen of light and echoed in the auction hall. Su Ming frowned. Booming sounds reverberated by his side at that moment. Ro was facing off against the old man, and as they fought, she had the upper hand. However, the old man's entire body was incredibly sturdy, as if he had refined it. Most of the effects from divine abilities and arts were greatly reduced when they landed on him. As for the Duke of Crimson Flame, he was fighting against the old guest from Tai Ci family, and they were fighting on equal ground. However, this made things hard for Yu Chunhai, because he was absolutely not the other old man's opponent. Amid the booming sounds, he was forced backwards continuously. If the two big dogs were not constantly beside the old man to occasionally launch nasty sneak attacks on him to hold him back slightly, then Xianxia would have definitely been heavily injured by now. How dare you commit such an act of treason? This is Black Water City. This is Tai Ci family's city. How dare you attack the members of Tai Ci family here? You won't be able to leave Black Water City. You'll regret ever provoking us. You'll have the fury of the Tai Ci family upon you. The young man with the fan in his hand screamed shrilly at that moment. There was not a hint of panic on his face. Although he was retreating, his words echoed in the air. He had the confidence because this was Black Water City and because this was where Tai Ci family was located. He did not believe that anyone would dare to kill him in this place. If the puny Yu family dared do so, then they would have to pay the price of being utterly annihilated. Su Ming averted his gaze from the air above. He did not even spare a glance at the young man, but instead took a step forward. Then, right before the thousands of people's gazes, his figure distorted, and he appeared right in front of Yu Chenhai. Yu Chenhai was in a disheveled state and was retreating rapidly. The expressionless old man in front of him seemed to have gotten used to the two big dogs' harmless bites and was ignoring them at that moment while closing in on his target. Su Ming's appearance immediately excited Yu Chenhai while the incoming old man paused in his footsteps, but right at the instant he stopped, Su Ming lifted his right hand and hurled a punch at him. This punch contained all the power of qi within Su Ming's body. It contained all the power within this clone of his and also his divine essence. In fact, when he hurled his punch forward, cracking sounds came from his body. With it, wind and clouds stirred within the auction hall. All the currents of wind instantly gathered at the spot where Su Ming was and fused into his fist. Booming sounds created from wind slicing through the air also up, and even space shattered with cracking sounds. At the instant, the punch landed on the old man's chest. Bang! As a loud noise resounded, none of the old man's methods to fend against the punch could block the attack. He coughed up blood and his body immediately fell backwards. Instantly, it started showing signs of crumbling right before the crowd's eyes. However, there seemed to be some sort of power that reversed the flow of things in his body, for as he crumbled, he started recovering as well. However, Su Ming's punch contained divine essence, and it prevented the old man's recovery. As the old man fell back, the two dogs which he was no longer wary against suddenly put on extremely nasty smiles. Right then, the yellow dog swung its head. It tore apart, and a gigantic, ferocious dragon head stretched out from within the opened-up space. This dragon's head was too big and was completely disproportionate to the dog's body. Once it appeared, it opened its mouth wide and snapped its jaws shut around the old man, who now had an expression of disbelief on his face. With just one bite, half of his body went into the strange creature's mouth. The big black dog by the side let out a loud howl and imitated the yellow dog's movements. It swung its head as well and turned it into the bald crane's bald head. Perhaps it had never wanted to bite the old man, but once it saw the abyss dragon's actions, it immediately thought that this particular act was incredibly mighty, which was why when this thought appeared in its head, it let out a weird, shrill cackle and used its sharp beak to pierce the old man's groin. Immediately after, it turned into a black gust of wind and started plundering all the things on the old man's body. The old man died while harboring a great amount of grievances. He did not die because of Su Ming's punch, but had died in the abyss dragon's mouth. His soul and nascent divinity were all sucked away by the abyss dragon. Then, once he died, all his possessions were taken away by the bald crane. He had never expected that one of the two big dogs was a dragon. Once the old man died and his body was devoured by the abyss dragon, it turned back to the big yellow dog and even wagged its tail while winking at the bald crane, which had now resumed the black dog's form as well and was winking back. They were both incredibly pleased with themselves. Well, your Grandpa Crane's plan was great, right? Heh. Clearly, the dragon, which had the bald crane's constant company, had been corrupted. That's a dragon. That's not a dog either. That's a bird. Those two creatures are too despicable. That is, So they've been pretending to be weak all this while. We have to be careful of those two creatures, especially that bird. It's too shameless, too brutal. How could it? The cultivators who had been observing this fight in the area found their jaws falling slack from shock when they saw the bald crane and the abyss dragon's transformations. They had never seen ferocious creatures that could be so despicable. They immediately became cautious and engraved the bald crane as well as the abyss dragon's appearance in their minds. The bald crane's intrepid act just now had especially horrified them, and they felt the pain the old man must have suffered before he died. In fact, their wariness towards the bald crane surpassed that which they held for the terrifying creatures that resided in their memories. After all, that intrepid strike was something that would cause all male cultivators' skins to crawl and their hearts to shudder. That bird, I saw it take away a storage bag just now and even check it for a while. It didn't seem too pleased with what it saw. Damn it, if that bird acts this way, then its master is definitely this sort of person as well. We absolutely can't provoke this person. Absolutely can't provoke him. In the mid of the shock and the hubbub created by the cultivators in the area, the black dog, which was the bald crane, swept its gaze around the area with a fierce and displeased stare. It had a rather simple personality. That intrepid strike just now had been something it thought of on the spot, but when it saw the terrified expressions, it suddenly felt that it could use this attack more often. As it pondered over it, it started cackling foolishly. That expression, those cackles, and that gaze immediately caused all the cultivators which it was looking at to feel their skins crawl again. Su Ming paid no attention to the dirty acts committed by the bald crane and the abyss dragon. With an indifferent expression, he continued ignoring the now pale young man, and instead walked towards the other old man who was fighting against Uro, and whose apathetic expression made him look like a puppet. 2 of the 3 old men had died. Their expressions before death made them seem more like real people, but during all other occasions, they only had that apathetic look on their faces. They were clearly puppets, and it was the type Su Ming was familiar with, a soul catcher's puppet. He did not move quickly, but each step he took caused the auction hall to tremble. As he stepped in the air, an endless amount of ripples spread out in space. So even the old man who was fighting against Uro had a hint of change in his expression. He gave up on fighting against Uro and without any hesitation began retreating. Su Ming let out a cold harumph. If the old man was truly someone in the later stage of World Plane Realm, then Su Ming would have been unable to kill him with just one punch, but this old man was a soul catcher's puppet, and for someone who had mastered the soul catcher spells, killing this sort of puppet became a natural act of oppression. The puppet's sturdy and invincible body was as frail as a piece of paper to Su Ming. The strange divine abilities it cast were mostly related to a soul catcher, and Su Ming was completely unfettered by these spells. Everything about the puppet was suppressed by Su Ming, so it was completely impossible for it to fight back. The suppression on its soul prevented it from bringing out its full power. When Su Ming saw the puppet fleeing, his expression did not change. However, the young man in the distance and Tai Ci family's guest, who was fighting against the Duke of Crimson Flame, revealed faint shock. They understood the 3 puppets and knew that they did not fear pain. The fluctuations of their emotions were barely noticeable, and they did not know how to be fearful of other manner of beings. However, the moment Su Ming got closer to the puppet, it went fleeing, performing an act that it had never done before. This sort of thing left them in temporary disbelief. Su Ming walked towards the puppet. He did not do so quickly, but there was a presence of a soul catcher radiating faintly around his body at that moment. There was also a profound look in his eyes that looked like vortices. All of these things caused a powerful, suppressive feeling over the puppet. In fact, at that moment, the small candle dragon Su Ming had left behind with the Akang clone in Western Ring Nebulous Foreign Land lifted its head and flicked its tongue. Dark light shone in its eyes. It was a ferocious beast that was connected to Su Ming's soul, and it could sense the fluctuations in Su Ming's soul, as well as him walking towards a soul catcher's puppet at that moment. It immediately sensed a faint connection formed between its soul and Su Ming's soul. It was this connection that created a faint of image of the candle dragon to behind Su Ming as the air behind him distorted while he walked over. At the instant the image appeared, The old puppet shuddered and gave up on fleeing. Then, as it trembled, it kowtowed before Su Ming, not daring to move any longer. At the instant he kowtowed before Su Ming, the expression of the old Tai Ci family guest who was fighting against the Duke of Crimson Flame changed drastically, and he coughed up a huge mouthful of blood. When the blood turned into blood fog that exploded in the area, it blocked off the Duke of Crimson Flame's divine abilities, and the old guest retreated without any hesitation, moving beside the young man who was now so shocked that terror had appeared on his face. The old man grabbed his body and retreated swiftly. At that moment, he also roared at Lai Shan family for the first time. Lai Shan family, this is your auction hall. Why are you still not showing yourselves and attacking? If anything happens to the young master, then all of you will have to die with him. The old man's words swiftly reminded the pale young man of his status. As he was brought backwards, he immediately shouted shrilly, Lai Shan family, I order you to kill this person. As the two of them retreated while shouting, booming sounds rose from around the auction hall, and the shadows of people appeared. Needless to say, they belonged to the members of the Lai Shan family. In fact, even Song Qing, the member of Lai Shan family who hosted the auction, and Lai Shan Kongjiu were among these people, and they had the auction hall surrounded. Their appearance immediately caused the cultivators in the area to let out a sigh of relief, because they knew that Lai Shan family had finally decided to intervene. After all, this was Lai Shan family's auction hall. They would not allow any sort of battles in here, much less allow the death of a member of the Tai Ci family. This was something obvious, and it was a thought shared by all the cultivators. It was also what the young man and the Tai Ci family guest thought. At the same time the two of them let out sighs of relief, they swiftly retreated, intending to leave this place. Once they left, what would come next would be extreme revenge dealt to the Yu family. The young man could even imagine it while cruelty boiled in his heart. Once he left the place, he would cry and plead for the members of the older generation in his family to attack. He would have them crush all of Su Ming's bones, but also make sure that he did not die. He would have Su Ming watch how he would violate and torture the maidservant. In fact, as he laughed coldly, he cast Su Ming a look, because the other's handsome looks had caused another licentious thought to appear in the young man's head. Besides violating the maidservant, he could also force himself on Su Ming. As he thought about this, the young man began laughing in a lecherous manner. However, his laughter frozen several breaths later, because a loud bang had cut it off. Just as they were about to leave the auction hall, they were both blocked by an invisible barrier, which bounced them back. This was Lai Shan family's protective screen of light. It was the rune that protected the entire auction hall, and it was definitely not something that could be broken in a short period of time. The old Tai Ci family guest's expression changed, and a hint of disbelief as well as fear appeared in his eyes. Lai Shan family, what is the meaning of this? The old man asked strenuously. A feeling as if something terrible was about to happen rose in his heart. He did not believe that the Lai Shan family would do such a thing, but the truth before his eyes forced him to believe it. In fact, he could see all the members of Lai Shan family not attacking Su Ming and his group once they appeared. They just stood there, still and unmoving. The old man instinctively cast a glance at one of the Lai Shan family members that stood close to him, but that person avoided his gaze, and the Tai Ci family's guest instantly felt his heart sink. No one answered his question. Instead, a chuckle that sounded as if it came from an old person came from the area above the auction hall. Once it resounded, an old man walked out. That old man had an ancient look that told everyone that he had lived for a long period of time, though no one knew precisely how many years that meant. When he walked forward, wind howled around him, shattering space all around. In fact, there seemed to be the eye of a typhoon at the spot where the wind was coming from behind the old man. That eye of the typhoon was round, and it looked like a sun. At the instant Yun Long, who saw the old man, shock appeared on his face. He staggered a few steps backwards, and his face turned pale. The young man beside him was also trembling so badly that he could not even say a single word. A mighty pressure that almost suffocated him descended on the entire auction hall once the old man appeared. "Greetings, Elder Feng." All members of the Lai Shan family immediately bowed towards the old man. Right when these words were spoken, the thousands of cultivators in the auction hall lowered their heads and paid their respects to the old man as their bodies trembled under the mighty pressure. Their hearts were filled with shock, because they had heard of this man called Elder Feng before. He was an existence that was a legend in Lai Shan family. The Duke of Crimson Flame's expression was incredibly grim. With a flash, he appeared beside Su Ming. He could also sense the pressure coming from Elder Feng's body, and even if it was him under this pressure, he felt restricted, as if he was enveloped by mud. Young master, this person, is at the very least at Solar Culpa realm. As Yu Ro's veil fluttered, she trembled. The mighty pressure coming from Elder Feng was something she could not bear, and it was even more so for Yu Chenhai. He had already lowered his head to bow to this man. Even the big yellow dog that was the Abyss Dragon did not dare to move as it trembled. Only the black dog that was the bald crane was still wagging its tail in the air, with a look that said, "I am the mighty Grandpa Crane, what canute?" Once the entire auction hall had fallen into dead silence due to Elder Feng's appearance, Elder Feng spoke slowly towards Su Ming with a smile on his face. "What is your name?" Due to his smile and his slow speech, all the members of Lai Shan family, who knew him immediately, had countless speculations. This member of the younger generation is named Su Ming. "Greetings, master who taught me my craft." Su Ming looked at Elder Feng, and after some time, a smile appeared on his face and he wrapped his fist in his palm to bow to the old man. Elder Feng's eyes lit up and he laughed in joy. Su Ming's words immediately caused all the cultivators in the auction hall to sport changes in their expressions, especially the young man and old guest from Tai Ci family. Both of them had expressions of disbelief. They believed that Su Ming was a member of the Yu family. Then this bow was equivalent to Yu family forming an alliance with Lai Shan family. Even though with Tai Ci family's size they did not need to care about two middle-tier families forming an alliance. The both of them were still in Lai Shan family's auction hall. So this fellow Taoist is an acquaintance of the Lai Shan family? This is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Yun Long, who immediately let out a fake cough and laughed before he wrapped his fist in his palm towards Su Ming. This is Tai Ci family's mistake. I hope that Yu family and Lai Shan family won't mind. Yun Long, who had reacted to this situation incredibly quickly, and immediately began to lighten up the situation while putting himself at a low position. In his mind, the Lai Shan family should not try to kill them. After all, it was not worth it. Yet before he could even finish speaking, Elder Feng frowned while standing in front of Su Ming. "Too noisy," he said in a chilling voice, and it instantly turned into thunderous roars. As they reverberated in the auction hall, the sound shook Yun Long, whose heart, and caused it to tremble. His eyes, nose, ears, and mouth started bleeding as he staggered a few steps backwards. In an instant, his face turned stark pale. The young man beside him also had a terrified expression, and he shuddered even more violently. He was frightened now. Since the time he was born, this could be said to be the first time he was truly terrified, and he was suddenly incredibly regretful of his actions, but it was already too late. He did not know what was the goal of the Lai Shan family for making him stay in this place, but he could still not believe that Lai Shan family wanted to wage war against Tai Ci family. "Master who taught me my craft. In the wide world and in this boundless galaxy, there is only one person who can call me thus. Perhaps this person is you, and perhaps it is not you." There was still a smile on Elder Feng's face, but there was a hint of uncertainty hidden deep in his eyes, and it was the reason why he wasn't completely certain of Su Ming's identity. This was something that should be nearly impossible, because if Su Ming was the scion that the projection he left in the land of berserkers found, then the connection he would form with Su Ming at that moment would definitely be complete. However, while there was a connection between him and Su Ming, there was also a mighty pressure within it that made even his qi show faint signs of boiling. This made a speculation rise in Elder Feng's mind. "You will know if you test me." Su Ming wrapped his fist in his palm once again and bowed towards Elder Feng. Once he did so, he straightened his back and lifted his right hand slowly with his fingers pointed upwards, as if he was holding something. Elder Feng's eyes lit up, and as his smile turned even more affable, he too lifted his right hand, making a series of actions that were the exact same as Su Ming's. This scene immediately attracted the gazes of all those around them, especially those of the Lai Shan family. They were staring at the scene intently. When they saw that Su Ming and Elder Feng were making the exact same movements as if they came out from the same mold, most of them immediately remembered the words Elder Feng had once spoke regarding his disciple. Sun Genesis. Su Ming lifted his head and had his right hand seize the air above him in one quick motion. Endless gusts of violent wind instantly appeared out of nowhere in the auction hall. Those gusts rapidly gathered around Su Ming's right hand while howling. When the people below looked over, it seemed as if his right hand had turned into an eye of a typhoon. Violent wind spun swiftly around his hand, and a vast amount of power spread out from it. Sun Genesis. As Elder Feng smiled, he said the two words as well and swung his right hand casually. A cyclone that was the same as the eye of a typhoon Su Ming held in his right hand appeared around Elder Feng's right hand. The two of them took a step forward at the same time and instantly closed in on each other. Bang! The loud explosion instantly reverberated in all directions. This was the clash between the two cyclones formed by two people executing Sun Genesis at the same time, a match between the previous Wind Berserker and the current Wind Berserker for them to learn from each other, and a test from the person who passed down the legacy to the person who received the legacy. Amid the booming sounds, Su Ming retreated several hundreds of steps back. A bright light shone in his eyes as he looked at Elder Feng before and lifted his right hand while hundreds of feet away. Then he hurled a punch at the space above the auction hall. At the instant he did so, he swiftly rushed upwards. Even though he was rushing upwards, Su Ming did not travel in a straight line, but started moving in circles. In the blink of an eye, he had already moved in so many circles that others could no longer count the number he'd made. What was more, as he moved in circles, violent gusts roared furiously. Then while they gathered around him, they started going around in circles in the direction Su Ming was moving. At the same time, a hot wave of air spread out each time Su Ming completed a circle, and it would be dragged into the whirlwind before spreading out. Yet soon, a large amount of freezing air emerged from the spot above Su Ming, right where he had hurled his fist upward just then. This freezing air met with the hot air from below, and with the rotating wind acting as the center, one of the gusts of air rose upwards, while the other moved downwards. As they crashed into each other, the wind howled, and at the same time, Su Ming spoke. Lunar burial. Elder Feng laughed heartily, revealing joy that came from the depths of his heart. He lifted his left hand and swung it casually above his head, and at the spot above where his left hand was, freezing wind spread out. He swung his right hand downwards at the same time, and hot air instantly spread out from his right hand. Once he had both his hands meet, hot and cold air intersected with each other, and wind appeared. Your lunar burial is still not up to standard. You've only mastered its very basics and have not understood its essence. Looks like you haven't trained seriously. Elder Feng clasped his hands together, and wind stirred with a loud howl. Look closely. This is the true lunar burial. Elder Feng abruptly separated his hands from each other, and as he did so, a ball of wind that was rotating swiftly emerged between his hands. As he pushed it forward, that ball of wind immediately charged towards Su Ming and instantly crashed into the windstorm formed by his lunar burial. Boom! 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 3 consecutive bangs shook the entire auction hall. Su Ming was also pushed 100-something feet backward each time a bang rang in the air. The wind around him formed from his lunar burial completely dissipated, and once the ball of wind Elder Feng pushed forward completely destroyed all the wind around Su Ming. It closed in on him, but by the looks of it, it did not seem to want to harm him. Instead, when it eventually touched the center of Su Ming's brows, it dissipated on its own. This was clearly a slight punishment from Elder Feng towards Su Ming, because he was a little displeased with the 3 styles of his wind separation art. Just like how a member of the older generation would punish a member of the younger generation slightly when they were not training seriously. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He was the Wind Berserker, but his other identity was the 4th god of Berserkers, and another was the Akang clone which existed between heaven and earth in the universe, and he was even a direct descendant of the Abyss Builders. Besides his identity as the Wind Berserker, all of his other identities would not allow Su Ming to have that ball of wind touch the spot between his brows, which was why as his eyes sparkled, Su Ming did not move back. Instead, at the instant the ball of wind closed in on him, the sun, moon, and stars suddenly appeared in his eyes, along with a large amount of divine essence runic symbols. As they fused together, they activated the strange power from the three gates of heavenly Tao. Su Ming had merged into his illusion of stars, sun, and moon. Under normal circumstances, I would not be able to execute wind separation, but with the help of my divine abilities, I can execute another art that is similar to wind separation. At the same time, Su Ming calmly said these words. The sun and moon in his eyes lit up with a brilliant light. A bang surged into the sky from where Su Ming was. As the brilliant light from the sun and moon shone, and stars appeared under his feet, all the thousands of people in the auction hall heard loud booms in their hearts. Their vision instantly became blurry, as if the world had turned upside down on them, and all of them felt as if they had been forced into some sort of dimension. The worlds they saw were different for each one of them. Those worlds were based on the memories they did not want to recall the most. Yet all the people couldn't help themselves but get immersed. Illusion of stars, sun, and moon. Wind separation. Su Ming said softly. At that instant, the ball of wind in front of him came to an abrupt halt, stopping only a few inches away from him. But those few inches seemed to turn into a huge ravine separating two sides of the world, and the wind could not cross over that ravine. The true wind separation was to make an entire galaxy in the universe where he was to be void of wind with just one thought, because he was the one who would give rise to wind, as he had full control over one world. Su Ming could not do this, but with the illusion of stars, sun, and moon working together with the strange power from the three gates of heavenly Tao, he could create an illusory world. That illusory world was naturally an illusion, and in that illusion, he could make it so that there was no wind in it. If it was just this, it would still be just an illusion and everything would still be fake. However, the power contained in the three gates of heavenly Tao was something Su Ming could not fully comprehend and master up to this date. It was a strange power that could turn illusions into reality, could turn fantasy into something real. Because of that, Su Ming's illusion was no longer a complete illusion, but had a hint of reality contained within itself. And the main determiner that would decide whether this illusion was true or false was not Su Ming, but the thousands of people in the illusion. As long as most of the people in here believed that the illusion was real, then it would be real. All of this might sound abstruse and mysterious, but in truth, even Su Ming himself was still trying to understand this art, and it could be said that this was the first time he truly executed it. Su Ming could not use this art for a long period of time. He had no idea whether this was just a coincidence, but just like the three breaths the malicious spirit that weighed the elephant had mentioned, Su Ming could only execute this art for 3 breaths. The span of 3 breaths ended within an instant. The worlds before everyone's eyes shattered, and when everything returned to normal, most of the people had dazed expressions on their faces. Only Elder Feng's eyes sparkled brilliantly. He was looking at Su Ming, the ball of wind in front of him having already vanished. I've witnessed another form of wind separation. You are good. You are very good. The path of Tao is not constant, and there are plenty of changes that will happen. I cannot say that only my epiphany is right, because the one that suits a person the most is the most accurate path for them to follow. This wind separation that you've modified is very good. A smile gradually appeared on Elder Feng's face. That smile was filled with happiness which was incredibly strong, the kind he had not felt for tens of thousands of years. As Elder Feng smiled, he shook his head, and his expression abruptly became serious. He even took a few steps backwards before he looked at Su Ming with rapt attention. Then he slowly wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed deeply towards him. I, the Wind Berserker of Berserkers, greet the God of Berserkers. Sir, may I know which generation you belong to? As Elder Feng's expression became solemn and he wrapped his fist in his palm before bowing towards Su Ming, The cultivators who had snapped out of their daze were immediately dumbfounded when they heard that sentence. Berserkers, Wind Berserker, God of Berserkers, they did not know the meaning behind these 3 words, but from Elder Feng's solemn expression, they could tell that this was clearly a secret that an average cultivator wasn't privileged to hear. Yet now, they heard, and all those with a slightly more intelligent mind could immediately tell what sort of outcome those who heard things they should not hear would face. In fact, there were even some cultivators who had began withdrawing slowly, but with the protection rune the Lishan family set up in the auction, they could not leave. Elder Feng bow towards Su Ming caused all the members of the Lishan family in the area to have changes in their expressions. They were of the Lishan family, and it was only natural for them to know what sort of cultivation method they practiced. They also understood the origins of their family. However, they had a seal in their blood, because of which outsiders were unable to learn anything about them no matter what sort of soul-seeking methods they deployed. This secret was also the foundation of Lishan family's rules. Over the course of numerous years, there had been people who slipped, but all these slips would be discreetly solved in the end. All those who needed to be killed were killed, and all those who needed to be destroyed were destroyed, because of which the Lishan family was only a middle-tier family to others over the years. After Elder Feng bowed to Su Ming, the members of the Lishan family looked at each other. Lishan Kongzhou's heart trembled. He suddenly understood why he had lost his composure when he was previously before Su Ming. He sucked in a deep breath, and became the first person among the members of the Lishan family to wrap his fist in his palm before bowing to Su Ming. I, Lishan Kongzhou, greet the God of Berserkers. Greetings, God of Berserkers. We greet the God of Berserkers. These words traveled out continuously from the mouths of the members of the Lishan family. Their voices rose and fell, reverberating in the auction hall. The smile had also disappeared from Su Ming's face at that moment, and a dignified expression came to his face. He stood in midair and looked at Elder Feng calmly. At that moment, he was no longer a Wind Berserker, but the awe-inspiring 4th God of Berserkers. Elder Feng, please rise. I am the 4th God of Berserkers, Su Ming said softly. When Elder Feng heard this, he lifted his head and looked at Su Ming. There was a kindly look in his sparkling eyes, along with a deep affection. Ever since he had discovered that Su Ming was his scion, he had acknowledged him and knew that he would be his only disciple who would inherit his legacy. It was especially so when he found the reason as to why he had felt uncertain about Su Ming previously. That reason had come from the land of Berserkers acknowledging Su Ming, from the will of the Berserkers galaxy gathering upon Su Ming, and from numerous Berserkers placing the hopes in their hearts towards this God of Berserkers. At that moment, his affection for Su Ming turned into a sense of pride. It has already reached the 4th. It has been so many years since I left with the Lord. Elder Feng shook his head. There was a sentimental look on his face, along with nostalgia. When he shook his head, he lifted his right hand and swung it sideways. Lishan family, heed my orders. Activate the rune and kill all those who participated in the auction. When Elder Feng said these words, a ghastly presence instantly filled the hall, and the thousands of cultivators in the auction hall all showed drastic changes in their expressions. I'm willing to swear an oath that I absolutely won't reveal what happened today. You're just the Lishan family, just a middle-tier family. There are thousands of us here. How are you going to kill us? A ruckus instantly rose and reverberated in the air. But soon, that noise turned into shrill screams of pain. The light from the rune in the auction hall stretched out endlessly. As booming sounds echoed in the hall, the members of the Lishan family started slaughtering all the people in the area. However, there were not many people in the Lishan family. Logically speaking, they would indeed be unable to kill these thousands of people. But once the rune was activated, several thousands of presences descended swiftly. These thousands of presences turned into thousands of men, and berserker marks spread out through their bodies. Their eyes were dull, but there was a vast amount of chi erupting from within them. For a short period of time, an endless amount of screams rang in the air within the auction hall. A moment later, once the voices disappeared, all the thousands of cultivators were dead. Blood dyed almost every spot in the auction hall red. This slaughter came so abruptly that the old guest and the young man from Xianxia family were completely stunned. God of Berserkers, how should we deal with the two people from Xianxia family? Elder Feng looked at Su Ming. This area belongs to the Lai Shan family. Elder Feng, you can handle it. Su Ming's expression remained as calm as usual, but he was shocked by the slaughter just then. Elder Feng's casual attitude to this and the blood-soaked auction hall formed a stark contrast against each other. All those who offend the god of berserkers must be executed. Elder Feng turned around, and for the first time, trained his eyes on the old guest and the young man from Xianxia family. Yun Long, whose expression turned pale, and at that moment, he grabbed the young man, intending to retreat. However, just when he started moving, Elder Feng lifted his hand and swung it gently forward. Lai Shan family, how dare you? If you kill me, Lai Shan family will die with us. I have my family's life jade with me, and the moment I die, the family will immediately know that I ran into an accident in Lai Shan family's auction hall. The young man shouted shrilly. However, the moment he finished speaking, his voice turned into the noise of him coughing up blood. With the one swing of the arm, endless wind appeared around him. As it moved about with loud whistling sounds, the young man lost his flesh and blood and was reduced to bones. In an instant he was crushed. As for the old guest from Xianxia family, during that life-threatening crisis, all his power erupted from his body. A huge green log surrounded his body and resisted the wind around it. However, it only managed to resist the wind for a few breaths. Elder Feng let out a cold harumph, and the 9 green logs shattered together. The old man's body was torn to pieces as he let out a roar that screamed he could not accept his fate. This scene caused the Duke of Crimson Flame's eyes to shrink. Yuro also looked at the scene with a look of rapt concentration but remained silent and did not say a word. As for the Abyss Dragon and the Bald Crane, one of them was nervous while the other had a lackadaisical expression that said it was completely unconcerned. Su Ming remained silent for a moment before he looked towards Elder Feng. Will killing all the members of the Xianxia family affect Lai Shan family? Fourth god of berserkers, you have just arrived in Black Ink Planet, and there are plenty of things you do not know about. It is fine. Let us see the true strength of the current Lai Shan family. Elder Feng smiled faintly, then lifted his right arm before swinging it forward. Booming sounds immediately rose in the area, and at that moment, a large illusory screen of light appeared and floated in the air in front of them. As that screen of light distorted and shone, it gradually became clear. A map of the aerial view that belonged to the entire Black Water City took shape. A gigantic swamp could be seen along with numerous buildings as well as Lai Shan family's auction hall among them. The auction hall was incredibly quiet at that moment. The bodies of the thousands of men became blue and gradually disappeared. As for the members of the Lai Shan family, they began clearing up, occasionally lifting their heads to look at Su Ming and Elder Feng. All of them were silent, and as they cleared up the place, the stench of blood slowly faded away. Su Ming looked at the screen of light calmly. He was very curious towards Lai Shan family's strength. With his own power, the first god of berserkers had been able to rise to power and even create the Berserkers dynasty. Now, this sort of person had been in Black Ink Planet for tens of thousands of years. If he had only been able to create a mere middle-tier family, Su Ming would be slightly disappointed. However, based on Elder Feng's actions and words, it seemed like the Lai Shan family was completely unconcerned about the Xianxia family. In fact, they were not bothered by any of the families on Black Ink Planet. After looking at the screen of light for a moment, Su Ming suddenly discovered that the entire Black Water City seemed to have fallen into abrupt silence. The cultivators on the stone bridges all lifted their heads. In this silence, Su Ming heard bell tolls echoing from the great building at the center of Black Water City. As the bell tolls rang loudly, the sky distorted, and shadows of people manifested in those distortions. The weather changed, and as wind swept up in all directions, a gigantic pressure descended on Black Water City with a loud bang. Soon after, as more people appeared in the sky, a big hall of several hundreds of thousands of feet appeared in the clouds. It slowly descended, revealing a couple words carved clearly in on the side. They read, Hall of Great Kindness. This is the order of the Tai Ci family. Kill all members of the Lai Shan family in Blackwater City. And from now on, the Lai Shan family will disappear from Black Ink Planet. An awe-inspiring voice came with a thunderous roar from the Hall of Great Kindness. As that voice reverberated in the air, hundreds of people appeared in the sky. They charged forward, rushing straight to Lai Shan family's auction hall. Blackwater City is controlled by a branch of the shamans who descended in this place from the world outside and later named themselves the Tai Ci family. Ink Kirin City belongs to Divine Essence Star Ocean's Mo family, and Worldly Star City was built by the Hua family, who rose to power due to the help from the 4 great true worlds. They are the 3 greatest families in Black Ink Planet, but Black Ink Planet belongs to us. Elder Feng's voice was calm, but there was a formless, domineering presence contained within his voice, and as he spoke, that presence spread out without any attempt to conceal anything. As Elder Feng spoke and Su Ming saw the entire Blackwater City on the screen of light, the ground trembled violently for a moment, and soon after, the stone bridges started twisting about. Loud roars rose into the air, and Su Ming's breathing froze for a moment, because the numerous stone bridges had turned into stone dragons. They roared together, and the world trembled. They then rushed into the sky simultaneously. Tai Ci family has been in Blackwater City for a very long time. It's about time for the 3 greatest families to be replaced. You family is quite good. They can take Tai Ci family's place and become the new greatest family around here, Elder Feng said flatly. As he spoke, the picture in the screen of light changed once again. Right before their eyes, the endless stone dragons flew up while all the roofs within Blackwater City started shining with a dark light at that instant. In the mid of this, it looked like the roofs had been disassembled, and complicated runes appeared on the now roofless buildings. The entire Blackwater City was occupied by these densely packed runes. Pillars of light rose from the runes with a loud bang, and explosions continuously rang in the air, charging towards the Hall of Great Kindness in the sky. There were 10,000 pillars of light, 10,000 stone dragons. Everything in Blackwater City had changed. Su Ming looked at everything happening in the screen of light. The Duke of Crimson Flame's eyes had already widened in shock by then, and he was pointing at the runes on all the buildings. This is the 5th True World's Great Bright Light Rune. It's one of the defensive measures within the 5th True World. His heart trembled. Even to those in the 5th True World, the Great Bright Light Rune was a great mystery. Besides the race who built this rune, it was difficult for anyone else to understand it. When the 4 great true worlds had fought against the 5th True World, the latter had used all the planets within its galaxy to build an endless amount of runes like these. Every single time it was activated, the true worlds would tremble. The destructive power of that rune was difficult to describe with words. If anyone managed to survive after seeing it with their own eyes, they would find it a very difficult sight to forget. Fellow Taoist, you are a well-learned man. That's right, this is the 5th True World's Great Bright Light Rune, Elder Feng said with a smile after he cast the Duke of Crimson Flame a look. His eyes narrowed. However, once he finished saying these words, he changed the topic and said a sentence that caused the Duke of Crimson Flame's pupils to shrink. As expected of the Duke of Crimson Flame, the general of the 7th Army in the 5th True World stationed in the 8th Southeast region of the galaxy. It's not really that surprising that for you to recognize the Great Bright Light Rune. The Duke of Crimson Flame's expression changed, but Su Ming remained as calm as usual and only turned his head slightly to look at Elder Feng. 4th God of Berserkers, I know about your heroic deeds in the barren lands of Divine Essence and everything that led you into Western Ring Nebula's foreign land. But I did not know that you were the 4th God of Berserkers at that time. Now that I thought about it, I was able to connect all of the past events together. Elder Feng gave them a well-intentioned smile as he looked at them. All the stone dragons formed by the stone bridges in Blackwater City are created by the divine abilities of the meteoric golems in Divine Essence Star Ocean. Spirits will only be born in the stones blessed by their high priest over the course of time, and only then will they be able to absorb the power of the world to grow. Judging by the ripples of power on each of the stone dragons, they should have been around here for tens of thousands of years, and when we connect this to the time when Black Water City was built, it'll become clear that when Tai Ci family built Black Water City, Lai Shan family had a hand in the construction as well. Yuro said elegantly by Su Ming's side. Progenitor Yuro, the only person who managed to clear the second gate of heavenly Tao thousands of years ago. I've heard for years that you are a very intelligent and perceptive person. You obtained the moon goddess power and became her apostle, and you know plenty of the secrets within Divine Essence Star Ocean. Looks like it wasn't exaggerated. Elder Feng smiled faintly. The profound look in his eyes made it seem that there were few secrets he did not know about in this world. Yuro's expression remained the same as ever. She was not shocked by Elder Feng revealing her identity with just a few words. After all, this was a family that dared to stand up to the Tai Ci family and had laid down a vast scheme at the time Black Water City was built. When this was taken into consideration, them knowing the secrets of Yu family did not seem that surprising. It was especially so when Yuro recalled how Elder Feng had said in a domineering manner just moments ago, "Black Ink Planet is ours." Without absolute power, no one would be able to say these words, which was why Yuro was not surprised. Instead, she lowered her head to show her respect. Yet while she was not surprised by Elder Feng revealing her identity, Yu Chunhai's expression had already changed drastically as he stood in the distance. A storm raged in his heart as he looked at Yu rose back with a dumbfounded expression. His mind went blank for a short period of time. He suddenly understood why Su Ming had been completely unbothered by him being infatuated with his maidservant when they were in one of the towers in the Yu family before they came to Black Water City. In fact, he could still remember the strange look on Su Ming's face at that time. Only at this moment did he come to completely understand that the woman which he had been unable to help himself but be infatuated with and had even grown to adore was his progenitor. The blow that came with this realization made him nearly unable to accept the truth for a short period of time. As his face turned, Su Ming did not pay attention to Yu Chunhai. Instead, he looked at Elder Feng and asked calmly, "Has the first god of berserkers found the fifth true world?" "I will answer that question later, fourth god of berserkers. Now, let us continue witnessing the true might of the Lai Shan family in Black Ink Planet." Elder Feng avoided the question and shook his head with a smile. As the people spoke, wind stirred up and clouds surged into the sky within the image of Black Water City in the screen of light. The hundreds of cultivators who were closing in on Lai Shan family all experienced drastic changes in their expressions. They were clearly shocked by the scene before them. In disbelief, they quickly retreated without any hesitation, intending to return to the Great Kindness Palace. However, the stone dragons were faster than them. The dragons closed in on them within an instant, and loud booming sounds shook the sky, drowning out of the shrill screams of pain as fresh blood poured down. Most of the hundreds of cultivators from the Tai Ci family died in an instant. The ones still alive fled swiftly with terror on their faces, even if many of the stone dragons behind them had crumbled. However, the stones from the stone dragons that had crumbled gathered together once again as they fell from the sky to transform into stone dragons once again and chase after the remaining cultivators. It was at this time that the powerful light from Black Water City's great bright light rune rose from the ground. Then, with what seemed like a screen of light, it crashed into the Great Kindness Palace. As booming sounds surged into the sky and reverberated in the air, the Great Kindness Palace began trembling intensely. The confrontation lasted only the span of a few breaths before the palace exploded right before Su Ming's eyes. It was reduced to countless shards that tumbled backwards while hundreds of cultivators rushed out from inside. But they did not manage to escape too far before the great bright light rune swiftly crashed into them, and they shattered into pieces. At that moment, the clouds in the sky tumbled about, and a furious roar came from above. As it did, gigantic shadows swiftly gathered together in the sky, and in the blink of an eye, several dozen massive palaces took shape. All of these palaces were Great Kindness Palaces. They appeared together, and the mighty pressure they brought with them descended on the ground. Within that pressure was a will that would allow no resistance, along with fury that burned the 9 heavens. Lai Shan family, You've planned for many years and hidden yourself well, but Black Water City belongs to the Ci family. You're just asking for death." As the enraged roar reverberated in the air, the entire Black Water City started trembling. Red light started shining at its edges, and in the blink of an eye, those rays of red light connected with each other to form a red screen of light. It was set over the ground like a bowl turned upside down. Once it covered the entire Black Water City, it started contracting swiftly. Wherever it went, all towers would crumble. In fact, some of the cultivators in the city who had not managed to flee in time screamed in pain right when the red light touched them, and their bodies began decaying. All the blood in their bodies was instantly sucked away to become part of the blood-red screen of light. Su Ming looked at everything happening within the screen of light, and Elder Feng's faint voice echoed in his ears. Black Water City was built by the Ci family, but the people who set the runes, structured the city and built it were from the Lishan family, even if at that time we were not known as such. While speaking, Elder Feng lifted his right hand and pointed at the screen of light. Right away, that red screen of light that was contracting around Black Water City swiftly froze. Then, like a bubble bursting, the part above burst open. While shining brightly, the red screen of light let out a bang, and it moved towards the spot where it had burst open to turn into a blood-red figure. That person was a dwarf who had long blood-red hair. Once he appeared, he lifted his head and let out a roar. As he did so, all the cultivators in Black Water City had a feeling of their blood wanting to escape from their bodies. The red screen of light began to rush even faster to that one spot, and in the blink of an eye it was gone, all of it absorbed by the blood-red dwarf. A blood-red rune spirit. Damn it, why is there a rune spirit in the rune? When we built this rune in the past, we eliminated all possibilities of a rune spirit being born within it. Someone immediately shouted from among the dozens of great kindness palaces in the sky. The blood-red dwarf licked his lips, lowered his head, then bent his back to bow in the direction of Lai Shan family's auction hall before he lifted his head and roared. As he did so, his body turned into a sea of blood and charged towards the sky. At the instant the blood-red rune spirit rushed upwards, Su Ming saw a blood-red moon appearing on the rune spirit. That moon was the symbol of the rune spirit's level of cultivation. At the same time, the dozens of great kindness palaces in the sky moved swiftly and placed themselves on top of each other to form a structure in the shape of a tower before it swiftly pressed down on the incoming blood-red rune spirit. Bang! The tall tower formed by dozens of palaces pushed down forcefully on the blood-red rune spirit. Then the tower shook, and thousands of cultivators flew out from within, all of whom had outstanding power. Once they flew out, they stood close to each other in the sky before charging towards Lai Shan family's auction hall. The Ci family has grown over tens of thousands of years, and they have plenty of people in their family. But how many of those with the blood of the Lai Shan family flowing in their veins are among them? Elder Feng suddenly smiled, and it was a smile that was enigmatic but also slightly ghastly. As he smiled, he brought out a black plate and threw it towards the screen of light. Su Ming saw the plate fusing into the screen of light before appearing above Black Water City. When it appeared, the plate grew much larger until it became as big as a small hill. There were 2 big words on it. Black ink. Not even a single word was uttered. When this plate appeared, most of the thousands of people from the Ci family rushing to the Lishan family came to an abrupt halt. Their expressions changed drastically. All of them hesitated for a moment, then they instantly turned around to wage war against the cultivators who had been their family members just moments ago. This scene brought a brilliant light to Su Ming's eyes. He had been able to accept everything he saw just now, no matter whether it was Black Water City's runes, the screen of light, or everything else. They were all logical and understandable. However, the significance behind internal strife within the members of the Ci family due to the appearance of a single plate was incredibly great. As if he had noticed Su Ming's shock, Elder Feng turned his head around to look at the youth and smiled kindly at him. This is just the tip of the iceberg. The first god of berserkers was able to create the berserkers dynasty in 10,000 years, so how is it possible that he would have been able to only create a middle-tier Lishan family in Black Ink Planet? We are the secret owners of Black Ink Planet. After Elder Feng said those words, The tower in the sky above Black Water City shuddered and shattered with a bang. The dozens of palaces collapsed while the blood-red rune spirit's roars rang in the air. However, at that moment, a leisurely sigh came from the sky. Black Ink Dao. The kings that hide in the shadows of Black Ink Planet and dominate over all the families here, you had disappeared for tens of thousands of years. Who would have known that you were supporting the Shan family? As the sigh echoed in the air, 18 shadows manifested in the sky, which were 18 black mountains. They stood erect between the sky and earth and descended slowly down to the ground with a mighty pressure that had the ground trembling. 18 old men sat on those mountains. The old men's faces were dark and sullen, and the words just now had come from one of them. These 18 mountains were known as Great Kindness Mountains, and the 18 men were the progenitors and the faces of the Xianxia family. All of them were at the later stage of World Plane Realm. When the 18 mountains appeared, the sky behind them twisted, and hundreds of Great Kindness palaces appeared in the sky. At that instant, the entire sky was occupied by the Xianxia family. Pressure and aura filled the world, showing off the strength of one of the greatest families in Black Ink Planet. 20,000 years ago, a progenitor of our family discovered traces of Black Ink Dao lurking in the shadows of Black Ink Planet. Once we linked the destruction of various families over the course of tens of thousands of years in Black Ink Planet, we deduced your strength. We spared no pains in giving up our base in Black Water City and opened up a dimensional crack, which we then used as the base of our family. Many of our family members have cut themselves off from the world, never leaving the dimensional crack. I'd like to see how you people from Black Ink Dao will assimilate these members of the Xianxia family to become your people, stated the old voice coming from one of the 18 progenitors in the Xianxia family, its power shaking the entire area. All members of the Xianxia family, here are orders. Destroy Black Water City, kill all the cultivators there, and completely annihilate Shan family. Everyone is allowed to use the relocation runes to head to where Shan family's base is located. Ignoring the cost. You must uproot the Shan family. Notify all families in Black Ink Planet that Black Ink Dao has appeared once again, and that there its people are part of each family. Have them come and help us. We will use this chance to eradicate Black Ink Dao from Black Ink Planet. You must especially tell Mo and Hua families. Tell them that if our family is destroyed, there will come a day when their families will be destroyed by Black Ink Dao's hands as well. Look at Black Ink Planet's history. Look at the 4 greatest families before the rise of our 3 families. Look at how they were destroyed. They are a warning to us. As the 18 progenitors sent these orders, countless cultivators flew out with a bang from the hundreds of palaces behind them. At first glance, there were tens of thousands of them around. These people were the hidden power of the Xianxia family, and it had mobilized almost all of them. A portion of them had not arrived, but it was because they had already stepped into the relocation runes in the dimensional cracks and were headed towards Shan family's base. Yet the moment the members of the Xianxia family flew out to charge towards Shan family's auction hall, the exact same thing as what happened before came to be once again. Among the tens of thousands of members of the Xianxia family, almost half of them turned around and attacked their own family in an aloof and merciless manner, without any hint of hesitation. The sky was enveloped in a state of chaos for a short period of time. The expressions of the 18 progenitors changed drastically, disbelief taking over their faces. The old man who had sent the orders just then looked over with shock. No matter how hard he tried, he could not begin to fathom just how these family members had been drawn into Black Ink Dao. With a furious roar, he moved, and the 17 people behind him followed in his steps. The old man turned his head around and cast a look at the 17 progenitors of the Xianxia family, who shared the same status as he did. As of then, the only people he could trust was them. He believed that these 17 would definitely not betray the Xianxia family, but at the instant he turned his head around, a deafening boom rang out behind him. 14 of the 17 people attacked the other 3 at the same time. As booming sounds echoed in the air, the 3 old men coughed up blood and fell backwards. The others did not chase after them, but instead rushed towards the old man. Anguish, grief, confusion, and all kinds of other mixed feelings rose within this person, who was the mightiest among the 18 progenitors. Light covered his eyes, and loud booms rang in his ears non-stop. None of the members of the Xianxia family even walked out of their family's auction hall in Blackwater City. They were all watching the screen of light with a dumbfounded gaze. After all, there were some secrets in their family that even they did not know. Su Ming was silent for a moment, then asked calmly, "How did you manage to do this?" "We've been doing these things since the time we served under the first god of berserkers in the land of berserkers. How else could we have created the berserkers dynasty in the middle of all that chaos? How else could we have made the immortals and all the other races in true Morning Dao world bow down and worship us? In fact, even the Culpa Lord Dao Chun was shocked and attacked us despite his status." Elder Feng smiled. Su Ming fell silent once again. He suddenly realized that he had never truly understood Xianxia. The Xianxia described in the ancient scrolls depicting their history had been extremely mighty and a supreme existence like no other, but everything that he saw at that moment overturned such beliefs. Su Ming looked at the screen of light and said in a low voice, "Since Tai Ci family managed to become one of the greatest families in the planet, it's impossible for them to only have these few powerful warriors." "That's right. The ones who appeared are just the strength of what the Tai Ci family wants to show us," Elder Feng said with a smile. As he said these words, a violent boom reverberated intensely in the now chaotic sky above Blackwater City. That booming sound spread in all directions, replacing all the other sounds that in existence. The sky trembled, and a gigantic crack of several tens of thousands of leagues long appeared in the sky. That crack was the one which the Tai Ci family used to enter the dimension in which their family was located. Once it showed up, the shadows of people swiftly shot out to form groups that stood in the 4 directions. Their appearance immediately brought the 4 of the 18 old men who were being attacked in an encirclement a boost in their morale. The other members of the Tai Ci family in the area also became excited. Red, blue, white, black. There were 4 different colored groups of armor, and there were 3,000 people for each armor group. This troop that stood in 4 directions was the secret force of the Tai Ci family. Red symbolized bloodthirst, blue symbolized overflowing vitality, white symbolized endless age, while as for black, it was pure destruction. They numbered to 12,000 people. Yet at the instant this troop appeared and got ready to fight against the Xianxia family, chaos broke out among them. Internal strife did not escape them either. Despair rose in all the members of the Tai Ci family who were fighting back against their own family members. "Black Ink Dao, just how much power have you hidden among our numbers? Shadow Kings of Black Ink Planet, why must you destroy our Tai Ci family?" The old progenitor who was being attacked by the familiar faces of his own family members shouted out in a shrill voice, "Because you've offended someone you should not have offended." Elder Feng answered him, his voice echoing in Blackwater City. "Who? Who have we offended? Tell me, who have we offended?" "You too. You are all members of the Tai Ci family. The blood of the Tai Ci family flows in your veins. Why did you betray us?" The old man had already descended into madness. Under those intense questions, most of the traitors of the Tai Ci family snorted coldly and attacked even more ruthlessly. One of the traitors that besieged the old man licked the blood at the corner of his lips before they curled up into a cold sneer. A hint of derision appeared on his face. "Tai Ci family's blood? It's been a long time since we were those people. The blood of Black Ink Dao's progenitor flows in our bodies. We are berserkers." The old man laughed brokenly and retreated continuously. He saw that the 4 armored groups that had been hidden by the Tai Ci family were fighting furiously against each other, and all the members of the Tai Ci family were dying and getting injured. During all of this, not a single member of the Xianxia family appeared. All of this turned into a joke in which the Tai Ci family was torn apart by internal strife. This made him remember that quite a number of families throughout the history of Black Ink Planet had been destroyed by internal strife. By the looks of it now, all of this was laughably ridiculous. "Grand Ancestor, I have done my best." The old man closed his eyes. At the instant he did so, 3 presences descended abruptly from the crack in the sky, and 3 suns manifested in the sky. The mighty pressure spreading out from those suns revealed a great power that belonged to those in Solar Culpa realm. And in an instant, all the people who were fighting below stopped and looked towards the sky in shock. There were 3 ancient figures in the 3 suns, and they were the ancestors that isolated themselves all year long within the Xianxia family. They were all powerful warriors in Solar Culpa realm. Those 3 old coots have finally appeared, but their strongest, the one who discovered us while we lurked around in the shadows, has not appeared. Elder Feng smiled faintly, formed a seal with his right hand, and pointed at the screen of light. "Nyeli, based on the promise we made to each other in the past, it is time for you to attack." At the instant Elder Feng said these words, Su Ming felt the ground trembling. Black Water City shuddered, and in the screen of light, he could clearly see that the gigantic swamp in which the city was built was surging about as the water in it boiled. Roars that did not belong to a cultivator shot through the swamp and rushed up to the 9 heavens. At that instant, Su Ming saw a colossal dragon head charge out of the swamp water with a bang, rushing straight above. That dragon head was 10,000 feet big, and it was an incredibly monstrous sight. When it rushed out, it brought with it a large amount of swamp water, and as if it had turned the universe upside down, the water made the clear sky rain. When the dragon head appeared, it rose up and roared, and its roars shook the world so much that endless cracks appeared in the planet. Soon after, another dragon head shot out of the swamp, and a third rose with a roar after it. 3 dragon heads that were 10,000 feet big and 100,000 feet tall swept through the sky and charged towards the 3 Xianxia family progenitors who were in Solar Culpa realm. 9-headed dragon. Su Ming's pupils constricted as he sucked in a deep breath. He had been able to recognize with just one glance that the ferocious creature hidden in the swamp was a living 9-headed dragon. Elder Feng pondered over it for a moment before he smiled. "You know this creature? Then I believe you must have inherited the bell we left in the land of berserkers." As the 3 dragon heads roared, muffled words could be heard in their voice. 9-headed dragon. As Su Ming looked at the 3 dragon heads roaring from the swamp in Blackwater City through the screen of light, Su Ming sucked in a deep breath, because he had just been given very shocking information in regards to Lai Shan family's strength. Su Ming remained silent for a while. Then he looked at Elder Feng. "It doesn't matter whether it's runes or the stone dragons. Even the great bright light rune is not that shocking once I think about it logically. And it's the same for the 9-headed dragon forming a promise with all of you. But how did you manage to divide the members of the Xianxia family and make them betray their own family at such a crucial moment?" Black Ink Dao did not exist on Black Ink Planet in the past. When we came, Black Ink Dao was born. Our followers are in every single one of the families here. We are the kings that lie in the shadows, and we can decide the rise and fall of each family. We can stir up internal strife within the Black Ink Planet and can bring about a disaster that will shock the 4 great true worlds, such as the change in Black Ink Planet in the past. Elder Feng smiled as he said the words that left Su Ming's heart in shock once again. If he looked at the timeline, the time when the change in Black Ink Planet occurred was also the time when Xianxia arrived in the barren lands of divine essence. As for us being able to turn the members of these families into berserkers, so they would betray their own family when we needed them to, well, you might be able to guess the reason behind it. Elder Feng cast Su Ming a glance. He did not reveal everything, but instead let the ghost of a smile linger on his lips. Su Ming remained silent for some time before he said in a low voice, "That is a divine ability the second god of berserkers created on his own. When I left with the first god of berserkers, I saw 3 people who had the qualities to take over the first god of berserkers' position. I don't know whether the second god of berserkers you speak of is one of them. If he is, then good for him, but if he isn't, it doesn't matter either. However, the great art of heartless berserker seed was not created by the second god of berserkers like what you're claiming. Instead, it is the art the first god of berserkers used to enslave the worlds, and it is also known as the god of berserkers' art. In this universe, Only Lord Lai Shan alone could create this art with his unprecedented talent, Elder Feng said in a languid manner while shaking his head. As they spoke to each other, the weather changed above Blackwater City. Booming sounds shook the sky and earth, and there was the sound of space shattering as the three heads from the nine-headed dragon fought against the three old men in Solar Culpa realm. This was the first nine-headed dragon Su Ming had seen. Its might was incredibly astonishing, and in fact, Su Ming believed that if the Candle Dragon had met this nine-headed dragon at its prime and they had fought against each other since they were mortal enemies, it would be difficult to determine just who would win or lose. However, Su Ming had a feeling that this nine-headed dragon seemed to be slightly stronger than the Candle Dragon. It has 9 heads. Right now, only 3 of them have appeared, and it can already fight on equal grounds against 3 cultivators in Solar Culpa realm. If all 9 heads appeared together, then even if it had not reached the state of being a master of fate, lives, and death, it would still be powerful enough to be the strongest being among all those below the master of fate, lives, and death. Booming sounds came through the screen of light and echoed in Lai Shan family's auction hall. Su Ming looked at the city, then said calmly after some time, "No wonder you weren't worried about the Tai Ci family relocating members of their family to where Lai Shan family's base is located. If you have so much firepower hidden in Blackwater City, then you will have even more forces hidden in the family's base." Elder Feng lifted his right hand and swung it before himself. The air in front of the screen of light distorted, and nearly 100 screens of light in various sizes appeared. Each one showed a different scene, and they all were the bases that belonged to the families in Black Ink Planet. "If you're curious, then you can take a look. You'll know when you see it," Elder Feng said with a smile. Su Ming swept his gaze over the near 100 screens of light and fell silent. He saw long arcs which were members of the Tai Ci family heading to seek help from the families in Black Ink Planet. One of the light screens showed the Chun family, a middle-tier family in Black Ink Planet. A long arc arrived before them with loud whistling sounds. It descended in the span of a breath, revealing itself as a middle-aged man. He was dressed in a hanfu and had an anxious expression on his face. Once he descended, he immediately wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed towards the Chen family in a greeting. "I am Tai Ci and of the Tai Ci family. With the letter from my family's progenitor, I have come in hopes to meet Chen family's progenitor. This concerns a drastic change in all the families within Black Ink Planet. Chun family's progenitor, please allow me to have an audience with you." "Kill him." Almost at the instant the middle-aged man finished speaking, an ancient voice came from the Chen family. Once it spoke, several dozen people charged out from inside the building. The middle-aged man's expression changed. He wanted to retreat, but there was quite a number of powerful warriors whose levels of cultivation were higher than his. When they attacked, they did not give a single chance for him to fight back, as if they could not wait to immediately kill him since there was someone watching their actions, and the Chen family were eager to show their sincerity. Everything lasted for only 10 breaths before a shrill scream of pain reverberated in the air. The middle-aged man from the Tai Ci family, who had come to seek help, had both his form and his spirit destroyed. It was also during this moment that an incredibly tall and built man with a flowery-patterned mask over his face walked out from the Chun family. Accompanying him was Chun family's progenitor, who was standing right behind him as many other powerful warriors from the Chun family trailed behind them. "Sir, you don't have to worry. The Chun family has long since found the Tai Ci family unpleasant to our eyes. Even if you did not come today, we would have killed that person from the Tai Ci family." Chun family's progenitor wrapped his fist in his palm respectfully. The man nodded and took a step forward before he turned into a long arc and left. Once he disappeared, Chun family's progenitor wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. Su Ming saw this in the screen of light. In fact, he could see something similar in all the screens of light in front of his eyes. All the members of the Tai Ci family who were sent out had been swiftly killed by the anxious families. However, there were some who did not die, and those were the people who went to the Mo family in Black Kirin City and the Hua family in Worldly Star family. These two families, who were part of the strongest trio of families in Black Ink Planet, did not kill the people who came to seek their help, but instead chose to shut their doors and refuse to see them. As for the members of the Tai Ci family who were heading to Lai Shan family's base, Su Ming saw a gigantic tentacle suddenly extending from the layer of clouds in the space before the thousands of cultivators who were charging forward. There were plenty of polyps on that tentacle, and as it swept through the sky, it looked as if it had pushed the planet to make it rotate on its axis. The sea of clouds then tumbled about to reveal a huge creature that was 100,000 feet big. It was clearly a big octopus. With the clouds serving as the ocean, it swam around in the sky. At that moment, it appeared with an unknown method and executed a brutal slaughter of the thousands of cultivators from the Tai Ci family. In fact, when Su Ming looked closer into it, he saw an old man sitting cross-legged on the octopus head. The old man's face was indistinct and could not be seen clearly. However, there was a layer of moisture that seemed to be surrounding the old man, creating a hazy feeling. When sunlight shone on it, a seven-colored light was produced by the refracting light. That's the old rain berserker. Elder Feng smiled. Wind, rain, lightning, fog. The four generals under the first god of berserkers' command. Su Ming remained silent. When he averted his gaze from the screens of light, he had already formed an estimation of Lai Shan family's might in Black Ink Planet. It was as Elder Feng had said, with this sort of power, they were the Shadow Kings of Black Ink Planet. Their methods might be a little despicable and not something ethical, but since Lai Shan family had chosen to be the kings of Black Ink Planet lurking in the shadows, those that exist in the dark naturally cannot choose to do things in an honorable manner. Su Ming acknowledged this, because he knew that the brighter a ball of flames burned in the dark, the more a person's attention would be attracted to it. Then, the one that would be first extinguished would be that ball of flames burning in the dark, which all the people could see. The one that would last would instead be the existence that stayed hidden in the dark, having fused together with it. This would make it so it would never be destroyed but would turn into an existence that destroyed others. This was the path Lai Xianxia had chosen when he came to Black Ink Planet. It was also precisely because of this that he managed to make Black Ink Dao into a force that could overturn the entire Black Ink Planet after tens of thousands of years of administration. This was a power that belonged to the berserkers. The Lord God of berserkers once said that he is a berserker, and we are also berserkers. Then, everything that we do, no matter how despicable and how vile, is for the sake of berserkers existing in the entire universe. It isn't easy for a race to rise to power. Originally, the Lord God of berserkers had thought that the berserkers had already risen to power, and he had been prepared to change the rulers of True Morning Dao World, so that he could turn True Morning Dao World into the berserkers' true world. But the ancient will from Death region had been easily able to destroy everything the god of berserkers had done with just a flip of its hand, forcing him to obey its ancient will and leave the land of berserkers to help Death region search for their entrance. Did you think that we did not want to leave behind some semblance of hope or some treasures for the berserkers before we left? That we wanted to watch them gradually fall to ruin? Did you think that we truly left to search for some turning point that would allow us to reach a breakthrough? Did you really think that we did it for ourselves? Did you think that the stone monument heritage Lord Lai Shan left behind talking about how it would all end when it came to the third generation was a show of how carefree he had been, and how he truly did not care about the berserkers' rise and fall? Elder Feng asked softly, but the impact that came with his words touched Su Ming's heart. I don't know why you left Death region, but I can guess that you were forced to leave as well. After all, Death region had threatened to kill all the berserkers in the past, forcing our Lord God of berserkers Lai Xianxia to leave our homeland and find the entrance to the fifth true world for Death region's will. If he did not obey them, then all the berserkers would have been destroyed. He could only obey them in humiliation and bury all his hatred and madness in his heart as he chose to leave. Then, to make Death regions will not worry about him, he had to harden his heart and make a clean break with the berserkers. When Elder Feng said these words, his expression became twisted, and a hint of madness as well as hatred appeared in his eyes. We spent every single moment over the course of tens of thousands of years longing for our home. We think about our people, we think about all of you, all the buildings of Lai Shan family map the land of berserkers. You can't see our grief when we look at the map of the land of berserkers. You can't see the pain we feel in our hearts when we remember our homeland. Over the tens of thousands of years, we have worked tirelessly. We gave up on our pride, gave up on being honorable, and hid ourselves in the dark just so that there would come a day when we could fight our way back to Death Region and kill all the wills in Death Region so that the Berserkers could move out and become the strongest race in the entire universe. Elder Feng's words were like a windstorm that crashed into Su Ming's heart with a bang. We have been waiting constantly for other Berserkers to walk out of Death Region and come to this place. We have been waiting for you all along. Lord Lai Xianxia was known as Death's child by Death Region's will, and he believed that after him, there would be a second, a third, and even more Death's children who would appear. He waited for all this while, and we have been waiting alongside him for people from our homeland to come to the barren lands of divine essence. That's why we controlled Black Ink Planet and brought about the change in it. This was a signal for you. We were waiting for you. We wanted to create a Berserker's world beyond Death Region. This place belongs to us, but we are already old. This is a world created for you by the first god of Berserkers, Lai Xianxia. Everything in this place was prepared for you. Elder Feng looked at Su Ming attentively. His face was filled with sincerity, and there was not a hint of him putting up an act. As he said these words, booming sounds rang out once again from the image of Black Water City in the screen of light. The noise was really loud, like thunder booming, and it was roaring endlessly in the city. It was the sound that came from the fight between the 9-headed dragon's 3 heads and the 3 progenitors in Solar Culpa realm. A cold harumph abruptly came from the sky and shook the entire place. As that cold harumph rang in the air, the sky was dyed instantly in a dark green shade. Within it was a gigantic mountain descending slowly from the sky. The mountain was several hundreds of thousands of feet big, and it looked like there was no end to it. As it descended, the entire Black Water City shuddered, and all the cultivators who were fighting immediately fell backwards. The 9-headed dragon's 3 heads and the 3 progenitors in Solar Culpa realm trembled and swiftly moved back. It was as if the giant mountain exuded a supreme mighty pressure because of which all forms of thought were forced to freeze and all the people to kowtow to it. Greetings, progenitor Tai Ci. I, member of the younger generation. Greet progenitor Tai Ci. Roars filled with excitement came from the mouths of all the members who had not betrayed the Tai Ci family. An endless amount of hope seeped through their excited voices, along with an unshakable belief that all disasters would be resolved now that their progenitor appeared. As the mountain descended, Su Ming could see a gigantic face on it in the screen of light. The face protruded out of the mountain, and he could vaguely see that it belonged to an old man. That face was filled with dignity, making it seem that if he became angry, he could make the entire universe roar with him. Elder Feng looked at the screen of light and asked calmly, "Do you know what is the requirement to become the strongest family in Black Ink Planet? It's a master of fate, lives, and death. A family must have someone who has already become a master of fate, lives, and death to become the strongest family here. Only then can they become a force of power that can intimidate the forces from the 4 great true worlds stationed here, and only then can they trade with Divine Essence Star Ocean and the 4 great true worlds in Black Ink Planet." Elder Feng's voice echoed in Su Ming's ears. He looked at the gigantic face on the mountain through the screen of light. A familiar wave of pressure made him suck in a deep breath. This familiarity did not come from having seen progenitor Tai Ci before, but from having been chased down by someone of the same level of cultivation in the past. That's enough. When the mountain descended, an old voice reverberated through the world with a bang. That voice contained a will that would allow no forms of resistance, as if it was the god in this world. "Shadow Kings of Black Ink Planet, Tai Ci family has never offended you, and neither have you done the same to us. Let this be over. Leave Black Water City. As for the members who have betrayed us, you can take them with you as well. This is the last straw. Do not force me to fight all of you to the death. I can sense that you do not have a master of fate, lives, and death in Black Ink Planet." The voice, filled with an ancient air, reverberated in all directions. Endless ripples rose in the air and spread outwards to sweep up a large amount of dark green clouds. so the entire sky looked like it had turned into a huge ocean that had waves raging on its surface. Sometimes, we will give some powerful warriors the respect they deserve, such as telling them why they lost. As Elder Feng smiled and spoke to Su Ming, he took a step forward and moved into the screen of light and vanished into thin air. He did not ask Su Ming to go with him. After all, not everyone has the bravery to face off a powerful master of fate, lives, and death. Su Ming watched Elder Feng disappear. Then a faint smile appeared on his face and he took a step forward as well and disappeared into the screen of light. Elder Feng walked out of the air in the sky above Blackwater City. As he stood there, the gaze of the gigantic face on the mountain swiveled towards him. That one gaze contained a power that could make the sky and earth tremble, and a mighty pressure descended swiftly on Elder Feng's body. It was also during this moment that Su Ming appeared beside him. His appearance immediately brought the mighty pressure from progenitor Tai Ci to descend on him as well. This was not the first time that Su Ming faced off against this sort of pressure. He stood there with brightly shining eyes, but he did not move even a single step backwards. "You are afraid." Elder Feng's expression was calm as ever under the mighty pressure coming from progenitor Tai Ci, and he spoke coolly. His words were not aimed at Su Ming, but were directed towards progenitor Tai Ci. "You are afraid of the legendary Shadow Kings in Black Ink Planet and the true might of Black Ink Dao. You are afraid of why Black Ink Dao would dare to provoke Tai Ci family even though you cannot sense someone who is of the same level as you and would even fight till the last of us falls. You also became wary the instant I appeared, because you do not know why I dared show up before you even though my level of cultivation is not as great as yours. You are also uncertain as to why I dare say such words to you." Elder Feng's voice echoed in the air, and the pupils on that gigantic face on the mountain shrank. "Su Ming." Elder Feng turned his head around to look at his companion. Su Ming looked over. Becoming the master of fate, lives, and death is the peak to the eyes of the people in the world. Theirs is a will that is equivalent to the might of heaven that no one can fight against. It is the limit of the path of Tao, and there are very few people in the world who can kill those who have reached this realm. In fact, some truly terrifying poisons can even be disregarded by masters of fate, lives, and death. In fact, it can even be said that poisons that can be fatal to masters of fate, lives, and death no longer exist in this world, even though they might have existed in the ancient past. That is unless you've schemed against that person for tens of thousands of years and placed poison into the spirit stones he uses to practice his cultivation every day, into the spiritual aura he breathes in every day, into the air he gets in touch with every day, and even on all his clothes and everything else that he gets in contact with during the tens of thousands of years he is alive. As he comes into contact with that poison every day for tens of thousands of years, that poison will become a part of him, and only then can a master of fate, lives, and death's body and soul be destroyed after tens of thousands of years. Elder Feng smiled. Should we have used this sort of poison before this person became a master of fate, lives, and death as well? In fact, should we have used it when he had just been born, so that the plan would be even more perfect as his level of cultivation rose through the passage of time? Su Ming asked calmly. Praise immediately appeared in Elder Feng's eyes. He looked at Su Ming and nodded. That's right. Tai Ci family became the strongest family under our control from the shadows. Your progenitor Tai Ci Sha had disappeared a long time ago, and his life plate had shattered tens of thousands of years ago. You might have hidden this very well, but his death was part of Lai Shan family's plan, so there is no way we would not know about this. Tai Chi Shan, you have great potential, but from the moment you were born, everything you came in contact with was due to Lai Shan family's arrangements. There is not a single thing that you came in contact with that did not contain poison. We know all about Tai Ci family's strengths and know that you have the legacy of the shamanic Tao in you. Your family has the qualities to be awakened in your blood, and because of it, you will always have a master of fate, lives, and death among you. Tai Ci Sha's death only meant that another master of fate, lives, and death would appear in Tai Ci family. All the people in your generation who could obtain the legacy died one after another, until only you remained. When you obtained the legacy and became a master of fate, lives, and death. Everything that you came into contact was filled with poison. The dimensional crack you discovered in the past was something we let you discover. The color of your controlled world is dark green. Have you never suspected it? That color is filled with depression, along with death. You discovered it. That was why you tried to fuse with this origin mountain of great kindness 10,000 years ago in an attempt to get rid of the poison that had fused into your soul by using the mountain as your body. But this mountain was something our Lord Xianxia intentionally allowed you to discover in Divine Essence Star Ocean. When Elder Feng said these words, his expression turned ghastly, and he looked at the gigantic mountain coldly. Su Ming stood by the side with his heart in great shock. A sudden wave of curiosity rose within him towards Xianxia, a man who could plot against masters of fate, lives, and death, could control the entire black ink planet, and could even affect a powerful family's rise and fall. This man called Xianxia. After a long while, the gigantic face on the mountain asked slowly, "What is the name of that poison?" He did not refute Elder Feng's words, and in fact, there was not a single change in his expression. Berserker Seed Number 4. This is the name our Lord Xianxia gave for the poison. It is also your new name. Xianxia. The gigantic face on the mountain slowly closed his eyes to cover the anguish and dullness within them. He had appeared so late instead of coming right at the start to prevent his family's destruction because he knew that he was no longer himself. He also knew that even if he chose to die, another scion would appear in the future within the Ci family, and he or she would go down the same path. Let my family leave. After a long time, progenitor Ci opened his eye. The anguish in his eyes had disappeared, replaced by a dull, lifeless look. Very well. In the future, a middle-tier family by the name of Ci will appear in Black Ink Planet. Elder Feng smiled and nodded. All the members of the Ci family who belong to Black Ink Dao will fuse into the Yu family. From now on, Black Water City will belong to the Yu family. This is the gift we bestow onto you for what you have done for our god of berserkers. Once Elder Feng finished saying these things, he turned his head around to look at Su Ming. Didn't you say you wanted to meet Xianxia? Come, I'll take you to him. I'll also let you see our berserkers. Our berserkers. Su Ming cast Elder Feng a glance and did not speak. He identified with those two words, but there was also a complicated feeling in him that he could not describe. This complicated feeling came from Ci progenitor's new name. Berserker Seed Number 4. If there was a number 4, then while there might not be a number 5 and number 6, but there would definitely be a number 3, number 2, and a number 1. Who were they? With Xianxia's intelligence and methods, if he decided to scheme against me, then perhaps I am numbers 1, 2, or 3. Su Ming's expression remained calm, and he did not reveal a single hint of his thoughts. All of this was just his guess, so while his thoughts might be correct, they could also be just him thinking too much. It was just like how a person might not have the intention to harm others, but they must maintain vigilant of those around them because this was the world of cultivation. This was a world where the law of the jungle was the prime principle. It was a brutal era in which one wrong step would cause a person to be damned eternally. Elder Feng walked in the air with Su Ming by his side, the two of them moving forward leisurely. Yu Rou and the Duke of Crimson Flame with the yellow and black dogs followed behind them. As for Yu Qinhai, he had already gone back to Yu family's base. More than half of the families in Black Ink Planet have been planted with the Berserker Seed, and as they are unconsciously influenced by it, they no longer think of themselves as cultivators but accept being known as berserkers, Elder Feng said leisurely. We've control about an 8/10 of the trades conducted between Black Ink Planet and the world outside. We can limit the number of a particular item being sold, and with this we control one of the lifelines of Divine Essence Star Ocean and the 4 great true worlds. But the fights to seize the market have never disappeared. Once in a while, a force from the outside will come here to snatch the resources in Black Ink Planet, such as this Ci family. It is part of the shamanic Tao from the world outside which came to this place after traversing through many galaxies. However, from the shadows we divided them, and even if their family members had not provoked you today, before long, we would have wiped them off. Elder Feng's voice echoed in the world as he brought Su Ming through mountains, rivers, and meadows. Didn't you notice that you didn't feel too much unfamiliarity when you came to Black Ink Planet? As Elder Feng moved forward, he turned his head around to smile at Su Ming. The rivers, meadows, and the terrain here, if you take a closer look, you will find that everything has been modified and changed into those of the world of the berserkers that resides in our memories. When Elder Feng finished saying these things, he stopped speaking and chose instead to look quietly at Su Ming. Su Ming remained silent. He had noticed this before, but as they were now moving through the land, he had been able to sense something. It was just as Elder Feng had said, there were certain parts in the terrain here that gave him a sense of déjà vu. Ink Kirin City lies a distance away. The rules within its family are incredibly strict, and they are also the family upon which we have the least control. They are an important alien race from Divine Essence Star Ocean that serve as the core of all the alien races here, and they have their own pride. As they traveled through the land, Su Ming saw plenty of different families. When Elder Feng spoke up, Su Ming looked over and saw a vast city built upon a foreign creature. It was a gigantic black Kirin. That Kirin stood on the ground with its head was tilted towards the sky. There was a yearning look on its face, as if it was looking at the star of its home. That black Kirin was several hundreds of thousands of feet big, and when Su Ming looked at it, he could see no end to the creature. A vast, mighty pressure spread out from it, and its strength seemed to be same as the one that belonged to a master of fate, lives, and death. Elder Feng did not bring Su Ming to Ink Kirin City, but instead they went past it. He brought Su Ming through almost the entire Black Ink Planet, and on their way they saw Worldly Star Planet as well. In the end, when the sky gradually darkened, he brought Su Ming to a mountain range. It looked like a dragon's spine, as if a dragon had curled up on the ground and was deep in sleep. The place was all dark. When Su Ming looked down from the sky, he could see a vague shadow of a person standing at the peak of the tallest mountain. That person was incredibly tall and well-built. As he stood there, he gave off a feeling that he was even taller than the mountain under his feet. It was as if wherever he went, everything would be centered around him. Even the portion of the world in this region seemed different from the other parts in the world. It gave a feeling as if it had sunken slightly, as if it was worshipping this man. Su Ming could only vaguely see that person's back. As he approached with Elder Feng, the large back slowly became clearer, and complicated emotions appeared on Su Ming's face. Because this was no longer a living person, but a stone statue. Xianxia's stone statue. Elder Feng descended on the mountain and stopped beside the stone statue. Su Ming landed beside him quietly, not saying a single word when his gaze fell on the stone statue. After a long while, Elder Feng sighed and said calmly, "You were too late. This isn't a stone statue. 8,000 years ago, Lord Shan stood here and looked at the sun setting and rising as if he was thinking about something. He stood here for 3 years, and his body turned into a stone statue. We don't know where his soul went, just that his life force disappeared without a trace. However, before his soul disappeared, Elder Yu and I heard our Lord God of Berserkers' divine thought. He told us that he went to a place where he could decide the fate of Berserkers. He might never come back from there, so we were told that if he didn't return within 10,000 years, then everything that he created would belong to the God of Berserkers who would come here after him. If the God of Berserkers who came to this place wanted to find him, then a competition between the gods of Berserkers would occur. I don't really understand what the Lord God of Berserkers meant, but I think you should be able." Elder Feng remained silent for a moment after saying this. Then he cast a profound look at Su Ming and took a few steps backwards. He sat down cross-legged several thousand feet away and closed his eyes, speaking no more. Su Ming's expression remained as calm as before. No one could see his thoughts. When Elder Feng moved back, he lifted his head to look at the statue before him and walked over. When he stood in front of it, he saw how Xianxia looked like. His face was one filled with an ancient air and an awe-inspiring righteousness. The profound look in his eyes stood out starkly even after he had turned into a stone statue, and it gave off a feeling of sadness. When Su Ming looked at the statue, he could sense that grief. Xianxia was looking at the sky in this manner while thinking about something. Su Ming looked at the statue. This image was the one that fit with the image of what he thought of Xianxia in his heart. Not the person who had used all those despicable means and used berserker seeds with a sinister air about him. After a long while, Su Ming mumbled to himself, saying words that only he could hear. Is he giving me the power to choose? The words Xianxia left behind were not complicated but very straightforward. Elder Feng had lied when he said he did not understand his words. He had simply not wanted to understand them since he was not the one who could make the decision. This was a path that could only be chosen by the one who had the right to make this decision. The only people who had the right to walk down this path were the gods of berserkers. It did not matter whether it was the first, the second, the third, or the fourth, as long as they had been acknowledged by the land of berserkers and won over the berserkers' hearts. They had the right to walk down this path. Time trickled by as Su Ming continued looking at Xianxia's statue until the night passed. When the sky grew bright once again, Su Ming lifted his head to look at the sky while standing by the statue. His action was the exact same as that of Xianxia. He might not be as tall and built as the other, but as he stood there, he looked as if he was stepping on top of the world. He looked at the sky quietly. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, another person silently arrived to the mountain range. He was a person Su Ming had seen before on the screen of light, the old man sitting on the gigantic octopus. He was the rain general of the 4 generals of wind, rain, lightning, and fog. His old appearance was incredibly similar to Feng Li's. He arrived quietly and silently sat down beside Elder Feng. The two of them did not speak, just sat there as if they were waiting for Su Ming to make his choice. Time passed and even more people appeared behind them. These people were all old men and were all respectable personas in the Lishan family. They seldom ventured out on normal occasions, but now, they had all come to this place and were looking at Su Ming's back with complicated expressions on their faces. In the end, they chose to sit down and wait for him. Half a month later, nearly 100 people arrived and fixed their gazes on Su Ming's body. However, he could no longer sense it. He looked at the sky as he pondered about what Xianxia had seen in the past. Having watched the sky for half a month, Su Ming had seen a dozen-something cycles of the sun rising and setting, but he did not obtain his answer. When another half a month passed as he looked at the sky, he suddenly came to a realization while his mind was still in an absent-minded state. There was nothing in the sky. Xianxia had not been looking at the skyt, but was looking at himself, at his own heart. He was hesitating as he mulled over something. The competition between the gods of berserkers. Su Ming said softly, "But I don't want to compete." He looked at the sky. "If I don't want to compete and you still don't return in 2,000 years, then everything here will belong to me. Are you telling me that this is your choice? But why do I feel like everything about this is just an illusion? This isn't your real choice. In the end, you would choose to have me compete against you." Su Ming sighed. He slowly lowered his head and turned around to look at the nearly 100 berserkers who were thousands of feet behind him. He was looking at them and they were also looking at him. Both parties were silent. "Tell me, who is Berserker Seed number 3? Su Ming asked slowly. "A prodigy of the previous generation from 20,000 years ago, who is a heaven stealer from Divine Essence Star Ocean." The person who answered Su Ming was Elder Feng. "What about number 2? A cultivator from True Morning Tao World, who is among the forces of power from the 4 great true worlds keeping an eye over this place." Elder Yu said hoarsely. This was the first time he spoke, and wherever his voice traveled to, it would felt as if there was water vapor around there. Su Ming remained silent for a moment, then asked softly, "Who is number 1? The moment he said these words, Elder Feng and Elder Yu cast their gazes at him at the same time. However, since Su Ming was standing beside Xianxia's statue, their gazes also landed on it, but no one could tell if it was just a coincidence or not. Su Ming turned his head sideways to cast a glance at Xianxia's statue. Then he sighed softly. He understood now, and it could even be said that he understood everything completely. This was Xianxia giving him. No, perhaps it would be more accurate to say that he was giving all the gods of berserkers who would come to this place from their homeland a choice that was not a choice. Su Ming was number one, and Xianxia was also number one. This was a competition between the gods of berserkers. The victor could obtain the legacies of all berserker seeds to obtain a form of supremacy in the level of cultivation and from there lead all the berserkers to rise to power. This competition might not seem brutal, since there was no fight in it, let alone a battle to the death, just a search. If Su Ming found Xianxia, then he would win. If he could not, then he would lose. As for the time limit, it was 10,000 years. However, 8,000 years had already passed since then, so there were only 2,000 years left. The first god of berserkers, Xianxia, hesitated in the past because of the brutality of this competition between the gods of berserkers, and it's not something he wants. That's why he gave a time limit of 10,000 years. If a god of berserkers from his homeland arrived during the 10,000 years, then that god of berserkers would have a chance to win in this choice that is not really a choice. However, if no god of berserkers arrived during the 10,000 years, then he would take the place of the berserkers in Death region and bring upon a windstorm with which the berserkers would rise to power. Then what reason could it have made Xianxia believe that there would only be one god of berserkers from the land of berserkers? What reason could have pushed him to leave this path for his descendants? There is no reason for this, but he still did it. Su Ming closed his eyes, and the memory of the grief about Xianxia's statue appeared in his head. Perhaps there are plenty of answers hidden within that grief. Su Ming opened his eyes. He had already obtained his own answer. I will not compete against you, and neither will I search for you. I have my own path to take. Su Ming swung his arm and walked towards Elder Feng and the others. When he came over, the near 100 berserkers, including Elder Feng, stood up and looked at him with a complicated gaze. They were waiting for him to make his choice. Su Ming looked at these berserkers and at the old Elder Feng as well as Elder Yu. The moment he said that one word, his body suddenly froze, because he had suddenly thought of a possibility. This possibility made his words come to an abrupt halt. His pupils constricted before he turned around slowly to look at Xianxia's statue. Grief, hesitation, looking at the sky, contemplation, a choice that does not follow the conventions of logic. Are all of these truly that simple? The first god of berserkers, Xianxia, stood here in the past for 3 years, berserker seed number 1. As the near 100 berserkers waited for Su Ming to make his choice, he once again looked at Xianxia's statue. He slowly walked towards it again and looked at it in rapt concentration. He saw hesitation, grief, and contemplation. But when these 3 emotions were fused together, his heart trembled, because what he saw then was that Xianxia's expression seemed to contain a faint hint of anguish that was hidden incredibly deeply within him. Su Ming remained silent as he stood beside Xianxia's statue once again. He lifted his head and looked towards the sky. As time trickled by, 7 days went past, and hesitation appeared on Su Ming's face. This hesitation was one he intentionally brought about on himself. He was recollecting all his memories and fusing all instances when he hesitated in the past before having that emotion reflect on his face. Another 10 days passed, and in the mid of that hesitation, grief appeared. Once that wave of sadness fused together with the hesitation, Su Ming's expression looked incredibly complicated. Another half a month went by. Besides hesitation and grief, a third emotion appeared on Su Ming's face. It was contemplation. Only at that moment did he lift his head. When he looked at the sky, his voice could be heard for the first time after he had remained silent for a little over a month. Yuro, tell me, what is the first word that comes to your mind when you look at my face now? When said that, Yuro, who had been accompanying him all this while silently standing by his side, quietly and elegantly looked at his face. After a moment, she said softly, anguish and conflict. Su Ming's heart trembled. His eyes might have played tricks with him previously, which was why he had asked Yuro to verify for him, and with it, That the hint of anguish he saw on Xianxia's face was not a figment of his imagination. There was an expression of internal struggle within that anguish, but this expression was incredibly easy to understand. It could be understood as Xianxia not wanting the competition between the gods of berserkers to occur, but he had to do so, which was why there was anguish and conflict within him. However, there could also be another explanation to this. Perhaps there was another form of truth hidden within that back filled with anguish, and it was what Xianxia had wanted to convey to him in a not-so-straightforward manner. Su Ming fell silent. As his pupils constricted, he made sure his expression remained the same when he lifted his head to look at the sky. First god of berserkers Xianxia, what is it that you want to tell me? Let me see it. Su Ming continued looking at the sky as he allowed time to pass, allowed wind and rain to fall on him, and allowed the clouds in the sky to continue disappearing and reappearing ceaselessly as the world changed with the passage of time. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. The near 100 berserkers behind him had also discovered this strange aspect, especially Elder Feng and Elder Yu. The both of them cast a glance at each other, and their expressions turned incredibly solemn. Ever since the Duke of Crimson Flame had acknowledged Su Ming as his young master, he never let his side. At that moment he stood by him on guard against the people of Xianxia. He would not allow anyone to be of a threat to Su Ming. Yu Rou had always been an elegant person. Time continued passing, but she continued sitting quietly by the side as she looked at the sun rising and setting. As for the bald crane and the abyss dragon, the two of them had taken the forms of 2 big dogs. They had originally been lying about, but the bald crane had lost its patience and was able to convince the abyss dragon to run away with it a month ago. As of then, no one knew where they were, nor how the bald crane had managed to convince the dragon. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed as Su Ming continued standing beside Xianxia's statue in the mid of wind and rain. Even when the weather became cold and snow fell, he continued to stay unmoving, immersed in a state in which his mind was almost completely void of all thoughts as he looked at the sky and the clouds. When winter slowly passed and spring arrived to allow all manner of lives to come back to life, the clouds in the sky slowly increased in number, and Su Ming's body suddenly shuddered. He had been standing there for almost 10 months, and only at that moment did he tremble. As he did so, the berserkers behind him immediately cast their gazes on him. In fact, Elder Feng even lifted his head to look at the sky, but all he saw was clouds. There was nothing else besides that. Su Ming had his gaze trained on the sky. He could see clearly that at the instant the clouds in the sky intersected with each other, some changes occurred among them. It was as if they were trying to show something, but in the end, there was nothing. The shivers in his body gradually calmed down. He continued looking at the sky quietly, and time passed once again. In the blink of an eye, a little over a year passed, which meant that Su Ming had already stood beside Xianxia's statue on the mountain for 2 full years. During these 2 years, the Yu family became the master of Blackwater City and the strongest family in the planet, even though they had no masters of fate, lives, and death in the family. Even so, they still managed to become one of the 3 greatest families in the planet. During the course of these 2 years, Black Ink Planet organized plenty of auctions, and as people came and went, the planet bustled with activity. However, the area around Su Ming seemed to have been locked down since not a single person passed through during all that time. It was as if this place had turned into the forbidden grounds within Black Ink Planet. The 3rd year arrived, and it went by with spring, summer, autumn, and winter passing in sequence. When the sequence was over, it marked the 3rd year that Su Ming had stood on the mountain. On that day, Su Ming shuddered once again as the sun set. He moved with anguish and conflict on his face. He had been standing on the mountain and had never once blinked, just like what Xianxia had done. As of then, 3 full years had passed. He had not been able to see anything, but he had a feeling as if he had seen something. That feeling turned into the shivers when he closed his eyes. At the instant he closed his eyes, all the movements of the clouds rising and falling he had seen for the past 3 years appeared in his mind like fleeting smoke. He seemed to be seeing the same piece of sky in his head, But there were slight differences in terms of the changes in the clouds, and these slight differences were rapidly connected together in his head as they swiftly flashed through his memory. They formed 6 words. These 6 words had existed in the sky since the start, but 3 years were required to form them as the clouds in the sky continued changing. There was only one method to see these 6 words, and that was by watching the sky intently, just like what Su Ming had done. His stare had been focused intently on the clouds, branding all their changes into his mind. But only at the instant he closed his eyes would the words appear. Divine Essence Star Ocean, save me. Su Ming's heart trembled and he opened his eyes. Needless to say, what the 6 words said was a plea for help that was hidden behind Xianxia's back, which was filled with anguish and internal struggle. This plea for help was clearly something that no one else was supposed to know. In fact, it could be said that no one could not know about it, or else Xianxia would not have delivered his message in such a cryptic manner and spent 3 years to slowly change the clouds in the sky with his divine sense, so the changes in the sky would form a message that would allow the person who lifted his head to look at the sky. For 3 years to discover his cry for help. It was a distress call that came from 8,000 years ago. As Su Ming's heart trembled, he gained a new understanding towards the competition between the gods of berserkers Xianxia had mentioned. Before me, was there anyone else who came to this place and stood here for 3 years? Su Ming suddenly asked and turned around to look at Elder Feng and the near 100 berserkers behind him. No. Elder Feng shook his head. Prepare a map of Divine Essence Star Ocean for me. The more comprehensive it is, the better. Su Ming was silent for a moment after. Then after a long while, he sighed softly and said, I cannot ignore the first god of berserkers' cry for help for no other reason than respect towards him for the glorious life he led. This isn't difficult. We have always had an incredibly detailed map of Divine Essence Star Ocean, but there are plenty of changes within that galaxy, so there are always differences in the maps regarding that galaxy once every few hundred years. Still, Black Ink Auction, which is an auction held by various families working together once every few hundred of years, will be held 1 month later. At that time, the alien races from Divine Essence Star Ocean will come, and they will have with them a map that is even more detailed and has the changes within Divine Essence Star Ocean that have occurred over the past hundreds of years. Elder Feng said in a low voice after he cast Su Ming a deep look. Black Ink Auction? Su Ming's eyes sparkled. Will the people from the forces of power keeping an eye over this place come here? Since the past, the forces of power from the 4 great true worlds have sent someone to attend Black Ink Auction, Elder Feng answered. If Lai Shan family's forces could discover the details of my bounty, then could they find the list of those with incredibly great potential in the path of cultivation from the forces of power from the 4 great true worlds? Su Ming asked languidly. Elder Feng cast Su Ming a look, then turned his head around to look at Elder Yu, who was beside him. Very well. We will need about a month or so, Elder Yu said flatly. As he spoke, water vapor filled the air around him, bringing a haziness to the area around him. All members of Lai Shan family, all of your manpower within Black Ink Planet will now come under the 4th god of berserkers' name. You will need to listen to my orders, Su Ming said calmly as he stood beside Xianxia's statue and swept his gaze over the crowd. When his words left his mouth, the acknowledgement he had from the land of berserkers in his soul and the power of worship of the berserkers in the land of berserkers spread out from his body. This was the dignity of the god of berserkers. It was an invisible power that could make all berserkers chi tumble. The bodies of the near 100 berserkers trembled and they lowered their heads towards Su Ming. Elder Feng and Elder Yu remained silent for a moment, then wrapped their fists in their palms and bowed towards Su Ming. The voices of the people as they bowed together turned into one single voice that said, We greet the god of berserkers. Oh. 1 month swiftly passed. During it, Black Ink Planet was filled with a bustle of activity, since cultivators continuously arrived from the world outside. These people were mostly powerful warriors from sinful barren lands, and they had naturally come to Black Ink Planet for Black Ink Auction, which was only held once every couple hundred years. The Black Ink Auction was incredibly famous in the barren lands of Divine Essence. It was a large-scale auction in its truest sense, and every single time it was held, plenty of shocking treasures would appear. The alien races from Divine Essence Star Ocean would also send their people to the auction, and they would bring with them a large amount of strange items from the galaxy in exchange for necessities as well as treasures and cultivation methods that would only appear in the 4 Great True Worlds. The 4 Great True Worlds also placed an incredible amount of importance on Black Ink Planet's auction. Every single time it was held, plenty of true guards would come. In fact, there would even be representatives from each true world who would come to the planet to trade. Due to far too many cultivators arriving in the planet, preventing chaos became an incredibly great task. It would be taken by a group of guards formed by the powerful warriors from each family in the planet, and they made sure that no battles occurred during the auction. In fact, the protection rune in Black Ink Planet would also be fully activated during the entire process. Once any sign of disturbance appeared, the rune would immediately destroy the cause of the disturbance. Thankfully, the auction had been held plenty of times in the past, so everything progressed in an impeccable and orderly manner. Su Ming sat in a palace Yu family had built in Blackwater City after it became its owner. He sat at a spot from which he could see everything that was happening in the city. The 13 progenitors from the Yu family stood behind him respectfully. There was a jade slip placed in front of Su Ming. Lai Shankongjio stood beside him respectfully. That respect came from the bottom of his heart while he waited for Su Ming's orders. Lai Shankongjio had delivered the jade slip to Su Ming, and on it were the names of the prodigies from the forces of power from the 4 Great True Worlds. In fact, detailed descriptions of those who might possibly come to Black Ink Planet to participate in the auction were also recorded inside. Su Ming held onto the jade slip with a calm look on his face. Not a single change of expression could be detected on him, even if the very first name he saw on that jade slip was Yi Wang. Yi Wang, the person with the strongest potential over the course of numerous years in true Morning Dao world, because of which Morning Dao sect has placed an incredible amount of importance on him. He's known as the person who has the highest possibility of heading into Plain Culpa realm among the cultivators of his generation. He's also Hong Kong Zi's successor disciple, who is one of the Grand Sect elders in Morning Dao sect. Yi Wang had went with Dao Kong, a direct descent of Dao Chun, into the barren lands of divine essence. There is a high possibility that this person will come to Black Ink Planet. Dao Kong, a direct descendant of true Morning Dao world's Morning Dao sect. His potential in cultivation is incredibly shocking, and he can be considered to be among the top 10 in terms of creating his own force of power among the direct descendants of Morning Dao sect. This person is cautious in his actions, but he's fierce and ambitious. Most of the cultivators he gathers to his side are strong, and he means to bring Yi Wang to his side. Yi Wang had come to the barren lands of divine essence because Dao Kong had manipulated things so that it would happen this way. Most of Dao Kong's followers cannot come to the barren lands of divine essence, which is why he is at his weakest when he is here. However, he is bound to still have powerful warriors protecting him, and if it wasn't because this person had only been walking down the path of cultivation for a short period of time, he would have become one of the top 3 direct descendants of Dao Chun who have reached Ascendant Realm. Before Yi Wang appeared, he was known as the person with the best potential in Morning Dao sect. This person will definitely come to Black Ink Planet. Su Ming scanned through all the names on the jade slip with his Atman. When he looked through all of them once, he placed his attention on Yi Wang and Dao Kong. After a long while, he placed his full concentration on information about Dao Kong. Dao Kong! A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes before he retrieved his Atman. Then he slowly narrowed his eyes. When he made his decision to search for the first god of berserkers in Divine Essence Star Ocean, Su Ming had already decided to search for his 3rd clone as soon as possible. He needed clone who could gather up his cultivation base so that his level of cultivation could begin to rise. In fact, Su Ming was confident that once he found that clone, his cultivation base would be able to rise abruptly. He would then be able to reach World Plane Realm from his awkward state of being stuck in Heaven Cultivation Realm. When his 3 clones cooperated with each other, there was even a possibility that he could have his clone which focused on cultivation base reach the middle stage of World Plane Realm. At that time, with Su Ming's true strength, he would be able to gain an upper hand against those in the later stage of World Plane Realm even without bringing out his Akang clone. After all, the qi within the physical body of his clone, which practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole, had already reached the later stage of world plane realm. Because of this, if his cultivation base reached the middle stage of world plane realm, he would have earned the right to enter divine essence star ocean. If everything goes smoothly, then with the treasure that is peace arrives when the elephant is here, I will have the power to protect myself even if I run into those in lunar Kulpa realm. A freezing glare appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He chose Dao Kong because he harbored a grudge against Morning Dao sect, while the memory of Yi Wang's gaze filled with determination as he refused to admit defeat while he was in Wind Steam Tribe still remained in his mind. Su Ming looked at Lai Shan Kongjiu and said in a low voice, "Have all the manpower of Lai Shan family in Black Ink Planet keep close watch over Dao Kong. If he comes here, I want to know everything about it." Lai Shan Kongjiu's expression grew stern. Once he voiced his obedience, he bade his farewell and left. Once he left, Su Ming's orders spread through all the members of Black Ink Dao within all families in a discreet manner. An invisible net spread out in Black Ink Planet, and it was waiting for Dao Kong to arrive. At that moment, there were gigantic longships within the galaxy beyond Black Ink Planet. They were moving without any sound and were heading swiftly towards the auction. Judging by their speed, they would be able to enter Black Ink Planet's territory in a couple more breaths. Dao Kong sat on a big black chair while dressed in a sacred constellation robe. He had a wine cup in his hand, and while looking at the stars, he would occasionally take a sip from it. His expression was incredibly calm, and only a hint of a bright light occasionally shining in his eyes revealed his extraordinary bearing. He looked incredibly handsome, and the sacred constellation robe only served to make him look like a dragon amid people. There were 9 old men standing behind him quietly. These 9 old men all had their eyes shut, but there were shocking waves of power spreading out from within and around their bodies. "So you're saying that our prodigy Yi Wang left on his own?" Dao Kong smiled and released his grip around the wine cup. It plunged down towards the ground, but before it could crash down, a pearly white hand suddenly reached out from empty space and seized it. Appearing along with that hand was an incredibly alluring body, and it was followed by an incredibly beautiful and young married woman. That woman knelt down beside Dao Kong when she grabbed the wine cup. Then she smiled coquettishly at him. "He left alone 3 days ago," a cold voice said coolly from the area in front of Dao Kong and that woman. An indistinct figure could be seen there. That person's face could not be seen clearly, but based on the form, it could be deduced that the person was a woman. "Very well. During the past 1,000-something years, he has constantly refused to become my follower. The time for our return is almost up. Then, since he can't become my follower, I won't allow any of my other family members to be able to take him in either. Let's have him run into an accident in Black Ink Planet," Dao Kong said softly and lifted his right hand to caress the coquettish woman's chin. "I will only ensure your safety and will not help you do that sort of thing," the indistinct person said flatly. There was a hint of derision in her voice and a lack of embarrassment for speaking in such a manner towards Dao Kong, showing her complete lack of respect towards him. The young man seemed to be used to the woman speaking to him in such a manner. He only smiled faintly and looked towards the spot where she was. "Do not forget that you are a member of the Phoenix sect and your progenitor gave you to me for a wife. Do not forget that Phoenix sect will only carry out the tradition when you reach plain Kulpa realm," the woman stated flatly. There was a layer of distortions in the place where she was, and she no longer bothered herself with Dao Kong, turning around to leave. A chuckle escaped Dao Kong's lips. He held the chin of the woman beside him and looked at her beautiful face, especially her pointy ears, then gently pinched them. The woman winced in pain, but she did not dare to show a single hint of it. As Dao Kong increased the strength of his pinch, tears fell from the woman's eyes. "You came from the Phoenix sect as well. Have you ever met their sacred lady Bai Feng?" he asked in a light tone. The woman bit her bottom lip and shook her head. "Understandable. When you betrayed the Phoenix sect, Bai Feng had participated in the secret plan, so it's only natural that you didn't see her." Dao Kong smiled faintly. "I have never met her before either. There are 2 sacred ladies in Phoenix sect. One of them is Bai Feng, and the other is my wife Su Hui. It's a pity that Su Hui constantly has her face hidden, but sooner or later, I will be able to see her. The ancient inheritance from Phoenix sect will also belong to me. Dao Kong released the woman's ears and suddenly slapped her, sending her 100-something feet away. Get lost! The woman lowered her head, and her body slowly disappeared into the distance. The area immediately fell silent. The expressions of the 9 old men behind Dao Kong remained as impassive as ever. In fact, they did not even open their eyes, as if they were already used to Dao Kong's temperamental actions. Yi Wang, since you don't know how to appreciate what is good for you, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Dao Kong's expression became freezing cold, and he closed his eyes. I will complete the progenitor's request in Black Ink auction, which is to obtain enough resources by offering a spot to head to True Morning Dao World. Once I do this, it'll be fine even if Yi Wang dies. Several days later, the longships that belonged to Dao Kong gradually entered Black Ink Planet's territory. Dao Kong walked out of his room and stood at the bow of the ship with his hands behind his back and his hair over his shoulders. His sacred constellation robe shone with a light that was akin to the one emitted by rotating stars. Because of it, Dao Kong looked incredibly graceful at that moment. His handsome face filled with determination gave him a masculine beauty, and it had to be said that his current appearance was very fitting to his status. It was as if a large amount of kismet in the universe had gathered on his body, and he had the fortune to use quite a large portion of it, or else why would he be born as a direct descendant of Morning Dao sect, obtain a potential that was second to no one beside Yi Wang, and have an appearance that would make all those who saw him want to praise him? As he stood at the bow of the ship, the 9 old men stood behind him like shadows, but they had their eyes shut. However, with the help of starlight, a scene that could not be seen when they were in the room showed up. These 9 old men had their eyes shut, because they had been sewn tightly by thin threads. They looked like dolls whose eyes had been sewn shut. Black Ink Planet. Dao Kong smiled faintly as he looked at the indistinct planet in the distance. Slight anticipation grew in his heart, since this would be his final stop in the barren lands of divine essence. Once the auction ended, he would leave. He would no longer need to stay around here to keep an eye over this place. Instead, he could use the exit and head back to True Morning Dao World. By his side was the young married woman with pointy ears and a coquettish appearance. She stood there quietly with blank eyes. There was not a hint of emotion in them, and she looked like a puppet as well. There was a collar around her neck with 19 runic symbols on it. They were branded into the collar and appeared as bumps. Occasionally, they would shine, spreading out a freezing chill that could cause people's hearts to freeze. Longships moved through the galaxy like fish in water, stirring up layers of ripples around them as they got increasingly closer to Black Ink Planet. Once they had traveled through the area that belonged to Black Ink Planet for about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a sharp whistle rose in front of them. Along with that whistling sound came a pride of strange, lion-like beasts with 2 heads. As they roared, they traveled forward in a group that consisted of hundreds of them. A cultivator could be found sitting on each of the creatures' backs. These cultivators were dressed similarly and their eyes shone with brilliant light, creating a stark contrast against the thin and pathetic physiques of the other people outside Blank Ink Planet in sinful barren lands. They were alert and full of energy, but showed not a single hint of respect towards the forces of power from the 4 great true worlds keeping an eye over the barren lands of divine essence. Instead, they used a calm attitude to greet all those who came to the planet. Who goes there? Say your name. How preposterous! We are the forces of power from the 4 great true worlds. How dare you criminals not bow and worship us? The arrogance contained in this voice was incredibly great, and a cold snort soon followed from one of the longships. The cultivators from Black Ink Planet smiled to each other when they heard these words, but their expressions soon became steely cold. Every single time they held Black Ink auction, these sort of ignorant fools would appear. This was related to their experience in being true guards. After all, around the barren lands of divine essence, the cultivators in all planets besides Black Ink Planet and Divine Essence Star Ocean were incredibly respectful when they saw them. With the system of the true guards from the 4 great true worlds changing shifts, it was not surprising for those not knowing the rules to appear. The leader of the cultivators from Black Ink Planet was an old man. He rolled his eyes before he speaking in a cold voice. "Bring out your invitations. We are in charge of the first inspection. If you do not have an invitation, then we will kill you as we would any invaders. You're just mere cultivators of black ink." The cultivator who had snorted coldly just then in his longship was about to continue speaking, but his words were swiftly cut short. Immediately after, a gentle voice came from the longships, and an old man with a kindly and gentle face walked out. "My subordinate has been ignorant. Fellow Taoists from Black Ink Planet, I hope that you will not mind. We are from True Morning Tao World, and in response to the invitation for Black Ink Auction, we have come forth to attend the auction. This is our invitation." The old man brought out a jade slip from his bosom with a smile before he let go of his grip. The jade slip immediately charged towards the cultivators from Black Ink Planet. Once the old man who stood at the head caught it, he cast it a few scrutinizing glances before returning it and leading the hundreds of cultivators behind him to separate into 2 dies so as to make way for the group. The old man with the kind and gentle face wrapped his fist in his palm as thanks towards the people before he returned to his longship with a smile on his face. Soon, Dao Kong's vast fleet of longships headed into the distance through the path the cultivators from Black Ink Planet had cleared for them. "Immediately notify our progenitor that the people from True Morning Tao World arrived. By the looks of it, Dao Kong should be among them as well, but we don't know the details." The old man leading the group of cultivators from Black Ink Planet narrowed his eyes. As a barely noticeable glint appeared in them, he sent a thought to the cultivator standing next to him. That cultivator immediately moved and turned into a long arc that disappeared without a trace. After a moment in Black Ink Planet, Lai Shankongjou once again arrived in the room in which Su Ming stayed. He stopped before him respectfully and bowed down. "My lord, the group from True Morning Tao World has arrived. They are currently beyond Black Ink Planet and are going through all the layers of inspection. We have already verified that Dao Kong is among one of the longships. He has 9 old men beside him, and they all have outstanding power. They should be at the peak of the middle stage of World Plane Realm, and judging by their looks, they seem to be skilled in coordinating their attacks. They should have a rune with them. Besides these 9 people, Dao Kong also brought 3,000 other cultivators. Each of them has outstanding power, and they should all be warriors who do not fear death. Also, according to our investigations, Dao Kong has run into 2 incredibly perilous situations over the 1,000-something years he was in the barren lands of divine essence. These dangers should have come from other true worlds, and one of them was something that would be impossible to survive through if he was not in the later stage of World Plane Realm, while the other would have surely brought death to all who were not above Lunar Culpa Realm. However, during both times, he managed to survive without getting injured. Hence we suspect that there is a cultivator who is at the very least in Lunar Culpa Realm hidden by his side. As for Yi Wang, who you have asked us to pay attention to, he came alone to Black Ink Planet yesterday and is staying in Worldly Star City at the moment. All his actions are monitored by us. Lai Shankongjou reported in a low voice. Once he finished speaking, he hesitated for a moment, as if he wanted to say something else, but then decided not to continue. Su Ming was meditating with his eyes closed. Once he finished listening to Lai Shankongjou's words, he slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was profound, preventing others from telling what he felt at the moment. "Continue," he said flatly. Lai Shankongjou smiled awkwardly and lowered his head, then quickly said, My lord, those 2 pets of yours. The black and yellow dogs? I've also investigated them. They are currently also in Worldly Star City, and they got themselves an illustrated book from someplace. There are plenty of weird things drawn in there. Also, the yellow dog is skilled in transformation. He has turned himself into an old man. He took that illustrated book and has been proclaiming all over the place that the items in the book are the items that will be put on auction. Quite a large number of these have been sold off during the past half a year." Lai Shankongjou smiled wryly and brought out an illustrated book from his bosom and placed it before Su Ming respectfully. Su Ming picked up the book and flipped through it. As he did so, a frown gradually appeared between his brows. Once he finished flipping through the book, he let out a cold harumph and placed the book by his side. Those pictures were not the items that were going to be put on auction, since some of them were Su Ming's own enchanted treasures. However, the information and descriptions in the book were mostly of no relevance to the items themselves. In fact, there were even some illustrations of enchanted treasures that once belonged to the enemies Su Ming had fought against. That was half a year ago. What did they do before that? Su Ming lifted his head and cast a glance at Lai Shankongjio. This is, ahem. I have never seen such intelligent pets in my life. Half a year ago, they became Hua family's guests in Worldly Star City. A year ago, they built an auction hall in Ink Kirin City. 18 months ago, they became friends with Li Long, which is the dragon in Blackwater City's swamp, and took away with them some of its scales. 2 years ago, several small families in Black Ink Planet worked together to kill them. 30 months ago, they organized a formal marriage interview. The yellow dog turned into an incredibly beautiful woman, and then they blended themselves into several small families, and with all sorts of despicable methods, they looted an endless amount of crystals. 3 years ago, when they had just left your side, they found a small crystal mine that belonged to a small family. Su Ming was stunned as he listened to all the exploits. As Lai Shankongjio continued recounting the tale, he could not help but have the non-malicious envy and admiration in his heart seep into his words. In fact, once Elder Feng learned about this, he let out a long sigh and said that if they had been in Black Ink Planet before us, then they might have become Black Ink Planet's true masters by now. When Lai Shankongjio said these words, he cast Su Ming an odd look. Su Ming remained silent. After some time, he let out a dry cough and said, "Make arrangements for Dao Kong to enter Blackwater City, and we will act according to plan." Understood. Lai Shankongjio immediately bowed to him, then got up and left. Once Lai Shankongjio left, Su Ming's room immediately fell silent, and his expression instantly turned dark. He picked up the illustration book and looked at it carefully. When he thought of Lai Shankongjio talking about the things that the bald crane and the abyss dragon had caused during the past 3 years, he could not help but smile wryly in resignation. Yuro was by his side. For the first time since she followed Su Ming, her elegant expression changed. She covered her mouth as if she was trying to hold back her laughter. But in the end, her body started quivering uncontrollably and her laughter echoed in the air. "Young master, it is said that pets are like their masters. I wonder if this is true for you." Yuro chuckled softly and cast Su Ming a glance. This was the first time she saw him smiling wryly in resignation. That big yellow dog of mine should have the figures of a number of women in its memories, but based on what I understand of it, those figures from the distant past should have already become faded images in its head. Then whose form do you think it would have taken for that marriage interview? Su Ming asked faintly. Once those words left his mouth, Yuro's expression changed, and a murderous aura instantly appeared in her beautiful eyes. Su Ming stood up and swung his arm to adjust his sleeves before he walked towards the door. The auction was just around the corner, and the plan was going to be set in motion at any moment. Before that, he would go and check on the bald crane and the abyss dragon, then would go to Worldly Star Planet to see an old friend of his. Yi Wang. Worldly Star Planet was a city with a beautiful name. It would usually cause people to think of a region that was akin to a starry sky the first time they heard of the city. Yet, in truth, this was a desert. This so-called city was really just an oasis in the desert, a place with fresh water surrounded by tents. This was Worldly Star City during the day, a desert whose end could not be seen. The oases, which looked like embellishments, made it seem as if the desert still had some form of life. Quite a large number of cultivators could be seen meditating or moving in and out of the tents. This did not seem like a city, but was more like a gigantic and disorderly market. The scorching sun sent heat to the ground, and even the sand was blazing hot. In this vast land, no end could be seen, so no one could feel boxed in. But if they stared into the distance for a prolonged period of time, they would still become agitated. Because of this, Worldly Star City was also commonly known as the City of Frustration during the day. However, when night fell, everything in the area would become like a mirage. Every little thing would be different, and the change was so great that the person who saw it for the first time would be left greatly astonished. When it was night, the sky was bright with brilliant starlight. After being trapped in heat for an entire day, the sand looked like it had melted, revealing large stones that stood in an orderly manner on the ground. There was also a watery blue screen that looked like an illusion spread over the land. Anyone who stood on it would feel a refreshing sensation under their feet, as if they were stepping on fresh water. The tents shone with a light that gave the area a quiet and serene feel, as if the light from the sky had gathered on the ground and turned into solid, triangular structures. At the top of the tents were pillars of light that rose into the sky, and the number of tents corresponded with the number of light pillars. The pillars of light looked like they were connected to the sky. As they intersected with each other, they formed silver streams that connected them together as well as the sky and earth. These silver streams functioned as lines that formed illusory palaces in the dark sky. There were endless palaces that looked like they were illusions but also looked incredibly real. If someone walked over and touched them with their hands or used their divine senses to perceive them, they would find that the palaces really existed. In this seemingly boundless desert, when night arrived, walls would appear out of nowhere and surround the area. It would seem as if the place had turned into a city which existed in the mortal world and was home to emperors. If anyone looked from the sky, they would find that the silver streams and palaces formed an incredibly beautiful picture. That picture was like the sky that could only exist in heaven, and was beautiful without equal. Those who looked from the sky would find themselves looking at the same sight as those who looked from the ground. As the streams of light intersected with each other, they formed a picture in which the stars and the world existed in the same level and formed the city that was known as Worldly Star City. During the night, Worldly Star City was incredibly lively. Plenty of cultivators came and went all around, and this city could be said to even be a little more prosperous than Blackwater City. Right then, since Black Ink auction was just around the corner, the number of cultivators present had also increased. Su Ming walked amid the crowd. Behind him was Yu Rou, who followed him with the veil covering her features. Her face remained cold and aloof all along the way to the city, but the murderous aura in her eyes was incredibly great. Every single time she thought of the big yellow dog changing into her appearance and marrying someone, even she who was always quiet and elegant could not help but pull her hair out in frustration. If Su Ming had not been around, she would have sent her divine sense outwards a long time ago to search for the two dogs at any cost. Have you heard about it? The dual fiends, the crane and the black, have appeared again. As the two of them walked forward, Su Ming's expression suddenly changed. He turned his head and looked into the distance. There was an inn in that direction, and there was a clamor coming from there. Inside the establishment there was a table, and around it were 3 cultivators who were talking to each other with enraged expressions. Damn it! Do you mean that big yellow dog and the woman who called herself Grandpa Crane? That's right. Who else could I be talking about? That woman who calls herself Grandpa Crane is definitely an androgynous human, or else why would she call herself Grandpa Crane? She was the one who brought that despicable yellow dog with her in the past, and several dozens of small families were enraged because of them. Brother Wong, I remember that you also attended that marriage interview, didn't you? Don't ever mention it again. That woman is my mortal enemy. But honestly speaking, that woman does indeed have an incredibly beautiful face. I saw her once. If she wasn't that beautiful, it would have been impossible for the direct descendants of several dozen families to go mad for her. It's said that there were even a few of them who did everything they could to see her up close and become familiar with her. Humph, your news is outdated. Based on what I know, several people indeed saw her and became close to her, and after that they were all completely head over heels for her, or else why would the dual fiends have been able to take away so many crystals? I saw that woman before as well. She is definitely a woman of absolute beauty. She's so beautiful. So why is she doing things like this? She could just go to any middle-tier family, and all of them would take her in. In fact, even the greatest families here would value such a gorgeous woman highly. If she practiced seduction arts, she would definitely become incredibly powerful. As Su-Ming listened, his expression became strange, and he glanced at Yu Rou sideways. At that moment, she was already so angry that she was trembling, and the murderous aura in her eyes had become incredibly thick. In fact, the area around her was now freezing cold. She took a swift step forward and turned into a wisp of green smoke that appeared in the inn. Su-Ming smiled wryly, but did not stop her. He saw Yu Rou stepping into the inn, and at the instant she moved in, the place instantly turned cold, so she immediately attracted everyone's attention. When the people saw Yu Rou, who still had a veil over her face, they were stunned for a moment, but some of them soon sported drastic changes to their expressions. In fact, some of them even stood up swiftly to stare intently at her with slight uncertainty on their faces. It was especially so for the three people who had been talking among themselves just moments ago. Their expressions were slowly twisting as they stared at her. A burst of hatred that could burn the sky rose up swiftly. However, it was suppressed within as it turned into a hint of uncertainty. Yu Rou looked at the people's expressions around her and immediately felt great dismay. She had originally harbored a hint of doubt in her heart that it might not be her they were talking about, but most of it had disappeared at that moment. Yet she was still slightly unwilling to accept reality, which was why she decided to lift her veil right in front of the crowd. When she revealed her beautiful face and all the people saw it, enraged roars rose up like a windstorm in the inn. The dual fiends, the crane and the black. It's the dual fiend. Damn it! How dare you appear here? Return to me my crystals. Those are my crystals. I was prepared to buy an enchanted treasures with those crystals. Why you? I will not rest until you die. Crazed roars echoed in the air, and there were quite a large number of cultivators who rushed out to attack her. The murderous aura in Yu Rou's eye instantly reached its strongest. She no longer had a single hint of doubt within her. That damned yellow dog had taken her appearance. In fact, even the waiter in the inn had bloodshot eyes when he saw her. He brought an axe from some place and charged towards her while growling, "Damn it! It's you! You're the one who cheated me off my crystals." When Yu Rou saw the cultivators rushing towards her, she lifted her hand and swung it outwards. All the cultivators' bodies in the inn froze, then tumbled backwards. Banging sounds echoed in the air, and all the cultivators coughed up blood as they fell back. And this was after Yu Rou had forced down her killing intent. With a cold harumph, she turned around and walked out of the inn before disappearing without a trace. In fact, she did not even bother about Su-Ming. Instead, once she walked out of the inn, she immediately spread her divine sense outwards, sweeping through the entire worldly star city in search for the two dogs whom she could not wait to kill 1,000 times. Su-Ming smiled wryly and shook his head. He saw Yu Rou scanning the entire city with her divine sense for a moment, then moving towards the distance in the form of a long arc with murderous aura raging around her. Once he saw this, he sighed and followed after her. In a corner of worldly Star City was an old man putting on a solemn air. As he stroked his beard, he looked at the two middle-aged men before him with a grin on his face. "Ahem, my fellow Taoists. I can only let you see the first 3 pages in the illustrated book. If you want to take the entire thing with you, then you will need to pay me 500 crystals," the old man said in a slow and calm manner. There was a big yellow dog lying sprawled by his feet, and it was glaring at the two middle-aged men. Occasionally, it would let out a threatening low growl, as if it wanted to rush forward to rip apart the two men. Every single time its anger was about to reach its most ferocious state, the old man would kick it, and the yellow dog's rage would diminish slightly. After a moment, the two middle-aged men took the illustrated book and left, and the old man counted the crystals once again. A smug expression appeared on his face, then he lowered his head and said to the yellow dog, "I've already told you plenty of times that you should only be fierce when you need to, and when you shouldn't be fierce, you must be gentle. Why you, fine. This time, I'll take away 1/3 of your profits." "How dare you?" The big yellow dog immediately stood up like a man and glared at the old man fiercely. The old man immediately put a smile on his face and walked forward to hug the yellow dog. "Ha ha! Us dudes. Ack. Don't bite me. Fine, the both of us, okay? The both of us. The both of us can settle this easily among ourselves. I won't cut your profits. All right? The old man swung his arm over the dog's shoulder, and a thick, uncouth air immediately appeared around its body. I'm telling you, we have to occasionally show up as the dual fiends. The crane and the black. Only then will we continue to be popular. This identity is very good for us, you know? The more popular we are, the more shock we will create whenever we go out. The old man cackled in a low voice and walked away with the yellow dog. Yet he only took a couple steps when his body suddenly trembled, and he quickly cast a sideways glance at the yellow dog. When he saw that the yellow dog still looked the same as usual, various thoughts immediately raced in its head. Its cultivation base has been damaged badly, and it's normal that it didn't manage to notice it. Ahem. Big brother Abyss Dragon? The old man immediately lowered his back, making it seem as if the dog was his superior. The yellow dog was taken aback by this scene. The old man bent his back even more, and with an obsequious look, he started saying in a submissive and soft-spoken manner, "Honestly, I have always had a question in my mind. Big brother Abyss Dragon. You see, I've always been very cautious and attentive in my work when I was with you during the past 3 years. So why don't you tell me something?" Before the yellow dog could speak, the old man continued, "About that, why did you force me to become the beautiful, gentle, kind, unparalleled, adorable big sister Yuro who has my utmost respect from the bottom of my heart and whom I think is 1,000,000,000 times more brilliant than that Su Ming? You must know that I have always regretted this in the depths of my heart for the past 3 years. In fact, it's something that's been tormenting me. I didn't want to turn into her. But you, why did you force me to change into her?" When finished, the old man crouched down and wrapped his hands around his head before he started crying in misery. The yellow dog was stunned speechless. At that moment, a chilling air filled the remote area, and within it a voice could be heard. It sounded like a volcano about to erupt. Dual fiends. The bald crane shuddered, and it wept even more forlornly. As it wept, it began shouting and screaming loudly. "Big brother Abyss Dragon, Wawayu. You knew that I had lived a bitter life during the past 3 years. I always felt that I had let big sister Yuro down. So why did you have to force me? I know that your master is Yu Xian, and she has an ambiguous relationship with Su Ming. That's why you found big sister Yuro disagreeable. With this in mind, you forced pitiful old me to listen to your words, but I didn't want this to happen. I remember now, you changed in big sister Yuro as well." If the yellow dog still did not understand what was going on, then it would have wasted all it had experienced in its life. It might be heavily injured and not as cunning and quick-witted as the bald crane, but how could it not understand that the damned bald crane was pushing all the responsibility on it? Especially when that chilling and sinister voice was still echoing in the air. There was even a woman walking towards them threateningly with a monstrous murderous aura. "Damn you, bald crane!" The yellow dog roared in anger and kicked the bald crane, who let out a shrill scream of pain and fell backwards as it coughed up a huge mouthful of blood. When it fell on the ground, it struggled a few times, like it was about to breathe its last. Then, it turned its head with great effort to look at the woman walking towards them. "Big sister, I'm sorry." Once it finished speaking, its eyes rolled back, and it stopped moving. "I'll fight you to the bitter end." The big yellow dog's face was filled with grief, and as if it had gone mad, its body transformed, and it turned into an abyss dragon that was several times smaller than its regular size. However, there were numerous wounds on its body, and it did not even have a dragon tendon, so it exuded a miserable air even after it had transformed back. In fact, there were even some wounds on its body that started bleeding because they had been torn apart by the dragon's agitation. This appearance was enough to make all people's expressions change. The dragon rushed forward and charged towards Yuro. But when it was in the air, it suddenly started laughing brokenly. Blood gushed out from many of its wounds at the same time, and its body plunged down from the air. When it fell on the ground, it coughed up a lot of blood. "Master, You told me to flee before you fell asleep and ordered me to not change into an abyss dragon again, because I have been wounded too badly. If I changed back, I would surely die. I listened to you and changed into a yellow dog. But now, since I cannot escape death, then I will die as an abyss dragon. Even if I die, I will be an abyss dragon of the world. In its anguish, the abyss dragon trembled, and the aura of death instantly filled its body. It started swiftly rotting away, and then the dragon closed its eyes and breathed its last. Yu, who was seething with monstrous anger and murderous aura from her desire to kill the two fiends, paused in her footsteps. Stunned, she looked at the bald crane and the abyss dragon with a dumbfounded gaze. This scene was completely out of her expectations. She had not thought that everything would end in such a manner. In fact, she was a little unclear as to who exactly had taken her form. She had very clearly heard that the yellow dog was skilled in transformation, but based on what she saw right then, the yellow dog seemed to be very honest and well-behaved. With her level of cultivation, she could tell with just one glance that the abyss dragon had truly died. Its body and soul had been destroyed because it had been injured too badly, and when the dragon returned to its real form, it could no longer bear with the wounds and died. This was real. It was not fake. The density of the aura of death and the decay on its body made Yu slightly unable to think. In a daze, she turned her gaze towards the bald crane, which had entered an even more advanced stage of death. She could not help but recall the bald crane's words before it died. The words of regret that sounded incomparably sincere and exuded an honest repentance. They left her in a daze. The abyss dragon's dignified death-seeking act also left Yu slightly envious of its master. How could this be? Yu had brought with her rage and murderous aura, but now, all those emotions had turned into something she couldn't describe. In silence, she stood where she was for a long time before sighing, then turning around and leaving. When she left, the abyss dragon and the bald crane's carcasses continued decaying, as if the endless passage of time had increased its flow by several times for a short amount of time at the moment they died. Su Ming walked out from the darkness and stood beside the bald crane and the abyss dragon's carcasses, then sighed. Yu might have outstanding power and had lived for a long time, but her experiences in life could not compare to Su Ming's. The ups and downs she experienced in her life were also something that she could not hope to compare to his struggles. Besides, she did not understand the bald crane. Su Ming, however, did, and so much so that this understanding towards the crane had already been etched into his soul. He looked at the two carcasses on the ground and shook his head. Quite a realistic performance. He smiled wryly, then turned around and left. At the same time, two middle-aged men wearing straw hats and long robes strode around through another corner of worldly Star City. If anyone looked at the faces underneath the straw hats, they would find that one of them had an uncouth look, while the other had an incredibly dignified expression on his face. But in the depths of that dignified expression was a hint of an uncouth expression that corrupted that dignified look. Heh. Isn't the great-grandpa Crane amazing? You're amazing. Isn't the great-grandpa Crane awesome? You're awesome. Haha. That lassie Yu didn't expect that we've thought about this when we pretended to be her in the past. Heh. I threw her off. My plan will be called throwing Yu off. One of the 3 scales our boss Li Long gave us can hide our presence so that we won't be discovered, while the other 2 can turn into our clones. Unless the person's level of cultivation surpasses our boss Li Long's, then it would be impossible for them to notice us. Heh, I'm smart, right? Let me tell you, we had to occasionally show up as the dual fiends because of this day. Look, the matter is settled now, isn't it? But Baldy, I've been meaning to ask you this. Why are we known as the dual fiends? The crane and the black. It should be the dual fiends. The crane and the yellow, right? Ahem. Let's not talk about this for now. Xiao Huang, you reacted a little too slowly just then. When I addressed you as Big Brother Abyss Dragon, you were stunned for a moment. Even though you were supposed to be stunned based on what we've rehearsed, you've been stunned for too long. It was too fake. Also, I remember that the final, I'll fight you to the bitter end, wasn't in the rehearsal. Why you? Do you know that improvising is really dangerous? Oh well, based on our agreement in the past, I helped you ruin her reputation. Now, you have to work together with me and give me all your crystals. You also promised me that all your treasures in the Emperor of Abyss True World will be mine. The two middle-aged men were naturally the bald crane and the abyss dragon. The bald crane's transformation art was strong enough to transform the abyss dragon into all sorts of shapes. At that moment, as the two of them mumbled to each other, they walked into the distance. However, in the mid of their excitement, they did not notice that Su Ming was watching them from the distance with a wry smile on his face. In the dark night when the stars and moon hung high in the sky, the bald crane and the abyss dragon left. Yu, too, left to an unknown direction, bringing with her all her complicated emotions. Su Ming was by himself now, only accompanied by the Duke of Crimson Flame, who had turned into a totem on his arm. He shook his head and turned around, walking unhurriedly through the silver streams of worldly Star City. Occasionally, some cultivators would pass by him. There would always be some who would lower their heads when they saw him and put on barely noticeable expressions of respect. Some of these people were members of the Lishan family, and some of them were people who had affiliated themselves to berserkers. They might not know Su Ming, but they could sense the vague mighty pressure aimed towards berserkers coming from him. Besides, due to Su Ming's status, he was secretly protected by members of the Lishan family and other berserkers wherever he went in Black Ink Planet. These people were in all corners of Worldly Star Planet. In fact, the Hua family within Worldly Star Planet was also under strict surveillance. They had obtained some hints that left their progenitor so shocked that he came out from isolation to personally issue an order to all members of his family that they were forbidden from venturing outside. The powerful warriors within the family then were on constant alert, telling all the guests within the Hua family to not go out of their rooms on that night. The lesson of Tai Ci family had made them unwilling to provoke any people they couldn't afford to provoke or offend anyone they should not offend due to some accident. After the time it takes for 2 incense sticks to burn, a man walked towards Su Ming. He paused for an instant when he was beside Su Ming and respectfully handed him a jade slip. There was a hint of a zealous look in his eyes, but just as he was about to bid his farewell and leave, Su Ming said faintly, "I like peace and quiet." The man immediately voiced his obedience and left respectfully. Su Ming cast his gaze on the jade slip, reading the mark of where Yuang was staying at that moment. Once Su Ming cast a glance at it, he crushed the jade slip and walked slowly towards his lodgings. Gradually, the number of cultivators before him decreased, and in time, not a single cultivator could be seen in the silver streams he stepped. Compared to the loud hubbub in the other silver streams, the path Su Ming took was incredibly quiet. However, no one paid any attention to this place. For if they did, someone would immediately move forward from the dark and monitor their every moment. But Su Ming did not pay any attention to this. He liked peace and quiet, and hence, the Lishan family gave him peace and quiet. Su Ming continued walking for an hour. He was not in a hurry, and he continued walking until a tower appeared in front of him. This was an inn liked by all cultivators. There was an individual rune in every single room which filled them with spiritual aura. At this point in time, the place should have been incredibly lively, but right then, the inn was silent. Not a single person could be found in the hall. In fact, the near 100 rooms that had originally been filled with cultivators had been completely emptied, except for one Yuang's. The silence around him created a stark contrast with bustle of activity that could be heard from the distance. With a calm expression, Su Ming walked to the door of the inn, went up the stairs, strolled to the end of the second floor, and stopped in front of a room. He lifted his hand, placed it on the door, and knocked on it lightly. "Knock! Knock! Knock! Sir, you sent away all the cultivators in this place and made it so that not a single sound could be heard within a circular area of 100 lis. If you can do such a thing in this lively worldly star city when Black Ink auction is just around the corner, then you are definitely someone of status and power. There is no need for someone like you to knock on my door when you are outside my room." A cold and aloof voice said from the room. Not a single hint of emotion could be heard in it. Su Ming smiled faintly and said in a light tone, How could I barge into an old friend's room? When he said these words, the room immediately fell silent. After a long while, the door to swung open silently, and a gaze filled with complicated emotions as well as disbelief fell on Su Ming from the person sitting by the table. It's been a long while. Su Ming had not said those words. Instead, it was said by the young man in white in a voice filled with mixed feelings. Su Ming saw that he was sitting beside the table when the door to his room opened without a sound. The young man looked quite handsome. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. There was a pride about him that seemed to come straight from his soul, and it was one that could not be dispelled. He was the same as how Su Ming had seen him the first time. He had that lonely but prideful air about him back then, and now it was still the same. He was like a sharp sword that was about to be drawn out from its scabbard, existing in a state of equilibrium in which his brilliance was shown to the world, but in which he also kept some of that brilliance within himself. This demeanor was enough to make all cultivators who saw Yi Wang unable to help themselves but to look upon him and pay attention to him. This was Yi Wang, the prodigy with the greatest potential in tens of thousands of years of immortal history. He was highly valued by Morning Dao sect and taken in as a successor disciple by the sect elder. He was the pride of the immortals, which was just like what he held within himself. He lived his life with that pride and his loneliness as his companion. His pride was born from his loneliness, and his loneliness was due to him being too outstanding, because no one by his side could compare to him. In Yi Wang's mind, the only thing that remained after all that he experienced in his life was a teenager he saw in the land of berserkers after he participated in the plan in the past. That had been the first time Yi Wang had fought to a tie against someone, and it could even be said that he had lost during that time. With his pride, there was only losing and winning in his life. There was no such thing as reaching a tie with someone else. When he was in the barren lands of divine essence, he saw Su Ming once again. But he did not provide anyone with this piece of information. This was a secret hidden at the bottom of his heart. In fact, when Su Ming was forced into Western Ring Nebula's foreign land, Yi Wang had gone to the periphery and watched it quietly for a long period of time. He had no grudge against Su Ming, but there was an obsession in his heart. That obsession was born from his pride, and that was why he wanted to kill Su Ming personally, to wipe off the traces of him ever reaching a tie with someone else from the same generation. This obsession was also because of his loneliness. In his solitary and dull life, he believed there to only be one person who had the right to be his friend, but he had a limited understanding of that particular word. "It's been a long while," Su Ming said softly and walked into the room, going in front of Yi Wang and sitting down. There was a table between them, and there was wine on that table. Yi Wang had brought it out to drink alone. Su Ming looked at Yi Wang. This person was a man who had been the center of attention in what happened in the past. But it did not matter where he was. He looked as if he was used to being the center of attention all the time. No matter if someone judged in terms of power, potential, or even appearance, he looked as if he was loved by the universe. This was a similarity he shared with Dao Kong, but there was still a difference between the two of them. One was cold and the other sinister. Su Ming picked up the pot of wine and poured a full cup for himself and another for Yi Wang. He gently picked his wine cup up and looked at Yi Wang. The man was silent. The complicated emotions in him had yet to disappear. He looked at Su Ming, and after a long time had passed, he too picked up his wine cup. "This cup is for the first time we met each other as berserkers." Su Ming finished the wine in one gulp. Yi Wang quietly finished the wine, and once he placed the cup by the side, the complicated emotions in his eyes became even greater. He looked at Su Ming and did not speak for a long period of time. Su Ming, too, did not speak. The two of them sat quietly in the room. It was silent all around them. Not a single sound could be heard. It was as if this region had been wiped off from worldly Star City. When the time taken for 2 incense sticks to burn passed, Yi Wang sighed softly. "You've changed a lot. The first time we met, you did not know what your preordained fate was. The second time we met, we were already in the barren lands of divine essence. You've also changed a lot. Right now, you're already in the middle stage of world plane realm, and by the looks of it, you will only need another 1,000 years before you reach completion in it. An ancient look slowly appeared on Su Ming's face, one that even he did not notice himself. Yi Wang was already at the middle stage of world plane realm. With this sort of cultivation, it could be said that he had fully brought out his potential. Yi Wang had not been walking down the cultivation for a long time. Without many years behind him, he had reached the middle stage of world plane realm with just his own abilities. This was something Su Ming could not hope to compare. If he did not have his Ikang clone and the clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole. In fact, if Su Ming was not an abyss builder, then at that moment he would perhaps not even have the right to sit in front of Yi Wang. After all, Su Ming's true level of cultivation was just at the peak of heaven cultivation realm. Even if he worked much harder than Yi Wang, even if he went through more hardships, and even if the things he had to give up far surpassed the amount Yi Wang had to give up since everything had gone off smoothly for him, it wouldn't matter. Sometimes, potential was something that could not be overcome no matter how much blood, sweat, and tears a person shed to try and surpass someone talented. Not small, Compared to you, my speed of training is still too slow. Yi Wang picked up the pot of wine. Once he filled his and Su Ming's wine cups, he swallowed the contents of his cup in one gulp. I have always believed that the world is fair. The weak will remain weak. No matter how hard they will train, they will never become powerful. As for the strong, they will become stronger and continue until they reach the peak. This is the structure of the world I understand. Your potential is very average, but you manage to walk in front of me. Is this what they mean when they say that the dumb bird flies first? Yi Wang poured another cup and drank. Even though his pride and his personality did not allow him to fit in with other people, his final sentence contained a hint of provocation. Su Ming smiled faintly. He picked up his wine cup and drank from it. A profound look appeared in his eyes. This so-called the dumb bird flies first is a huge cosmic lie and a joke, because there are far too many average people in the world. We need a form of consolation and motivation. This lie is a form of happiness, a beautiful thing that brings joy and allows a person to willingly immerse themselves in it, until they can no longer free themselves. I am indeed a dumb bird. I don't have that shocking talent of yours which makes you the center of attention wherever you go. This is the meaning of unfair, Su Ming said after he put down his cup. Yi Wang fell silent. A contemplative look appeared in his eyes. After a long while, he cast his gaze outside the window. You have indeed stepped in front of me. This has nothing to do with being fair or unfair, but I'd like to hear what sort of enlightening remarks you have about this so-called fairness in the universe. Yi Wang shook his head, and his gaze fell on Su Ming's face once again. His eyes were bright, as if there were emotions causing them to shine. He was an incredibly calculative man. Since his level of cultivation was not comparable to Su Ming's, then perhaps he could open a gap in Su Ming's heart. An error in terms of understanding and epiphany would usually cause a person's level of cultivation to stop at a certain realm, and he would never be able to advance it any further. However, to create this gap, he would need to find a crack in Su Ming's heart based on his words and then make that crack larger. This was a divine ability from Morning Dao sect, and Yi Wang had seen it being used before. Someone asked me that question before. He asked why others treated him unfairly. Su Ming pondered over it, then looked at his empty wine cup before saying calmly, "This world has always been unfair. Those who have the delusion of seeking fairness will only meet a miserable end." Oh? Then why would they still have that sort of beautiful expectation for fairness? Yi Wang's eyes flashed with a faint light. Su Ming's words were something worth contemplating. He felt that there was another meaning to them. These beautiful lies must exist, even if people might seek something for their whole lives without obtaining any result. But they would still have sought something. As long as they search for it, there is a chance that they can turn something decaying into something amazing. Because as long as they continue searching, there is a chance that they will discover an area in which they are stronger than other people. Even if my potential in the path of cultivation is not great, perhaps I am better than others in terms of handling people. Even if I am not that good at handling people, perhaps I have something I am good with in terms of creation. There will always be something that suits me. There will always be a skill I am good with in which others can't compare to me. From this alone we can say that the universe is still fair. Su Ming looked at the wine cup and remembered his identity as an abyss builder as well as his inborn ability to possess clones. He was a dumb bird, but if he did not have the beautiful lie to support him and that desire to pursue something he was good at because he was unwilling to accept his current situation, he would not have found his forte while looking for his strength. "What is it that you want to say?" Yi Wang fell silent. After a long while, he lifted his head and looked at Su Ming. He had not found a single crack in Su Ming's heart from his words. Instead, he had a feeling as if he had been led into his train of thought. "What was the plan against me which you participated in the past in true Morning Dao world?" Su Ming asked calmly as he smiled faintly. "You won't want to know," Yi Wang said softly. "This is also my answer." Su Ming smiled. A focused glint appeared in Yi Wang's eyes. He looked at Su Ming, and a pensive look gradually appeared in his eyes. Su Ming then said, "Let me tell you a story. This is a memory I saw in someone's mind. In Immortal world there was once a rich man who wanted to build a house, which was why he searched for a carpenter. The rich man looked down on the carpenter because he had plenty of servants and he could decide the carpenter's life and death as he pleased. He believed that the carpenter was a lowly existence. The carpenter behaved himself. He was used to gazes and words that made light of him. He quietly helped the rich man build his house, but when he finished it, he kept all the sharp corners of the wooden items in the house based on his knowledge. There were also quite a large number of thresholds on the ground, which made the house look incredibly gorgeous. It doesn't matter whether he left them around for feng shui or so that he could create potential dangers, since the carpenter did not expect himself to be able to get any money for his work. 10 years after he left, the rich man fell down and knocked into a sharp corner of one of the wooden objects. Then, he died. Su Ming put down the wine cup he had been toying with in his hand and stood up. "If you understand this story and the things I said previously, then help me do one thing. If you don't, then I will bid farewell to you now." As Su Ming spoke, he turned around and walked towards the door. Yi Wang was stunned as Su Ming's words echoed in his head. At the instant Su Ming moved one of his feet out the door, Yi Wang lifted his head. "Are you telling me what constitutes as being strong? Being a prodigy with great potential is not strong, for sometimes there are people who could devise fatal attacks with their own strengths. When you return to the land of immortals, please go to Death region and take care of my senior brothers." Su Ming did not turn his head back. He walked out of the room and disappeared into the darkness. He walked through a quiet silver stream. When he was in Yi Wang's room just then, Su Ming had dispelled the final shred of thought of wanting to possess him. This sort of person should not die from being possessed. If he lived, he would make this universe slightly more interesting. If he lived, then the Tao Su Ming had planted in his heart with his words would slowly grow and change Yi Wang's entire life. What constitutes as being powerful? You should find your own strength and persevere down that path. Don't care about how others are better than you in other areas, and then someday we will all arrive at the same spot, the peak, even though we use different paths to come there. This is the true meaning of "the dumb bird flies first." Yi Wang, if you do this, you will no longer be a prodigy, but will also become a dumb bird. Su Ming continued walking slowly. An enigmatic smile appeared on his face as he walked through the silver streams and past the people bowing respectfully to him as they continued hiding in the dark. Then he walked out of Worldly Star City. At the instant he did so, he turned his head around and cast a gaze at the air. "I do not like being watched like this. I hope that such a thing will not happen a second time between us. They say that all forms of life in the world have a kismet." In a chamber within Worldly Star City were Elder Feng and Elder Yu, standing quietly in the room. There was a screen of light in front of them, and in the screen was Su Ming turning his head around. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the screen of light and land on their bodies. They heard what Su Ming said and fell silent. "The Lord Fourth God of Berserkers is even more sinister than the first God of Berserkers," Elder Yu said in a low tone with a slightly odd expression on his face. "This Yi Wang is a person who has tens of thousands of years' worth of kismet from the land of immortals gathered on him. That is why his potential is incredibly great. In a short time he managed to reach the middle stage of World Plane Realm, and his future was boundless. After he joined Morning Dao sect, he also took away part of true Morning Dao world's kismet in an unseen manner. This kismet is formless, and plenty of people believe that it doesn't exist, but it would allow him to grow strong in true Morning Dao world. Kismets are abstruse and insubstantial, but in the end, just like when the Lord First God of Berserkers gathered all the land of Berserkers' kismet on him, all those who have a kismet in their bodies must do something that coincides with it, or else they will clash against that kismet, and at that time, their kismet will begin scattering away, and it will slowly disappear. If this Yi Wang continued walking down his path of cultivation with his understanding, which is to look down upon all lives while being a prideful and solitary existence, then he would have conformed to his kismet. He believed that the world is fair, the weak should be weak and the strong should be strong. If he continued like this, then his power would have become the might of heavens. He would have fused those kismets into his body, and when he spoke, his words would have become law, and he would have completed his Tao. But once the fourth god of Berserkers used his epiphany to disrupt Yi Wang's heart, it was left in chaos. Yi Wang originally wanted to find a crack in the fourth god of Berserkers' mind, but in the end, he was the one to fall into a trap. If he truly changed his mind, then from now onwards, he will no longer have a personality that will look down upon all lives. Instead, a new personality will form in his heart, and he will no longer believe that he was a prodigy from the bottom of his heart. At that time, he will truly cease to be a prodigy, and since his kismet will no longer conform to his personality, it will swiftly dissipate. Then, he will become a dumb bird. Elder Feng and Elder Yu shook their heads. However, as they watched Su Ming leaving into the distance through the screen of light, a hint of surprise appeared in their eyes. I can only guess that he did so because Yi Wang wanted to kill him. That killing intent was related to Yi Wang's personality and the kismet in him. This prodigy's kismet would not allow him to have anyone oppressing him. Even if he reached a tie with someone, he would consider it a loss, and he would have to kill his opponent to maintain his outlook of looking down upon all lives. But I think that our Lord Fourth God of Berserkers should have other motives in doing this. Elder Yu said with hesitation. Could it be related to Dao Kong? A glint appeared in Elder Feng's eyes. The two of them looked at each other, but they could not be certain of it. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, many cultivators from the worlds beyond Black Ink Planet arrived like a swarm of bees, turning Black Ink Planet incredibly lively. Members of alien races from Divine Essence Star Ocean also came every single day. Their clothing, habits, and everything were different from cultivators, and as they arrived, they immediately caught plenty of attention. On the 4th morning, Black Ink Auction was launched. This was a grand auction that only occurred once every few hundred years on Black Ink Planet. It was not held in one of the 3 great cities, but high in the sky, with Blackwater City being the main and worldly star city as well as Ink Kirin City being the subsidiaries. Rays of powerful light shone up. They intersected in Black Ink Planet's sky. The principle was similar to worldly Star City's Night City. As the powerful rays of light intersected with each other, an auction hall that surpassed the size of a city appeared out of thin air. That auction hall was oval-shaped and immeasurable. It could accommodate millions of people and had a huge platform at the center. The edges of the platform were filled with illusory screens of light so that people from farther away would be able to see the item that was on the platform clearly. When morning arrived, relocation runes shone ceaselessly within this gigantic auction hall. There were also long arcs that rushed to the place from all directions. This time, there were about 2 million cultivators and members of the alien races from Divine Essence Star Ocean participating in Black Ink Auction. They would either arrive via relocation runes or fly up themselves. Gradually, the auction hall was packed densely with cultivators. There were also various huge rooms located all around the auction hall. These were prepared for those of high status. The people from the forces of power from the 4 great true worlds were scattered in these rooms. In fact, most of the members of the alien races from Divine Essence Star Ocean were also in the rooms. There were also some cultivators who did not want others to know about their identities, so they spent a large amount of crystals in exchange for the right to enter these rooms during Black Ink Auction. This auction would last for a month, and every single day, a large amount of items would be put on auction, which was worthy of its reputation. Su Ming sat in a room that belonged to him. The area in front of him was empty, and he could see the huge screens of light on the auction platform. He could also almost see the complete picture of the auction hall. The 13 old men from the Yu family stood behind him quietly, and Yu Ro had also returned. She looked as quiet and elegant as ever, but there was something slightly different about her. At that moment, she stood beside Su Ming, her gaze on the auction hall. We've made arrangements for Dao Kong to enter room 7. There are 9 old men beside him, and these people practically never leave his side. There is also another one by his side. Based on Elder Feng's investigations, there is indeed a powerful warrior of Lunar Culpa realm by his side as well, and it is a woman. She is skilled in hiding, and she should have been sent to his side to protect him. Based on what we understand of Morning Dao sect, this woman is definitely someone from True Morning Dao World's Phoenix sect. According to their traditions, she should become Dao Kong's wife in the future. Lai Shan Kong Jiu explained as he stood by Su Ming's side. The 3,000 fearless warriors from True Morning Dao World were left behind on the plains beyond Blackwater City. They've formed a relocation rune, and the key to it is on Dao Kong. He only needs to send a divine thought, and the 3,000 fearless warriors will be relocated to his side. Also, when Lai Shan Kong Jiu said these words, a loud boom that sounded like a huge wave crashing on the surface of water suddenly rang through the auction hall. This sound was formed by the voices of millions of people in the auction hall, and it could drown out even a thunderclap. A lyrical melody echoed throughout the entire auction hall. At that moment, 3 middle-aged men appeared on the platform surrounded by screens of light. These 3 people had smiles on their faces, and they wrapped their fists in their palms to bow to all the people in the hall. The auction has started. Su Ming cast a glance at the crowd creating all the noise. He lifted his right hand and swung his arm, and immediately, a screen of light appeared in the empty space in front of him. It dispelled all the sounds from the world outside, and the room immediately fell silent. Continue. Su Ming averted his gaze. He was not interested in the auction. The only thing he was interested in was Dao Kong. Dao Kong also has subordinates in the 9 galactic ships. They are currently floating around Black Ink Planet, and they have already locked onto the auction hall. If any accident happens, they will attack and destroy the place. There might be quite a lot of internal strife among the 4 great true worlds, but there are also some factions who are working together. If anything happens to Dao Kong here, the cultivators from the other 3 great true worlds will also attack, Lai Shan Kong Jiu said in a low tone. He did not know why Su Ming was aiming at Dao Kong, but while killing Dao Kong was easy, the troubles that would come afterwards would be hard to deal with. Has the rules in the auction been altered? Su Ming asked calmly. We have already made arrangements, Lai Shan Kong Jiu quickly said. When Dao Kong disappears, I will need you to, by the time to take 30 breaths. Su Ming lifted his right hand and swung it at the screen of light, which immediately distorted and revealed the sights of the world outside. At the same time, the sounds from the area outside once again reached his ears. As a sign of gratitude for all of you fellow Taoists who attended Black Ink Auction this time, all of the 3 greatest families and all other families within Black Ink Planet have made some changes in the rules of the auction. Do not worry, everyone. This change in the rules is incredibly beneficial for all of you. In the past, only when the auction had ended would we send the items you bought in the auction to you. However, this time we have changed the rules. The moment you buy an item, it will be immediately delivered to your hands. Because of this, if you want to leave early, it will be much easier for you to do so. This matter has been mentioned by quite a number of Taoists in the past, and this time, the families in Black Ink Planet have decided to implement this suggestion. Su Ming watched the auction outside and listened to the noise with his usual calm expression. Lai Shan Kong Jiu looked as if he wanted to say something as he stood by the side, but in the end, he chose to obey Su Ming's words. He nodded, announced his leave, and left. Su Ming's heart was calm at that moment. Everything was going according to his plan. Right then, all he needed was to wait for the fish to take the bait, and he would obtain his 3rd clone. his cultivation-based clone. Su Ming narrowed his eyes and waited silently. He looked at the items put on auction and listened to the intense cries from the people as they placed their bids. Their voices rose and fell, and the world seemed to bubble with excitement because of them. Up to that point, not a single sound calling out a bid came from the room in which Dao Kong stayed. But Su Ming was not in a hurry. When noon arrived, the sun in the sky shone brilliantly. When another item was brought out and plenty of voices called out to place their bids, Su Ming heard a woman placing a bid from Dao Kong's room. "Get ready," Su Ming said flatly. The 13 progenitors from the Yu family immediately sported solemn expressions on their faces. They swiftly sat down and surrounded Su Ming, forming a circle that was 100-something feet big. With brightly burning eyes, they started circulating their cultivation bases. As for Yu Ro, she moved back and sat down by the door of the room. Her duty was to prevent all people from entering. By her side was the Duke of Crimson Flame. He would be defending that door with her. "I'm definitely getting that Sky Forest branch. For million crystals. Everyone knows that the Sky Forest branch can allow all of my juniors and my disciples to mold their spirits and gather their souls. Even avoid running into all stone walls possible in their path of cultivation. I'll offer 4,500,000. 5 million. A woman's voice said airily from the room in which Dao Kong stayed. At the instant the woman's voice rang out in the air. A soft-spoken voice immediately echoed in the auction from another room. 7 million. Once that price was offered, all those who had been competing against each other fell silent. The price offered to buy that Sky Forest branch was a little too high. Even the people in Dao Kong's room had fallen silent. Su Ming frowned. "It's someone from True Sacred Yin World," Yu Ro said softly. Su Ming did not speak. He slowly stopped frowning, and his expression became calm once again. He knew that he could not afford to be hasty about this. Unless Dao Kong did not manage to buy any item from the auction hall, then he would definitely fall into the plan laid out just for him. Dressed in his sacred constellation robe, Dao Kong sat on a long chair within his room. At that moment, his emotions could not be told from his face. There was a wine cup in his hand, and he was swirling the wine inside it. His gaze fell on the auction hall beyond the illusory screen of light in front of him. The 9 old men with their eyes shut were sitting cross-legged behind his chair. Waves of power spread out faintly from their bodies and filled the entire room. As for the woman with the pointy ears, she was kneeling beside Dao Kong's body with her head bent to reveal the tender skin on her neck. "This is just the first day, and those people from True Sacred Yin World already can't wait to compete against me." Dao Kong smiled, unconcerned, and finished the contents in his cup in one gulp. When he lifted his hand, a black ring could be seen on his right index finger. This ring was not a physical item. It looked like a pattern of a thin thread had been branded onto Dao Kong's finger. This was a relocation rune, and with just one thought, he could immediately have all 3,000 of his fearless warriors sent over. "It's a pity, a pity." Dao Kong's smile was a touch sinister. He put down the wine cup and closed his eyes. In the blink of an eye, dusk arrived for the first day of Black Ink auction. Ever since Dao Kong placed a bid, a woman's voice could be heard placing a bid once every few items. The bids she placed were not high nor low most of the time. They were bids that were considered to be incredibly worthwhile if she won the item. That is, if no one else placed a bid higher than hers, but if someone else placed another bid, the item they bought would only be somewhat worthwhile. In fact, if anyone continued placing bids, Dao Kong would fall silent and not place another bid on that item. As Su Ming watched the dust-colored sky outside, his face remained calm. Black Ink auction was not just held during the day, but also continued into the night, and this would last for an entire month. To Immortal, their energy would not be enough for them to last through all of it. In fact, they might already be incredibly tired after lasting for 2 or 3 days. However, to a cultivator, going an entire month without sleep was something incredibly normal, which was why when evening passed and night fell, powerful rays of light immediately appeared in the auction hall. These rays of light intersected with each other in the sky, and in an instant, the world looked as if it was day, though from the distance, the starry sky could still be seen. This perfection of being able to see the stars while one's surroundings were bright as if it were day created a picture of unparalleled beauty. All those who saw it could not help but sigh in admiration. As day and night continued changing places with each other, 3 days passed. During this times, Su Ming paid close attention to every single action within the auction hall. But Dao Kong had yet to walk into his plans. During the 3 days, Dao Kong had behaved the same as he did during the first day. He continued placing bids once every few items, but it was clear that he did not want to buy them. The people in the auction hall gradually realized what Dao Kong was doing, and slowly no one paid any attention to him. After all, every single item brought out within Black Ink auction had its own value, and usually it would be incredibly difficult for them to obtain these items from other places, which was why every single item in the auction resulted in plenty of people competing over them. Is he waiting? Su Ming closed his eyes. If Dao Kong did not buy anything, then it would leave him unable to continue with his plan. In silence, Su Ming sat with a calm heart. Time trickled by without anyone's knowledge as the voices from the area beyond became increasingly stronger. The further Black Ink auction progressed, the more precious the items brought out were, and the attention placed upon them as well as the desire to absolutely obtain them also became greater. This item came from Divine Essence Star Ocean. It is a drop of divine liquid that gathered up the essence from an area of 10,000 lis. This liquid can transform into all sorts of forms and has endless amounts of uses. Fellow Taoists, the starting bid for this Divine Essence Star liquid is 30 million crystals. I can tell all of you that there are only 5 drops of this divine liquid during this Black Ink auction, and this is the first drop. 7 days later, when Black Ink auction was boiling with extreme excitement, the auction host brought out the first precious treasure that caused all the hearts of the people in the area to tremble. This was the first important item brought out within the auction. Almost at the instant the auction host finished speaking, excited, gloomy, and loud voices immediately rang in the air. 33 million crystals. 37 million. 40 million. The powerful voices rose and fell, and some of the people in the rooms also started placing bids. The appearance of precious treasures such as this divine liquid caused all the people here to go mad for it. And in the blink of an eye, the price had already shot up to around 60 million. Su Ming listened to the clamor within the auction with a calm expression. There was originally not just 5 drops of that divine liquid, but 10. However, 5 drops had been taken by him, and they were now in his storage bag. Divine Essence Star liquid could be drunk or inhaled. If one inhaled it, then they could inhale 1 drop for 100 times. Every single time a person took a whiff of that liquid, their cultivation base would return to its peak. It was an item every cultivator dreamed of possessing. Divine liquid was not the only item that possessed such an effect, but the others were incredibly difficult to obtain. On top of that, if a person had a high level of cultivation, the effects would be reduced. However, this divine liquid could fully restore all those who were below Solar Culpa realm. In fact, if a monster from Solar Culpa realm drank 1 complete drop, they would also be able to achieve the same results. During a crucial moment, this divine liquid would become a chance that would allow a person to survive. If there was someone who was skilled in making medicinal cores, then with this liquid as the main ingredient, Star Ocean Core could be made, and the effects to the monsters in Solar Culpa realm would be even greater. Because of that, it was not surprising that the price for the item shot up to such an extent. I'd like to see whether you'll be tempted by this item. Su Ming cast his gaze on the room where Dao Kong was and waited silently. In Dao Kong's room, Dao Kong stared at the divine liquid on the screen of light on the platform with bright eyes. The noise formed by people placing their bids reached his ears, and a hint of hesitation appeared briefly on his face. When the divine liquid was bought by someone at the price of 75 million crystals, Dao Kong sighed, giving up on the other 4 drops of divine liquid that were subsequently put on auction. This item is good, but even if I buy it and offer it as a gift to those of the older generation in the family, I wouldn't be able to obtain much benefit. As for personal use, there's a medicinal core that has a similar effect in Morning Dao sect. After all, I'm only at the middle stage of World Plane Realm, so those medicinal cores can restore my cultivation base once I finish them. There is no need for me to pay an exorbitant price to buy this item. Dao Kong remained silent for a moment, then shook his head. The remaining 4 drops of divine liquid were sold off, but Dao Kong never once placed a bid. This caused Su Ming to frown. It had been 7 days. A small part of the auction was over, but Dao Kong hadn't bought a single item. This caused him to frown, and a pensive look appeared on his face. After a long time, Su Ming closed his eyes and continued waiting. The 8th day, the 9th day, the 10th day. When 15 days went by, half of the auction was over, but most of the time, Dao Kong was only placing bids in an insincere manner. He had never shown any true interest in wanting to buy anything. When the 20th day arrived and the auction brought out another precious treasure that caused an uproar among the people, Su Ming still did not manage to hear Dao Kong fighting for it. Dao Kong could only watch in resignation as various items were bought by others. It was not that he did not want to buy them, but all of the crystals he had in hand could not be used here. He had a secret deal with the Hua family. Once the auction ended, he would get that thing in exchange for his crystals and some slots to the true Morning Dao world. This was the mission given to him when he came to the barren lands of divine essence. As for the auction, to him it was really just an interlude. It's a pity, a real pity. Dao Kong sighed, picked up his wine cup, and took a sip from it. Time passed once again. When the 23rd day arrived, Su Ming slowly opened his eyes. There was still 7 days before Black Ink auction would end. There were going to be plenty of treasures that would be brought out to be placed on auction during the last 7 days, but Su Ming could already tell that Dao Kong had no intention of competing for anything. Thus, there was no need for him to wait 7 more days. A freezing glare appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Since you don't want to participate in this auction, then I will force you to participate in it. Su Ming smiled coldly, and he lifted his right hand to strike his body. Light left his body. A brilliant long arc flew out from him and charged towards Uro. Take that and add it to the list of items that will be up for bidding next. The starting bid for that thing is 10 million crystals, Su Ming said coldly. Uro was stunned for a moment as she cast a glance at the brilliant object in her hands. Then, she lowered her head and walked out of the room. After a moment, when Uro returned and the next item was sold in the auction hall, the auction host's slightly excited voice rang in the air. This time, the item that will be put on auction is not a foreign treasure from divine Essence Star Ocean, and neither is it a strange item from sinful barren lands. It came from the 4 great true worlds. Among the 4 great true worlds, this treasure is the one that gains the most amount of attention from true Morning Dao world. It is incredibly difficult for others to obtain this treasure. In fact, it could be said that if anyone else obtained it, they would incite true Morning Dao world's Morning Dao sect, and they would be hunted down till they died. This is because this treasure symbolizes a bloody battle, and means that a direct descendant of Morning Dao sect had died. As the host's voice echoed in the air, the auction instantly fell into dead silence. Dao Kong had his eyes closed in his room, but once he heard those words, they flew open, and he looked over at the platform. At the instant Dao Kong looked over, the excited voice of the host reverberated through the auction hall once again. Perhaps some of you have already guessed what this treasure is. That's right. It is the item that only those who are direct descendants of true Morning Dao world's Morning Dao sect can obtain, and every single one of them can only have one of them in their lives. The Sacred Constellation Robe. The Sacred Constellation Robe contains the most powerful divine ability of Morning Dao sect, which can make the person who wears it enslave all manner of lives. And this item will grow until the strongest person appears in each generation of direct descendants of Morning Dao sect. If there are those who are afraid of true Morning Dao world here, then you must absolutely not buy this Sacred Constellation Robe, or you will bring a great disaster upon your heads. However, to my fellow Taoists from Divine Essence Star Ocean, this is the best chance for you to investigate Morning Dao sect. Once you have understood this item completely, you might even be able to find the secrets of Morning Dao sect. In fact, there is no need for you to be worried about Morning Dao sect's revenge. Since you are here, those from the other 3 great true worlds, if you wanted to obtain a Sacred Constellation Robe normally, you would need to kill a direct descendant of Morning Dao sect, and this would incite a war between several great true worlds. However, as of now, you can just buy this item and you will obtain the best way to research Morning Dao sect's secrets. Those from true Morning Dao world, if you manage to buy this item and bring it back to Morning Dao sect, then with how Morning Dao sect values each of their direct descendants, this would surely be a great meritorious service for you. As that excited voice reverberated in the air, Dao Kong stood up from his chair. In his rush, he even knocked his wine cup away, and it spilled onto the ground. However, he did not pay any attention to it. His gaze was fixed entirely on the sacred constellation robe that was brought out at that moment and revealed before the eyes of the people in the auction hall. Shock appeared on his face, and booms rang out in his mind. With just one glance, he could tell that this was not an imitation, but a real sacred constellation robe. This was something only the direct descendants of Morning Dao sect could obtain. In fact, he could even sense a bloody aura about that sacred constellation robe. He felt like he could even vaguely hear his family members' shrill roars before he died, which were left on that sacred constellation robe. I can tell all of you with certainty that this is the first and only sacred constellation robe Black Ink Auction has ever put for auction. It has never appeared before, and in the future, it might never appear again. This is your only chance. The starting bid for this sacred constellation robe is 10 million crystals. There was an incredibly infectious force contained within the voice of the auction host. As his voice echoed in the air, all the people in the auction hall instantly fell silent. Within their gazes were greed, surprised delight, and also mockery. There were also plenty of other gazes that instantly gathered on the rooms around the area, searching for those who came from true Morning Dao world. They longed to see the expressions of those from true Morning Dao world when they saw the sacred constellation robe. It would definitely be a sight worth seeing. Damn it! Dao Kong's expression twisted, and he kicked away the woman who was kneeling by his side, then took large strides towards the screen of light in front of him to stare intently at the sacred constellation robe. His relaxed attitude and composure were completely gone by then. He hated Black Ink Planet for daring to put this item up for auction and despised the auction host down to very core of his being. That person had spoken in far too much detail, and those details had been offered as if he could not wait for the alien races from Divine Essence Star Ocean to immediately place their bids to buy the item. Besides, it was just as he said, if those members of the alien races from Divine Essence Star Ocean bought the item, they would be too far from true Morning Dao world's reach, making it impossible to reach them. However, even if the alien races from Divine Essence Star Ocean did not buy this item, but one of the other three great true worlds bought it, then it would be just as the auction host had said. They would have bought the item from the auction, so there was no killing involved. If Morning Dao sect wanted to retrieve that sacred constellation robe, then they would need to offer a price that was even higher than what these people had offered when they bought the item. However, this was not the worst-case scenario. The worst was if he just watched someone else just buy that sacred constellation robe before his eyes. No matter what reason it was, be it because he did not have enough crystals or something else, as long as he let someone else buy that sacred constellation robe, Dao Kong would have to bear the rage of Morning Dao sect. Even if he was a direct descendant, the sect elders would still show him the definition of ruthlessness. Damn it! Damn it! Dao Kong growled out, and his eyes instantly became bloodshot. He had never expected to run into such a thing in Black Ink Planet. He knew well that each of sacred constellation robes that belonged to a direct descendant of Morning Dao sect was incredibly important, and they were recorded in detail within the sect's record books. Once a member of their family died, it meant that something big had happened. However, he had been in Divine Essence Star Ocean for more than 1,000 years and had never paid any attention to this. After all, the sect elders would definitely launch a full investigation if any of their family members died. He would need to return to the sect to know just who it was. However, before he came to the barren lands of Divine Essence, he had heard about caste when Morning Dao sect lost their sacred constellation robes. 2 of them had been retrieved after, but there was one that had been lost 20,000 years ago and not a single clue of it had been found. No matter what sort of method Morning Dao sect used to look for it, none of them yielded any results. When blood capillaries filled Dao Kong's eyes, A light chuckle reached his ears. That chuckle seemed to echo in the air, and he could not see the person who had laughed. "Shut up!" Dao Kong turned his head around and swept his gaze across the room. "Whether I laugh or not is my business. What does it have to do with you? If Morning Dao sect learns that you did not interfere and allowed someone else to buy that sacred constellation robe, I'd like to see what sort of explanation you'll give," a woman said in a light voice. Dao Kong's expression grew incredibly dark. Just as he was about to speak, after a brief period of dead silence, voices calling out to place their bids immediately rang in the air. "Interesting. I'll offer 11 million crystals for that." "Haha. 15 million. How could you all be so stingy with your money?" "I'll offer 30 million. The voices placing their bids landed heavy blows in Dao Kong's mind and heart. He clenched his fists. He understood deep within him that the people in the area knew that true Morning Dao World would definitely buy the item, which was why they intentionally jacked up the price. In fact, if he did not manage to buy the item, then if Morning Dao sect wanted to retrieve it afterwards, they would need to offer a price that was several times higher than at which it was initially sold. It could be said that this was a deal where they would definitely profit and not suffer any losses. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had the right to stand as equals with Morning Dao sect, or else they would only be asking for death if they jacked up the price. Su Ming looked at the things happening in the auction hall, and a smile appeared on his lips. He had originally not wanted to bring out that sacred constellation robe, but since Dao Kong did not have any intention to participate in the auction, Su Ming needed to bring out an item that Dao Kong would be forced to buy. Su Ming was not worried that there would be other people who would manage to buy the robe either. He knew that this was a robe that Dao Kong would be determined to get. If someone else bought it, then it would definitely be something that would cause Dao Kong to go mad. This thing is priceless. How could a mere 30 million crystals be enough for this robe status? True Sacred World will offer 50 million. Since True Sacred World offered this price, then the Emperor of Abyss True World will naturally not fall behind. 70 million. 80 million. A voice with a slightly strange accent stated. When everyone heard it, they instantly knew that the owner of it was not from the 4 great true worlds, but from the alien race of Divine Essence Star Ocean. 100 million crystals. Dao Kong could no longer just sit around. In fact, he did not have his followers offer a price but placed the bid himself. His voice echoed in the entire auction hall, stirring up plenty of chuckles. This robe belongs to True Morning Dao World, and all those who dare to compete will have to think about the vengeance True Morning Dao World will bring upon them. There is a bloody aura on that robe, and even though it has been there for a long time, this concerns the death of a family member from Morning Dao sect. All of those who participate in this auction will make me suspect that this item actually belongs to you, and you are using this auction to make it legally belong to you instead of owning it in secret, thereby washing off the blood feud between you and Morning Dao sect. Dao Kong was not a fool. He was a person with great potential and True Morning Dao World's kismet, so there was no way he would be an average person. In just a moment, he had thought of these words, and it immediately made the people from the other great true worlds who wanted to place a bid unable to help themselves but to pause in their actions. That Dao Kong sure reacts quickly, but the more he reacts this way, the better. Su Ming smiled faintly while he watched the storm raging in the auction hall. He knew that Dao Kong would definitely walk into the trap he had set this time. 130 million. The strange voice from Divine Essence Star Ocean's alien race said again. There was a raspy quality to that voice, and even though the accent was unusual, but the ancient feeling within it still showed the speaker's age. Perhaps other bystanders would pay heed to True Morning Dao World, but the alien races from Divine Essence Star Ocean were not all bothered by some true world. The distance between them was too far great, and even if True Morning Dao World was enraged, it would still find it difficult to rain much vengeance on the alien races in Divine Essence Star Ocean. 150 million. Dao Kong's expression was completely twisted, and a ferocious look appeared on his face. His heart was bleeding at the loss of his crystals, and he knew that there was no way he would be able to complete his mission this time, but if he obtained that sacred constellation robe, it would be seen as a meritorious deed when he returned to Morning Dao sect. No one would then be too bothered by the fact that he did not complete his mission. 200 million. A light chuckle echoed in the air. The appearance of that voice immediately stunned the cultivators in the auction hall, because the woman's voice had come from Dao Kong's room. Su Hui. Dao Kong turned around and glared at the air around him, almost gritting his teeth in the process. I will buy this item and offer it as a gift to Morning Dao sect in order to break off my engagement with you. That should be enough, don't you think? The woman let out a tinkling laughter as she spoke. There was no way Dao Kong would agree to this. Even if Su Hui buying that sacred constellation robe would result in no loss to him in terms of crystals and he could continue to finish his task, he would have actually suffered a loss. He would lose a wife and the opportunity to reach a breakthrough as he practiced his first dual cultivation when he reached Plain Culpa realm. On top of that, if Su Hui broke off an engagement with him, his reputation in true Morning Dao world would suffer a heavy blow. This was something the proud Dao Kong could not accept. 300 million, he said in a dark voice. Once Dao Kong raised the bid, the entire auction hall fell silent. 300 million was enough to be called an outrageous price. It could not be said whether it was worth or not worth it to buy a single sacred constellation robe for that sort of price. After all, those unrelated had only heard about the general functions of the sacred constellation robes. The only ones who truly knew about them were still the direct descendants from Morning Dao sect. In fact, even Dao Kong himself felt continuous pain in his heart when he said the price, as if he had just been stabbed by a sharp sword. This price could be said to contain all his savings. However, he now was holding a tiger by the tail. Even if he needed to borrow crystals, he had to buy that sacred constellation robe. In fact, this matter concerned his fiancée as well. Because of that, he could simply not give up on that sacred constellation robe. Even if he ended up crushing his teeth from clenching them too hard while competing for this robe, he would still have to buy it. At the moment he placed that bid, Su Hui chuckled softly. She knew that breaking off the engagement was definitely not an easy feat. This matter was tied to the traditions between Morning Dao sect and Phoenix sect, so there was no certainty that one sacred constellation robe would be enough to break that tradition. Besides, even though she found Dao Kong an eyesore, she knew in her heart that she was going to end up as his wife. By making him pay a few more crystals, she was simply venting her frustrations. After letting out a light chuckle, she did not continue placing any more bids. After a brief period of silence within the auction hall, even the alien race from Divine Essence Star Ocean did not continue placing any bids. After all, 300 million crystals was really not a small sum. The middle-aged man who was the host of the auction still maintained a smile on his face. Once he swept his gaze across the auction hall, he let out a hearty laugh. Since no one else is going to compete for this item, then this sacred constellation robe that has been put on auction for the first time over the course of numerous years in Black Ink Planet will belong to true Morning Dao sect. Once he said that, two graceful ladies walked out of the air behind him. They picked up the sacred constellation robe and disappeared without a trace. Only at that moment did Dao Kong breathe out a sigh of relief in his heart. The auction continued. The middle-aged man continued bringing out one item after another, and the lively air that previously existed in the auction hall started rising once again. The voices calling out to place their bids rose and fell, but Dao Kong heard none of that. He turned his head and looked towards the door to his room. Another 10-something breaths passed before the sound of someone knocking on the door rang in the air. Once the door was pushed open, the sacred constellation robe was brought in a box by the two graceful ladies into Dao Kong's room with respect radiating from their actions. The woman with pointy ears in the room immediately walked forward to accept the box. Once she examined it carefully, she placed it in front of Dao Kong. His gaze landed on the box, and a glint appeared in his eyes. 9 seniors of mine, I would have to trouble you to help me check whether someone has done anything to this robe. Once Dao Kong said these words, the 9 old men who had their eyes shut and were not far away from Dao Kong lifted their right hands at the same time and pushed towards the box through the air. Distortions immediately appeared around the item. As the air distorted, the box was reduced to powder and scattered without a single sound, revealing the sacred constellation robe within. That robe floated up, and even though the air around it was twisting about due to the distortions, not a single ripple of power could be detected from it. The only difference was that the stars on the robe began to shine in an incredibly clear manner, giving off a dazzling feel. After a moment, one of the 9 old men said flatly in a hoarse voice, "Everything is normal." A hint of excitement that could not be concealed appeared on Dao Kong's face. His heart was filled with exhilaration. The appearance of this robe in the auction hall was good and bad for him. However, now that he had bought it, the cons of it no longer existed. Instead, the benefits that would come with it would be magnified endlessly. If I bring this robe back to Morning Dao sect, I will perform a great meritorious deed. A faint smile appeared on Dao Kong's face. He lifted his right hand and seized the sacred constellation robe. Now let's have a look as to which direct descendant this robe belonged to. Dao Kong was a cautious person, which was why even after he had bought the sacred constellation robe and even the woman had investigated it, he still had the 9 seniors he trusted the most to work together and check it. Each of these 9 people had outstanding power, and when they were together, they could allow Dao Kong to ignore plenty of dangers. In fact, he just needed one single thought, and the 3,000 fearless warriors would arrive in this place in the blink of an eye. There was nothing he should be afraid of, and he did not believe that there was anything that could cause him danger, unless the threat was from a master of fate, lives, and death. However, he did not believe that the powerful masters of fate, lives, and death would personally come and cause trouble for him. That was why before he touched the sacred constellation robe with his hands, the smile on his face grew wider. However, at the instant he touched the sacred constellation robe with his hand, the 9 old men's bodies suddenly shuddered. "Let go of it!" The 9 shouted at the same time and even stood up instantly. A vast presence spread out violently from their bodies with a bang, shaking the room like how a mountain would when a terrifying earthquake struck it. Behind Dao Kong, an indistinct figure of a woman walked out from the air and lifted her hand to seize that sacred constellation robe. But even she was too late. In fact, Dao Kong had not even managed to register what was going on. Once he touched the sacred constellation robe, a boom rang out in his mind, and his vision blurred. A power of relocation swiftly spread out from that sacred constellation robe, sweeping up his body and disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. His expression changed swiftly, without any hesitation, before his vision cleared. He thought to send a divine thought to have the 3,000 fearless warriors arrive. But at the instant he was to do this, a powerful force rushed straight into his mind with a bang. Under that impact, a roar traveled through Dao Kong's mind, and it went blank for a short period of time. He could only vaguely see that he had been relocated to an unfamiliar place. There were a dozen-something people sitting around in the room, and their presences radiated mighty waves of pressure that trapped him completely in his spot, like a gigantic net. The final thing he saw was a calm face. It did not belong to an old man, but someone young, and his appearance seemed rather familiar to Dao Kong. This person was looking at him, and the profound gaze in his eyes looked as if it contained the endless universe and could cause a person to instantly be lost within it. He saw the young man lifting his right hand and placing it at the top of his skull. After that, Dao Kong's world turned black. Su Ming had an indifferent expression on his face as he placed his right hand at the top of Dao Kong's skull. At the instant his hand landed, he closed his eyes. His soul instantly left his body and charged into Dao Kong's body. Dao Kong started trembling viciously. His expression distorted, and red filled his eyes. However, there was an unfocused look within them. Yet from his expression, it could be seen that the pain he went through at that moment was definitely nothing common. Yu Rou and the Duke of Crimson Flame, who guarded the door of the room, turned their heads back to look at Su Ming and Dao Kong. The Duke of Crimson Flame did not react much, but there was still a hint of surprise in his eyes. However, once Yu Rou saw Su Ming's actions, her expression immediately changed. She had been trying to guess Su Ming's goal all along. After all, killing Dao Kong here was easy, but the problems that would come afterwards would be numerous. Yet only then did she realize that Su Ming's goal all along was not to kill Dao Kong, but to possess him. Compared to her, The 13 progenitors from the Yu family beside Dao Kong were much calmer. In their hearts, Su Ming was their ancestor, their god, and they would question neither his orders nor his actions. Instead, they would follow them at all costs. The silence and bizarre situation in Su Ming's room became a stark contrast to the area outside. Almost the instant Dao Kong was relocated to Su Ming's room, a loud bang swept outwards from Dao Kong's room with an intensity of a windstorm. As that loud bang reverberated in the air, 9 figures rushed out madly. Needless to say, these 9 people were the 9 old men with their eyes shut. At the instant they rushed out, they opened their eyes at the same time. Right then, it could be seen that they had no pupils in their eyes. There was only white there. However, that white was not pale white but was instead a white hue that looked like the color of bone. Booming sounds rang out everywhere. As they echoed thunderously, the 9 people rushed into each of the rooms within the auction hall like 9 livid dragons. Wherever they went, they would start searching in a frenzy, without caring for anything else. They could sense that Dao Kong was not relocated far away, but was nearby. "What are you doing? Enemy attack! They're people from true morning Dao world." Furious roars immediately came from the rooms within the auction hall as the 9 people barged into them. As the booming sounds echoed in the air, the 9 old men activated all their power and used the powerful force that belonged to those in the later stage of World Plane Realm on every single person they saw. Right behind those 9 people was a woman in a purple robe. She walked out from space with her long hair dancing in the air, and her beauty could rival that of Yu Rose. "He's over there." Her voice was cold and aloof. After a purple light shone in her eyes for 7 consecutive times, she pointed towards a room in the distance, and that room was precisely where Su Ming was located. She could find Dao Kong because when her hand was given to Dao Kong, her life had been bound to his by Morning Dao sect and Phoenix sect, which was why she could find him in such a short period of time. Once she said those words, the 9 old men whose eyes were shining with white light lifted their heads and glared at the room at which Su Hui had pointed. Then, with their full speed, they sliced through the air and charged towards that room. There was another woman who moved with the 9 old men to rush towards that room. In fact, she was even slightly faster than them. That woman was not Su Hui, but the young married woman. She looked as if she had turned into a cat with sharp claws that were 3 inches long, and she was so quick that she closed in on the door to the room within an instant. Su Hui's eyes were freezing cold. With a single move, the illusion of a bright moon manifested behind her. She was already in Lunar Culpa realm. How preposterous of Black Ink planet! How dare they scheme against true morning Dao world in such a brazen manner? Su Hui moved, and murderous aura appeared about her. Yet the instant she said these words, a cold harumph echoed in the air. "People of true morning Dao world, the auction is still going, yet you are here causing trouble. You will have to offer an explanation to Black Ink planet." As the cold harumph echoed in the air, a gust of wind that could destroy space itself rushed in front of Su Hui. At the same time, 9 figures appeared in front of the 9 old men. There was also an old man who had appeared in front of the woman who had turned into a cat. He lifted his palm and stopped her from moving forward. The 13 old men sat cross-legged in Su Ming's room with their power completely activated. Once they gathered it up, they formed a powerful pressure that covered Dao Kong's body. Su Ming closed his eyes, and Dao Kong, too, closed his eyes. However, Dao Kong's body was trembling viciously. At that moment, he felt as if his mind had been turned upside down, and there were loud, booming sounds that spread throughout his mind, and they were so loud it sounded like the whole world had shattered. They echoed within his head without stop. "Who are you? Just who are you?" Dao Kong's world was an empty space with dazzling light. He stood there and roared with a hint of despair and fear, his voice spreading in all directions. The only answer he received was a cold harumph that came from a gigantic body. That body was formed from Su Ming's soul. He stood in Dao Kong's mind like a god that had descended to the ground. That cold harumph was so powerful that it could make Dao Kong's mind crumble, and it began to tremble violently. "You do not need to know my name," Su Ming said flatly. He lifted his gigantic right hand and pushed it swiftly towards Dao Kong. With this, his palm was instantly enlarged and charged straight towards its target. Dao Kong's face twisted with ferociousness, and a crazed look appeared on his face. If he could still not understand what was happening, then he had no right to call himself a prodigy. You want to possess me? Damn it! Even if you possess me, it'll still be difficult for you to escape death. As Dao Kong roared, he lifted his arms. His power, his soul, and all his thoughts gathered on his palms with an intensity as if they were boiling to block Su Ming's palm pressing down on him. A loud bang rang out, and Dao Kong's body shuddered. In his eyes, Su Ming's right hand was still growing larger, as if it planned to replace the whole world. If the other pushed his palm down, there was no way Dao Kong could dodge it. In an instant, that palm covered his body. At the same time, an intense pain as if he was being torn apart spread through Dao Kong's soul. He felt like there was a will that was ripping apart his soul with a powerful force, and the pain only fused with it, mercilessly wiping his own will away. This was like a phenomenon that could not be altered. All forms of power could not change this reality. Upon this realization, Dao Kong's roars became biting and shrill, his madness turning into despair. He had seen others execute possession before, but had never expected that he would one day have it used on him. There were no words that could be used to describe this fear. It was a despair that was numerous times more wretched and miserable than death. Damn it! You're the one who brought out that sacred constellation robe. Your goal was to lure me into buying it. You hid a relocation rune in your sacred constellation robe. You killed the owner of that sacred constellation robe. Even if you possess me, Morning Dao sect will absolutely not let you go. Dao Kong roared shrilly, but the palm that covered his body made him feel as if the sky and earth had pressed down on him at the same time, leaving him unable to resist. His soul was torn, and the feeling that he was being invaded and wiped away became even stronger. He could sense it. In 10 breaths at most, his soul would scatter and disappear. Why are you possessing me? If you're talking about potential, there's Yi Wang from Black Ink Planet. He has even greater potential than I do. Let me go. I will help you capture Yi Wang. I'll help you possess him. I can even recommend you to become Morning Dao sect's guest. Let me go. I don't want to be possessed. Dao Kong was almost pleading at this point. Once his words were spoken, he could sense the mighty pressure on his body relaxing slightly. In fact, the pain from the sense of his soul being torn apart stopped intensifying, and hope immediately rose in his heart. The moment Dao Kong felt the pressure relaxing on him, a powerful killing intent rose in his heart. Without any hesitation, he used this chance to say a few complicated and difficult words that formed a chant. Vandaman, Studi, Sangasa. At the instant he said these 3 words, a powerful ray of light erupted from his body. That powerful light surrounded his body, and 3 complicated runic symbols appeared. As the powerful light swirled about violently, a vast presence spread out from the 3 runic symbols. Progenitor, save me! Dao Kong roared furiously. A barely noticeable cold sneer appeared at the corners of Su Ming's lips. He had been waiting for Dao Kong to use this sort of method, because he believed that with the potential he possessed, Dao Kong's position in Morning Dao sect would definitely not be something Dao Ren could compare to. Due to that, there was a high possibility that there was a protection art cast by some powerful warrior on Dao Kong's body. If it was forced out passively, then the art would not be something he could control, and that was not part of Su Ming's plan, which was why Su Ming had intentionally lessened the pressure on the palm. Because of it, Dao Kong, who had been forced into despair, would definitely seize the chance and activate that life protection art. This would allow Su Ming to have time to seize control over that life protection art which he could not originally control. Once that happened, he could complete the most crucial part of his plan to possess Dao Kong, which was how to make the people from Morning Dao sect believe that the future Dao Kong who would appear before them would be the real Dao Kong. I don't even need 15 breaths to possess you. Su Ming smiled coldly. At the instant power burst forth from the 3 runic symbols, he pounced on Dao Kong. This scene made it seem as if Su Ming's gigantic body had turned into fog, and surged into Dao Kong's body, clashing against the strong light and the runic symbols in the process. Loud booming sounds echoed continuously in Dao Kong's mind. Su Ming's body looked as if he had been forcefully wiped off by the strong light, and he was swiftly disappearing. At the instant his body completely disappeared, the terrified expression on Dao Kong's face froze for an instant. However, it disappeared soon. His face was still twisted. There was still fear lingering in his body, but there was a difference in the depths of his eyes that no one could notice. That difference turned the cold, sinister look in Dao Kong's eyes into a profound look. Dao Kong lifted his head and roared, "Damn it! You want to possess me? No one can possess me." The world where he was immediately distorted, and his body was covered by a vortex. Once it covered him completely, he disappeared without a trace. Oh! Outside Su Ming's room was Lai Shan family and the people from Morning Dao sect, and they were fighting against each other. The actions you took while Black Ink auction is still going are against the rules of Black Ink Planet. Even if you are from true Morning Dao world, you are not allowed to be so preposterous. An old voice said languidly from the wind that could destroy space in front of Su Hui. Elder Feng's ancient body manifested from the air. When he swung his arm, Su Hui's expression changed, and she took several swift steps back, and her pupils shrank. She was not the only one retreating, though. The 9 old men who were beside Dao Kong, and who had now opened their eyes, moved back in unison as well. Each time their feet landed on the ground, it would tremble. The 9 people who blocked the 9 guards were also 9 old men. They belonged to different families, but they were all from Black Ink Planet and part of Black Ink Dao. The incredibly quick Catwoman let out a piercing cry and began retreating with movements that made it seem as if her body was twisting. She retreated several dozen feet backwards, but there was still a layer of rain that surrounded her. It made her body seem obscure, somewhat vague and indistinct. Su Hui's pupils constricted, and she said with a cold sneer, "Interesting. Are there so many powerful warriors in Black Ink Planet so you could mobilize your forces instantly? Or have you been waiting here and appeared to stop us when Dao Kong disappeared? Black Ink Planet, I don't care how you appeared here, but if you intend to stop us, then you will incite a full-scale battle between True Morning Dao World and Black Ink Planet. You will also have to offer us an explanation for the disappearance of Dao Kong, a direct descendant of True Morning Dao World's Morning Dao sect." Elder Feng remained calm. Based on Su Ming's request, he only needed to block these people for 15 breaths, and the time was almost up. He cast a glance at the people from Morning Dao sect, and let his gaze linger a little while longer on Su Hui. "Might I know how the direct descendant of your sect disappeared? Please explain in detail. If he had truly disappeared from Black Ink auction, then I will naturally not stop you. Instead, I will work together with True Morning Dao World and search for that direct descendant of yours," Elder Feng said faintly while he counted the time in his heart. 15 breaths had passed by then. He might not know what Su Ming's plan entailed, but to ensure that no accidents happened, it could only be better if he could stall them a little longer. "But if you can't provide the reason, then based on how you have barged into the rooms carelessly just now, True Morning Dao World will never be allowed to enter Black Ink Planet ever again." Right when Elder Feng finished speaking, someone let out a cold harumph from among the 9 old men. "Once you brought that sacred constellation robe to our room after our young master bought it. Our young master touched it, and he was immediately relocated. I will absolutely not believe it if you say this has nothing to do with Black Ink Planet." "Oh? Kongjiu, go and check True Morning Dao World's room and see whether there is any ripple of power from a relocation," Elder Feng said calmly, and beside him, Lai Shan Kongjiu immediately lowered his head and voiced his obedience before walking towards the room where the people from Morning Dao sect previously stayed. The 9 old men who had been beside Dao Kong had incredibly dark expressions on their faces at that moment. However, this was Black Ink Planet, and they also had 9 people whose levels of cultivation were not any weaker than theirs blocking their path, which prevented them from breaking through. Su Hui's lips curled up into a cold sneer. She stole a glance at the room where she could sense Dao Kong's presence and suddenly moved. Her body split into 4, and from different directions, she charged towards the room in which Su Ming stayed. Elder Feng frowned. As he swung his arm, violent gusts of wind immediately howled. Just as they were about to sweep towards the 4 Su-Hus, she laughed coldly. The 4 figures moved once again, and in the blink of an eye, 16 Su-Hus appeared in front of the crowd. "Rush in!" They all cried out at the same time. The Catwoman immediately let out a shrill meow, and her body changed completely. Her beast form took up most of her body, because of which she looked like she had turned into a real cat as she charged into the room. The 9 old men spat out a mouthful of blood together as if they were activating some sort of forbidden art. Their power then increased exponentially, and like 9 raging dragons, they rushed towards the door. 18 strikes from the Lake of Phoenix. "You're one of the Phoenix sect." Elder Feng's pupils constricted. The 16 Su-Huis lifted their right hands together and struck the door to Su Ming's room through the air. As booming sounds echoed in the air, the 17th Su-Hui appeared outside Su Ming's door as it twisted. Her appearance made it seem as if she had borne the force from the 16-figure strike, and once that force gathered on her body, it turned into her 17th strike. With a speed those from Black Ink Planet could not stop, her palm struck the door. Bang! The door was shattered, and at the moment that happened, a steady voice came from the room. "Su-Hui, I'm fine." Along with the voice came a slender figure who walked out of the shattered door, and his presence had the pupils of Elder Feng and the members of the Lai Shan family shrinking. That person had a handsome face and looked like the world's serendipity had gathered on him and blessed his body. His black hair danced in the air, and his sacred constellation robe shone with a dazzling light. As he stood there, the ethereal presence from him was powerful enough to attract the eyes of all those who saw him. His own eyes were bright, and he had sharp, curving eyebrows that were in the shape of mountains. As he stood there, it looked like all the light around him had become dim so that he would become the focus of all attention. He was a person who stole all serendipities in the world, who enjoyed the kismet from the universe Dao Kong. Su-Hui frowned and took several steps back, her 16 figures dispersing. The 9 old men swiftly went forward and surrounded Dao Kong like guards to protect him. The concern on their faces was incredibly clear. "This is just a misunderstanding. I hope that the families of Black Ink Planet will not mind." Dao Kong smiled faintly and wrapped his fist in his palm, then bowed slightly to Elder Feng and the others. A barely noticeable glint appeared in Elder Feng's eyes, and he moved his gaze from Dao Kong's body to the room in which Su Ming stayed. In the room, he saw Yu Rou, the 13 old men, and also Su Ming, who was sitting cross-legged on the floor with a calm gaze. Fellow Taoist Su had a secret he wanted to discuss with me, which was why he had laid out this plan and relocated me to his place. "We have finished speaking now. Please do not blame fellow Taoist Su for this," Dao Kong said, still smiling faintly. Su Ming also smiled, and a hint of regret appeared on his face as he looked towards Elder Feng, the 9 old men beside Dao Kong, and also Su-Hui. Su-Hui stared at Dao Kong. If it was not because she did not sense a single change within his presence, she would have definitely suspected that there was something wrong with this matter. However, the feeling she had in her soul was as usual at that moment, even if she thought that there was something off about this. But she could not pinpoint it. With a glint in her eyes, she disappeared quietly into the air. Elder Feng cast a profound look at Dao Kong, then eyed flatly. "Since it is a misunderstanding, then fellow Taoists from True Morning Tao World, please return to your rooms. The auction is still in progress." "Now, pardon me. My subordinates have been rude just now, do forgive us." Dao Kong remained elegant and refined. When he wrapped his fist in his palm, an expression of regret also appeared on his face. It was one suited for his status and also one that conformed to the feeling he usually gave to others. As he spoke, he turned around and cast Su Ming a look. Once he smiled and nodded towards him, he strode towards his room. The 9 old men cast hostile looks at the Lai Shan family and left while trailing behind Dao Kong. When they left, Elder Feng frowned and cast a glance at Su Ming once again. After a brief period of silence, he turned around and led the members of the Lai Shan family away. As for Elder Yu, he had already disappeared into the air and was now nowhere to be seen. The 13 old men's faces were apathetic as they remained in Su Ming's room. They would not think about anything that was related to their progenitor. In their minds, they only needed to obey his orders. But it was not so for Yu Rou. She looked at Su Ming with a complicated expression on her face. She had a vague guess in her heart, but it seemed rather inconceivable to her. This should not be a possession. Otherwise, how could that Dao Kong still have his intelligence intact? Su Ming also has his intelligence intact. Besides, judging by how the people from Morning Dao sect reacted and were able to find this place immediately, it can only mean that there is someone among them who has a close connection to Dao Kong, so if he was possessed, then that connection would definitely be broken. However, based on their reactions just now, it seems like that connection is still around? But if it wasn't a possession, then what was it? As Yu Rou thought about it, a deep wariness appeared in her eyes as she looked at Su Ming. He had become even more unfathomable in her mind. Let's go. There's no need for us to linger around here anymore. Su Ming stood up, and when he spoke flatly, he walked out. Yu Rou followed behind him. As for the 13 old men, they bowed respectfully and disappeared into their rooms to act as garrisons for the auction. Prepare a chamber for me. I want to enter isolation. When he walked out of the room, Su Ming spoke in a calm manner, and Yu Rou lowered her head to voice her obedience. After a moment, Su Ming sat down cross-legged in a chamber deep underground within Blackwater City. It was quiet all around him. He had his eyes open, and his expression was calm. Not a single hint of emotion was revealed on his face. He seemed to be waiting for something. When the time it takes for an incense stick to burn past, a light breeze seemed to blow in the chamber, and Su Ming looked over. Elder Feng walked out from the wind and sat down cross-legged in front of him. Lord God of Berserkers, please grant me an explanation, Elder Feng said hoarsely. Su Ming did not speak. Instead, he lifted his right hand. Freezing air slowly appeared in the air above it, followed soon by snow manifesting itself above his palm. This was not an illusion. This was snow brought about by the cold of midwinter's chill, which was part of Su Ming's life matrix. The few flakes of snow that appeared on Su Ming's palm floated down to the ground from his palm, and gradually, a layer of snow covered the area around him. Elder Feng, what did you see? Su Ming asked languidly. Snow. Elder Feng frowned slightly. Su Ming furled his right hand into a fist, and once he seized the snow floating down, he unfurled his palm to reveal the snowflakes which had not melted in his palm. What is this? Snow. Elder Feng answered faintly. Su Ming smiled. He flicked his wrist, and once he flung off the snow, he seized the layer of snow around him with a gentle grip. And what is this? It is still snow. Elder Feng narrowed his eyes, as if he had come to an understanding. I have already provided you with an explanation. Su Ming swung his arm, and all the snow around him disappeared. I want to enter isolation now, and I will head to Divine Essence Star Ocean after that once we part ways. I do not know when we will meet each other again. Elder Feng, please take care of yourself. Su Ming smiled and slowly closed his eyes. Elder Feng remained silent for a moment, then shook his head and smiled. He got up and bowed to Su Ming before turning around, shaking his head, and leaving. He understood now. Su Ming had indeed provided him with an explanation. As for the details, they would differ for each person. When Su Ming entered isolation, the auction continued in the world outside and Dao Kong sat on the soft chair in his room as usual. In his hand was a wine cup, and as he watched the auction on the screen of light, he sipped at the wine. The 9 old men sat behind him, and all of them had their eyes shut, covering the white light that had shone within them when they had flown off in a rage earlier. The beautiful woman was no longer in the form of a catwoman, but had turned into the shape of a delicate beauty. She knelt down beside Dao Kong as if she was terrified of him, and in her hands she held a pot of wine, occasionally filling up Dao Kong's cup. I need an explanation, Su Hui stated gloomily. Oh? What explanation do you need? When Dao Kong asked this in a light tone, a barely noticeable glint shone in his eyes, and he looked towards the woman by his side. Ever since she had entered the room with him, she had immediately put on this delicate appearance. The fear in her was not fake. She was truly afraid of him. That relocation from the sacred constellation robe. What happened when you were relocated? Su Hui demanded again in a gloomy voice. Fellow Taoist Su from Black Ink Planet had a deal he wanted to form with me, and since it was not convenient for him to come to me directly, he used this method, Dao Kong said languidly, but the moment those words left his lips, he immediately noticed the woman by his side freezing for a moment, then lifting her head to cast him a surprised glance. In fact, some of the 9 old men behind him also lifted their chins slightly. Ripples immediately appeared from the space in front of him, and Su Hui walked out from those ripples with a single step. She glared at Dao Kong, and hints of murderous aura as well as something strange appeared in her eyes. Because only with this method could he hold a secret talk with me, Dao Kong said flatly, his eyes narrowing slightly. Oh? What secret talk could that be? Su Hui asked once again. What secret talk? Dao Kong lifted his head slightly, and a smile appeared on his face. He loosened his grip over the cup, and the cup in his hand plunged down, but before it fell, the woman by his side extended her hand to grab it. When Dao Kong saw this scene, the smile on his face grew wider. His right hand fell on the woman's face, and when he caressed it gently, the woman lowered her head. The surprise that appeared on her face previously also disappeared, replaced by obedience. The couple old men behind him who had lifted their heads lowered them when they saw this scene. In fact, even the focused glint in Su Hui's eyes became different. She might look as she usually did, but the doubt in her heart had lessened due to Dao Kong's actions. Why should I tell you? The ghost of a smile appeared on Dao Kong's face as his expression turned cold and he looked towards Su Hui. Su Hui frowned. She greatly detested this sort of expression and tone Dao Kong used, but it was precisely this expression and tone that caused most of the doubt in her heart to disappear. With a cold harumph, she fused into the air once again and disappeared. Once Su Hui disappeared, Dao Kong's gaze landed on the screen of light, the ghost of a smile still on his face. He was calm deep down in his heart. He was not Dao Kong. He was Su Ming. Dao Kong's soul and mind had been possessed by Su Ming. However, he would need some time to completely digest Dao Kong's memories, but it would not take too long. 1 month was enough. At the moment Su Ming successfully possessed Dao Kong, he could clearly sense how greatly Dao Kong's potential surpassed his, and more importantly, he could also vaguely sense the kismet gathered in Dao Kong's body. This was the kismet of true morning Dao world. With it around, this cultivation-based clone could possess limitless growth. As the kismet on Yi Wang's body slowly disappears and eventually leaves him completely, this cultivation-based clone of mine will have most of true morning Dao world's kismet gather on him, and because of that, this clone's potential will reach an incredibly powerful state. Besides, my current status is that of Morning Dao Sect's direct descendant. Morning Dao Sect, I wonder how the grudge between us will erupt when I become the only young master in Morning Dao Sect in the future. Su Ming smiled. That smile was incredibly brilliant, but there was an incredibly strange and sinister feeling to it. When the woman by his side saw that smile, her heart trembled, and she quickly lowered her head, simply allowing Su Ming to keep his right hand on her face, gently brushing her skin. This auction is boring and dull. Notify the warships in the galaxy. I want to leave by tomorrow, he said flatly as a glint appeared in his eyes. With Dao Kong's status, once he left Black Ink Planet, he would return straight to the galaxy where the forces of power from the 4 great true worlds were stationed. Through that place, he could return to true morning Dao world, but should he? He was not really in a hurry to leave. He could also head to Divine Essence Star Ocean. With these two as options, Su Ming would naturally choose the latter. Even if he really wanted to return immediately to true morning Dao world, his Akang clone still required a large amount of divine essence to grow stronger and devour the other 9 Akang souls, and the best place to obtain divine essence was naturally the mysterious and enigmatic Divine Essence Star Ocean. After all, that was the place where numerous gods died or fell asleep. That's why the divine essence Su Ming needed was in that place. Also, He had sensed Xianxia's cry for help, and there was no way Su Ming could just ignore it. He chose to search for Xianxia's tracks and do his best to try and find clues about him. If in the end he was truly unable to find him, then even if he had to leave, Su Ming would have no regrets. However, he did not intend to publicly have his clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole perform this task and instead chose to have Dao Kong's body, his cultivation-based clone, perform the task. After all, this clone had 3,000 fearless warriors, 9 old men in the later stage of World Plane Realm, a woman with an astonishing speed, a woman in Lunar Culpa Realm from Phoenix Sect who hid herself around him, and a dozen-something galactic warships. This power was much stronger than what Su Ming's clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole possessed, and would allow him to protect himself in Divine Essence Star Ocean. Besides, with Su Ming's own power, he could explore even deeper areas of Divine Essence Star Ocean and head to regions where few people could enter on normal occasions. With this thought in mind, Su Ming walked out of the room in the auction hall, bringing with him the 9 old men with shut eyes and the Catwoman. They returned to True Morning Dao World's lodgings. Su Ming chose a meditation room in that place and sent away the 9 old men as well as the woman. He sat down quietly and meditated. Everything was silent around him. Once he sat down, the Divine Essence runic symbols shone in his eyes, and the sacred constellation robe on his body immediately lit up. The runic symbols rose and fell, looking like they had always existed on the robe and making it hard for others to tell which light was a runic symbol and which a star. Soon after, with Su Ming as the center, the power of Divine Essence erupted from the star constellation robe. This power swept outwards in all directions, and in an instant, it filled the entire chamber. If anyone looked over, they would be able to notice that there were endless waves contained within the chamber, making it look like the bottom of the ocean. The waves surrounded him layer by layer, looking like ripples on the surface of water. This was not the power from the star constellation robe, but Divine Essence that existed within Su Ming's soul, and he was just using the star constellation robe as a cover. Very little time had passed since Su Ming possessed Dao Kong, so he hadn't had the time to examine the star constellation robe's effects, but he knew that it could be used to hide the power of Divine Essence. A soft gasp of surprise came from a corner of the chamber as those waves spread out. Su Hui's body was forced out of the air, and her expression changed. Shock appeared in her eyes as she stared at the star constellation robe on Su Ming's body. This was the first time she saw Morning Dao Sect's star constellation robe possessing such a well-hidden skill. However, she was only astonished. After all, the mysteries of the star constellation robe were something that even she did not completely understand, and she was from Phoenix Sect. In her eyes, this was definitely the members of the older generation from Morning Dao Sect showing favor to Dao Kong and executing a protection art for him. We're in a chamber, and you and I are alone. Could it be that you intend to practice dual cultivation with me right now? If that's the case, then I'll welcome it with open arms, Su Ming said in a lackadaisical manner, but there was a sinister tone in his words along with his flippancy. Su Hui let out a cold harumph, and disgust appeared on her face. As usual, the only person who could say such words was Dao Kong, whom she was sick of. His sentence just then made quite a large amount of doubt in her heart to disappear once again. There was only a small hint of it left in her. After all, the feeling she obtained from the connection she had in her soul was still the same as ever. As she let out a cold harumph, she disappeared once again and left the chamber. Once she was gone, the waves in the chamber continued spreading outwards. When the time it takes for an incense stick to burn passed, the lackadaisical look on Su Ming's face disappeared, replaced by calmness. He waited for another moment before he lifted his right hand and pushed his palm before himself. Immediately, light spread out from the edges of his palm and the spot where his palm had landed. There was a relaxed look on Su Ming's face, and when he lifted his right hand slowly, a relocation rune appeared in front of him. This rune had existed within this chamber a long time ago. To be more precise, it had been there even before the people from Morning Dao Sect had appeared in Black Ink Planet, but it had been hidden incredibly well, and even Su Hui had not noticed it. Deep underground in another region of Black Water City was another chamber. There, Su Ming's clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole opened his eyes as he remained seated. Once he did that, the light from a rune spread out from his body. That light grew increasingly stronger, and in the span of a breath, it completely enveloped this clone. 3 breaths later, Su Ming's clone disappeared without a trace. At the same time, in the chamber where Su Ming's cultivation-based clone was, his clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole appeared and gained form before he walked out with a single step. This clone of his did not stop when his foot landed. Instead, he took another step, and in an instant, crashed into Su Ming's cultivation-based clone, and they started overlapping, as if they were fusing together. If anyone looked over, they would be able to tell clearly that the clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole and the cultivation-based clone did not exist in the same dimension. It was as if one had stepped through the other as he sat down cross-legged as well. The place where the clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole sat down was naturally the place where Su Ming's cultivation-based clone sat. At that instant, the two of them completely overlapped with each other. At the moment that happened, distortions appeared in the air. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, the distortions died down. When everything within the chamber returned to normal, the overlapping shadow about Su Ming's body disappeared without a trace. He still appeared as Dao Kong, but at that moment, if he brought out all his offensive abilities, then he would be much stronger than Dao Kong. Su Ming smiled faintly, lifted his right hand, and swung it at the ground. The relocation rune started cracking inch by inch until it was completely wiped off and disappeared. Once we return to the galactic warship and head to Divine Essence Star Ocean, I will raise the level of cultivation of this cultivation-based clone of mine to the highest possible limit of what he can endure. Su Ming mumbled, and a brilliant light shone in his eyes. He had been waiting for this day for far too long. The increase in his level of cultivation for his cultivation base was his foundation, and it was the true divine ability that was stronger than physical strength. God Ascension Nectar. It's finally time for me to use it. Su Ming touched his storage bag. As his clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole fused with him, a number of storage bags on his body had increased. As for Dao Kong's storage bag, Su Ming had sent his Atman to scan it and seen quite a large number of good items in there. However, since he had limited time and quite a lot of things to do, he intended to investigate those items once he returned to the galactic warship. He believed that he would be able to obtain many rewards at that time. It's a pity that even the Lai Shan family couldn't manage to find even a single hint about the bald crane's physical body. They've searched through everything, but found nothing. Su Ming went over his thoughts for a little while longer before closing his eyes and immersing himself in Dao Kong's memories. He had to master all of Dao Kong's interests and habits as soon as possible and then slowly change back to his own personality in a manner that no one would be able to notice. The night went by quickly. When the second morning arrived, Su Ming opened his eyes, and once a strange light flickered briefly in his eyes, he stood up. With a swing of his arm, the door to the chamber slowly opened, and the 9 old men with their eyes shut as well as the Catwoman were all standing respectfully outside the chamber. Su Ming did not say a single word. Once he walked out of the chamber, he turned into a long arc, and the 9 old men as well as the Catwoman turned into long arcs to charge with him into the sky. Su Ming lifted his right hand in black ink planet sky. There was a ring on his index finger, and when sunlight shone on it, a brilliant light immediately spread out from it. As Su Ming sent a thought into it, the light from the ring instantly became stronger, as if it wanted to compete against the sun on who was brighter. At the same time, booming sounds echoed in the air, and in the blink of an eye, illusory figures appeared all around Su Ming. There were 3,000 of them, not a single one more, not a single one less. Naturally, they were Morning Dao Sect's fearless warriors, which were given to Dao Kong by Morning Dao Sect. Greetings, young master. The same words and actions were repeated at the same time by all the 3,000 cultivators. Their voices fused together to turn into a wave of sound that surged into the sky, stirring up a powerful presence. This presence was a murderous aura that told the world that these people would dare to rush forward and fight till the death even in the face of an old monster of Solar Culpa realm. As Su Ming looked at these 3,000 cultivators, a smile appeared on his face. Young master, the galactic warships have been activated and can leave at any time. Young master, when do you want to board the ship? The beautiful woman beside Su Ming said respectfully in a low tone. Later. For now, come with me to Worldly Star Planet. When Su Ming said this, he took a step towards the direction of Worldly Star Planet. The 9 old men immediately followed behind him, and the 3,000 cultivators turned into 3,000 long arcs who charged forward. If anyone from the ground lifted their heads to look up, they would see a sight that would give the feeling as if thousands of shooting stars were slicing through the sky. Their presences were like waves that stirred up ripples in the world, and they could be seen from far into the distance. As these people stirred up loud whistling sounds while they moved through the air, Worldly Star Planet soon appeared in their vision. A faint smile appeared on Su Ming's lips. He could already sense the bald crane and the abyss dragon's presences below. In fact, as they got closer and appeared in the sky above Worldly Star Planet, he could see a cultivator surrounded by 2 men in one corner of the city. Those 2 men were saying something in low whispers, and the sleazy-looking man who was the bald crane placed its arm deep into its bosom to bring out a corner of an illustrated book, as if it wanted to let the cultivator notice it. Did you see it, fellow Taoist? Do you want to know Black Ink Planet's secret? Do you want to know what sort of organization is Black Ink Dao? Heh, I have everything here. Are you interested in it? Are you interested in the progenitor of you family's private life? Do you want to know the true identity of the dual fiends, the crane and the black? Do you want to see the private pictures of the mysterious, beautiful woman who appeared in the past? I even have with me the list of the Hua family's bastards, as well as the truth behind Mo family's progenitor castrating himself while enduring pain just to increase his level of cultivation. In fact, I even have with me solid proof that the members of the Lishan family are not attracted to the members of the opposite sex but only those of the same sex. 300 years ago, why did nearly 200 old women from 80 different families cry at the same time? 1,000 years ago, why did all the female beasts in Black Ink Planet cry and wail for 3 years? 3,000 years ago, why did all the male beasts in Black Ink Planet roar for 10 years? All of this is just for 10,000 crystals. Brother, for just 10,000 crystals, this picture book will belong to you. You're lucky. Today, since today is the 300th anniversary since I opened shop, I will give a discount to the first 10 buyers. It's not 10,000 crystals, and neither is it 8,000 crystals, and much less than 5,000 crystals. Instead, it's just 999 crystals. Fellow Taoist, for just 999 crystals, you can take with you all the secrets of Black Ink Planet. The bald crane was speaking so excitedly that its spit was flying all over the place, and the cultivator was completely stunned while listening to it. Su Ming sighed in midair, then lifted his right hand and pointed at the bald crane, as well as the abyss dragon who was providing vocal support. Capture the 2 of them and take them with us. As Su Ming spoke, the 9 old men had calm expressions on their faces. Clearly, the men which were the bald crane and the abyss dragon did not manage to stir up much of their attention in terms of their levels of cultivation. There was not much of a change of expression on the faces of the 3,000 fearless warriors behind Su Ming either. However, there was a monstrous presence within them that burst forth from their bodies within an instant. It formed a great, mighty pressure that covered the entire Worldly Star Planet, especially on the men that were the bald crane and the abyss dragon. At the same time, a glint appeared in the Catwoman's eyes while she was beside Su Ming. Her ears instantly became sharper, and with one move, she instantly appeared beside the 2 men who were the bald crane and the abyss dragon with a speed so quick that it made Su Ming's pupils shrink slightly. Don't injure them. Capture them alive. Su Ming swung his arm and turned around to walk towards the sky. The 9 old men followed after him, and the 3,000 fearless warriors surrounded him. The bald crane was taken aback. It had been too immersed in its act just now and ended up not noticing such a large amount of people appearing in the sky. At that moment, it was shocked by the mighty pressure, and when it lifted its head, immediately let out a loud screech. Su Ming did not turn his head back to look. The bald crane should be taught a lesson. which was why Su Ming charged towards the sky with a relaxed expression while being surrounded by the people. When he flew out of the highest layer of wind in Black Ink Planet, he stood in the galaxy and saw the 13 gigantic warships. From the distance, these 13 warships looked ferocious. They were entirely black, and there was a ghastly air coming from them. At the bow of the ship in the lead was a murderous aura. That murderous aura was gathered there and did not dissipate, but once it spread out, it would form a power that could destroy the world. Each of the galactic warships from True Morning Dao world were incredibly precious. They were Control Morning Dao Sex Control, and were gigantic enchanted vessels that could travel at the same speed as the ancient bronze swords from True Sacred Yin world. Almost at the instant Su Ming saw the 13 warships, hundreds of people immediately flew out together from the warships. There were men and women among them, and their expressions were all respectful as they wrapped their fists in their palms and bowed towards Su Ming. "Welcome back, young master." Su Ming smiled faintly. He did not speak but took a huge step forward. When he was near the ships, he swept his gaze across them, and then, his eyes were fixed on the biggest ship among the 13. He walked towards it. At the instant he stepped on the warship, the 9 old men followed after him. As for the 3,000 fearless warriors, they split up and went to the remaining warships. On this warship that originally belonged to Dao Kong, Su Ming closed his eyes. He spread his divine sense to cover the entire warship, and after some time, he formed a conclusion based on Dao Kong's memories and gained an objective understanding of the warship. At that moment, shrill cries traveled from the distance and became increasingly closer with each passing moment. Within the blink of an eye, those shrill cries echoed in the warship where Su Ming currently was. "Damn it! Do you know who you've just captured? I'm telling you, it's not good for you to offend me. How dare you capture me? You're dead now. Just you wait. Little boy Su will come save us." Su Ming opened his eyes and looked at the beautiful woman. She had a man held in each of her hands. When she arrived on the warship, she let go of the bald crane and the abyss dragon, then stood beside Su Ming with her head lowered and with respect on her face. "I'm telling you, your grandpa crane is seriously powerful. Just you wait. Before long, you will all pay." The bald crane bared its teeth and brandished its claws while speaking in a biting tone. But Su Ming, who was familiar with its actions, could tell that the bald crane was afraid. The abyss dragon was silent beside it. "If you know your place, then hurry up and send us back to Black Ink Planet, or else, heh. Even if you're from True Morning Dao world, you won't be able to withstand little boy Su's fury." The bald crane spoke once again with a shrill voice. It was currently incredibly frightened, and when it saw the cultivators around it all maintaining those aloof looks on their faces and were completely indifferent no matter how it threatened them, its heart began to tremble. It would occasionally size up the handsome young man's face in front of it, and a myriad of thoughts raced in its head. "Damn it, this person wasn't among the list of people I tricked in the past. Why did he capture me? Could it be that he's little boy Su's enemy? Su Ming. Oh, Su Ming, you really brought a disaster on my head." The bald crane did not have enough confidence its guess, but it still shouted loudly, as if it had a powerful background. Su Ming smiled faintly. He looked at the bald crane continue making noise in front of him, then lifted his right hand slowly to swipe his palm across his storage bag gently, and immediately, a crystal appeared on his palm. He threw the crystal on the ground. The sound of the clear crystal falling on the ground was barely unnoticeable amid the bald crane's screeches. But almost at the instant the sound appeared, the bald crane's voice immediately died down, and its eyes were instantly fixed on the crystal. Then, it instinctively pounced on the crystal, and it was so fast that within an instant, it had already seized the crystal in its hand. It also placed the crystal in its mouth and bit into it. Excitement and exhilaration appeared on its face. "I lack 2 attendants by my side," Su Ming said flatly. The bald crane immediately put away the crystal and looked at Su Ming before it struck its chest and spoke loudly. I am willing to become your attendant, but you have to give me 1 crystal per day." As it shouted, it even kicked the abyss dragon before it looked at Su Ming again. With him along, You have to give us 2 crystals per day. Baldy! The man who was the abyss dragon glared at the bald crane. Just as it was about to speak, it was once again kicked twice by the bald crane. It was stunned. Being kicked twice was a signal they had formed between themselves. The abyss dragon let out a harumph and did not speak any longer. All right, the 2 of you may leave now. Notify the other warships. We'll be heading to Divine Essence Star Ocean. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He said these words flatly and sat down cross-legged on the ship. Su Ming's orders was a supreme, mighty pressure on the 13 warships. As his voice traveled outwards, whistling sounds immediately shot forth from the 13 warships after a moment before they changed their direction and moved past Black Ink Planet swiftly to head straight towards Divine Essence Star Ocean, which was behind Black Ink Planet. Even Su Hui did not question Su Ming after a moment of hesitation. She was not certain as to what exactly were Dao Kong's missions in Black Ink Planet. He thought that heading to Divine Essence Star Ocean was also one of Dao Kong's missions. The 13 warships heading out together in the galaxy. Waves were stirred up, and wherever they went, the galaxy would look like the surface of water, and ripples would appear. Su Ming had his eyes shut as he remained seated with his legs crossed. He lifted his right hand and formed a seal before pushing his palm on the ship. An illusory screen of light immediately appeared around him. That screen of light spread outwards and fused with the air above him, forming an empty space with Su Ming at its center. This was an art possessed by the galactic warship. It could form a secret chamber that others would find difficult to enter. Only the master of the warships could do this, and since Su Ming possessed Dao Kong, he could naturally do so. He was the only one alone in the secret chamber, and all other people had been sent away. Even Su Hui could not enter the secret chamber on the warship without a sound. This was an area that offered absolute safety to Su Ming. With the bald crane's intelligence, it should have registered what is going on. There's no need for me to remind it, then. As Su Ming's eyes closed and opened his eyes, a brilliant light shone briefly within them. Right now, the most important thing is for me to increase my level of cultivation. A hint of anticipation appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He took a deep breath, and at the instant his eyes slowly fell shut, he immediately circulating his cultivation base. Once he possessed Dao Kong's original cultivation base, which existed in the body, also became an illusion and no longer possessed corporeal form. Instead, as Dao Kong died, it also started dissipating. In truth, Su Ming's level of cultivation still remained at Heaven Cultivation Realm. However, with Dao Kong's potential and with the energy Su Ming had stored over the years, he had confidence that he could easily reach World Plane Realm. Almost at the instant Su Ming closed his eyes, and as if his cultivation base circulated with a bang, Su Ming's Ikang clone opened his eyes in Western Ring Nebula's foreign land. Waves of divine essence appeared on the Ikang clone, as if there was a connection between him and Su Ming's cultivation base clone, even though they were separated by an immeasurable distance. To move to World Plane Realm, I will need to obtain the acknowledgement from a world and use the power of World Plane contained in that world to let me head into World Plane Realm. I don't have the chance to have a world to acknowledge me, but I don't need the other world's acknowledgement either. I have my own Ikang world. Previously, due to the limits of my potential, I could not become a cultivator in World Plane Realm even after a long time had passed. But now, the limit due to my potential is no longer around, and I will step into World Plane Realm. A brilliant light shone in Su Ming's eyes. He formed a seal and placed his hands on his knees. Once he sucked in a deep breath, he slowly closed his eyes. At the instant he closed his eyes, the Ikang world where his Ikang clone was instantly bubble with excitement. The power of divine essence filled the worlds, and since Su Ming had originally left a brand of his soul in the place, almost within an instant, dense waves of world plane power were separated from the divine essence in those 100,000 worlds. The brand from Su Ming's soul was contained in this world plane power. As they bubbled with excitement, they stirred up the presence within Su Ming's cultivation base clone, causing Su Ming, who had his eyes shut in the warship, to have his level of cultivation increase exponentially with a bang. Bang! Intense bangs echoed in Su Ming's head. That was the impact from a cultivator from Heaven Cultivation realm trying to reach World Plane realm. Just one impact alone was enough to cause Su Ming's body to tremble viciously. Within an instant, his cultivation base within him increased by several times its original amount, and from the peak of Heaven Cultivation realm, he moved swiftly into the initial stage of World Plane realm. Once he entered World Plane realm, Su Ming's Atman instantly grew several times in size. A feeling as if he had been enlightened and as if he could somewhat fuse with the galaxy immediately appeared in Su Ming's heart. This feeling was something he had never experienced before. Right then, as it appeared for the first time, he could not help but be immersed in it. I have finally reached a breakthrough and headed into World Plane realm, Su Ming mumbled. His physical body might be incredibly strong and his Akang clone might be far stronger than the clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole, but due to his potential, his cultivation base could not hope to compare to them. Yet now, he could sense the power of World Plane realm. In fact, he sensed that as his power increased, his soul also seemed to be largely different from before. I should be able to continue increasing my power. Su Ming opened his eyes slightly. The profound look in his eyes made him seem as if the universe was contained within them. He mumbled softly and circulated his cultivation base once again to stir up the worlds where his Akang clone was located. As his cultivation base circulated repeatedly within him, he attempted to reach the middle stage of World Plane realm, rising abruptly in power due to accumulated strength. At that moment, this phrase was an apt description for Su Ming. Due to the screen of light covering the warship, all the ripples formed by the impact from Su Ming's cultivation base were blocked. Not a single hint of his presence spread out, so no one could know what was happening to him. Everything was normal. The bald crane and the abyss dragon walked with a swagger on the warship, especially the bald crane. It had a provocative look in its eyes, and it would occasionally sweep its gaze arrogantly past some of the cultivators who were meditating around. Perhaps it was tiring for it to do such a thing for a prolonged period of time, but it returned to its own room in the warship in an hour. When they were both back in their room, the abyss dragon stared at the bald crane. It had too many things it did not understand and was waiting for the bald crane to offer up an explanation to it. "Just what is going on?" the abyss dragon asked in a low voice. Why you? Seriously, you still don't understand." The bald crane yawned, then cast a sideways glance at the abyss dragon as it sighed. The man who was the abyss dragon frowned. He did not speak. "It's a simple matter. We ran into a rich person, and he values me highly, so he used a great sum of money to invite me to become his attendant. You gained a profit as well since you're with me. It's that simple." The bald crane winked. But what about Su Ming?" The abyss dragon was momentarily stunned. After a moment of hesitation, he looked at the bald crane. "Ignore him. That person is too stingy. Look at how great our new boss is. He gave us a crystal right at the moment he met us. So we'll definitely have a bright future free of worries ahead of us if we follow him. We can even return to true Morning Dao world. Isn't that great? You can also find that young mistress of yours soon." The bald crane cackled. The abyss dragon hesitated again. It felt that such an act did not seem too good. "Enough already. When have you ever suffered a loss since you joined me? Don't worry about it too much. Once we're back in true Morning Dao world, I'll go with you to the Emperor of Abyss True World. At that time, don't forget about the crystals you promised me." The bald crane yawned and sprawled down on the ground. It had taken the form of a human at that moment, but with this shape, no matter how it lay on the ground, it looked as if it was a dead dog. The abyss dragon sighed and no longer spoke, but instead lay down in a corner. It also looked like a big yellow dog. When the abyss dragon sighed, a barely noticeable glint shone in the bald crane's eyes. The thoughts running through its head at that moment were something the abyss dragon could not understand with its mind. Heh. Who else could it be but Su Ming who would throw a crystal at me the first time we meet? That guy could even possess Akang and make the other Akang souls unable to recognize him once he possessed it, so possessing a mere cultivator is easy peasy to him. Besides, I haven't been paying attention to his soul previously. But once I look at him closely, who else could it be but Su Ming? Ah, As expected, I'm just so smart. It's a pity that there are far too few smart cranes in the world. As these thoughts flashed in the bald crane's head, an array of emotions that spoke of a feeling of arrogance and loneliness which made it feel as if it stood on the tallest peak and dwarfed all other existences appeared on its face. The 13 warships charged through the galaxy as days passed. In the blink of an eye, half a month went by. They were already far away from Black Ink Planet. The spot in which they were currently located was very close to the periphery of Divine Essence Star Ocean. On their trip to the place, not a single faction of power dared show any form of ill will towards them. Usually, any cultivator who saw them would immediately avoid them and not dare to provoke them. In fact, the small planets and small factions of power between Black Ink Planet and Divine Essence Star Ocean simply allowed the 13 warships to pass by once they detected them. If it was not the 13 warships but Su Ming alone, then before he even reached the periphery of Divine Essence Star Ocean, he might have already been halted in his path a few times. In this place, killing a person and stealing their things was something natural. There were countless cases of the weak being abused by the strong. Without a sufficient amount of power, no one would dare to head to Divine Essence Star Ocean. Due to this law of survival, there were plenty of rogue cultivators who were like bandits in this region. They all lurked around with covetous eyes and would swarm towards all prey they believed they could steal from without any hesitation. However, in the face of the 13 awe-inspiring warships, all the factions of power did not dare provoke them. Su Ming did not know all of this. During the past dozen-something days, he had been immersed in increasing his level of cultivation. As he attempted breakthrough after breakthrough, he had reached the peak of the initial stage of World Plane Realm using the power of world planes for Mekang's worlds. With just one more step, he could head into the middle stage of World Plane Realm. However, this one step was not that easy to take. After trying several times to reach a breakthrough, Su Ming knew that even with Dao Kong's potential, he would need around 100 years before he could reach the middle stage of World Plane Realm. Even though Dao Kong had previously surpassed the middle stage of World Plane Realm, Su Ming had seen in his memories that while Dao Kong had reached the middle stage of World Plane Realm due to his potential, a grand ceremony called Morning Dao Pilgrimage played an even more important part in allowing him to reach that realm. Each of the direct descendants had a chance to go on Morning Dao Pilgrimage once when they ran into a stone wall in terms of their level of cultivation. It could be done only once, but it would give them a certain amount of certainty to break through their wall. However, the chances of success for that had a great connection to the person's potential. Dao Kong had reached the middle stage of World Plane Realm when he reached a breakthrough during Morning Dao Pilgrimage, which he went to before he entered the barren lands of Divine Essence. After another failure, Su Ming opened his eyes. A brilliant light shone within them, and after a brief period of silence, he tapped his storage bag with his right hand, and a poisonous wasp immediately appeared in his hand. The wasp's wings fluttered slightly as it lay on Su Ming's palm. After 1,000-something years of nurture, the wasp was now incredibly close to Su Ming, and the time for him to be able to take the God Ascension nectar from its body had arrived. Su Ming sucked in a deep breath, and a resolute look appeared in his eyes. 1,000-something years of nurture had caused Su Ming to be certain that the God Ascension nectar was indeed within the wasp's body. However, it was difficult for him to completely extract the nectar out from the wasp. It had already fused with the wasp, and the only way to take it out was by its poison. The God Ascension nectar was contained within the wasp's poison, and he had to control the amount of poison produced to be able to retrieve it. Once Su Ming sent a thought to the wasp, it immediately disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already beside Su Ming's chest. The poisonous stinger turned into a chilling ray of light that stabbed forward. If Su Ming had not nurtured and familiarized himself with the wasp, then her sting would have injected a great amount of poison into his system. Then, what awaited Su Ming would no longer be a serendipity, but danger. Yet now it was different. Even though the wasp had stung his body, he was in control of the wasp. It was injecting the poison along with the God Ascension nectar in an incredibly cautious manner. In just a moment, Su Ming's body turned purplish-black. The poisonous wasp swiftly pulled out the needle and flew around him. There was a hint of anxiety within the buzzing it produced while it flew. Su Ming's face was purplish-black at that moment, and his body trembled. The wasp's poison had already filled him due to the circulation of blood. But since he controlled the amount, the poison would not be activated instantly. Instead, it would remain at an amount which he could bear. Su Ming sucked in a deep breath and closed his eyes. Several days later, the purplish-black hue on his body slowly retreated, until all of it gathered on his right index finger, turning it pitch black. At that moment, Su Ming opened his eyes. With a fingernail, he sliced through his index finger, and black blood poured out. When all the poisoned blood flowed out, there was no longer any poison within Su Ming, only a hint of a golden substance that looked like honey. If he pulled at it, he could form a long thread from his wound to his finger, but that golden substance would not fuse with his blood. That golden substance was naturally the God Ascension nectar. More accurately speaking, this was just a small amount of the nectar within the wasp. However, just this small amount of nectar was enough for Su Ming to close his eyes. He activated his cultivation base and had it circulate in his body, stirring up his qi to make the substance in his blood melt. And at that moment, a thunderous boom rang out in his head. The loud sound replaced Su Ming's thoughts. Right then, a violent and frantic power swiftly erupted in his body. The God Ascension nectar was the supreme treasure Su Ming had obtained in Yin Death region. It was given the name God Ascension because it was said that this nectar could turn a mortal into a god. It might seem like the effects had been exaggerated, but if such a legend had been circulating around, it was enough to show how great of a storm this nectar had brought to the ancient world. God Ascension nectar could be said to have gone extinct a long time ago in the universe, so not a single bit of it could be found in the world anymore. However, as fate would have it, some bit of that nectar remained in a single poisonous wasp. And that wasp had not died, but had even been saved by Su Ming. This was a serendipity, Su Ming's serendipity. In fact, if anyone else knew that Su Ming possessed this God Ascension nectar, then even the 4 great true worlds would make a disaster fall on his head to snatch his poisonous wasp. God Ascension nectar was a supreme treasure that could make even the ferocious beasts in the universe to go mad over it. This was an astonishing item that should not exist in the universe. Just a small thread of that nectar alone was enough for Su Ming to feel as if he was burning. Amid the booming sounds, his blood boiled, and his consciousness scattered under them. It was the case for his cultivation-based clone, and it was the same for his clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole. However, Su Ming's Zikang clone retained his consciousness under those booming sounds, guiding Su Ming's soul in controlling his cultivation-based clone and ceaselessly circulating his power to melt that bit of God Ascension nectar. Every single time his cultivation base completed a cycle in his body, the God Ascension nectar would melt slightly and increase Su Ming's cultivation base with a loud bang. The wall between the peak of the initial stage of World Plane Realm and the middle stage of World Plane was swiftly broken after only circulating his cultivation base 9 times. Once Su Ming broke through, he realized that he could still not gather his thoughts. The power of the God Ascension nectar in his body was too powerful, and he even had the false impression that his body was about to burst. As he absorbed the God Ascension nectar and had his cultivation base circulate the 10th time in his body, the screen of light that was formed on the warship could no longer withstand the vast presence spreading out from his body, and with a bang, it shattered inch by inch. Once the screen of light shattered, all the cultivators on the warship instantly looked over. The 9 old men's hearts trembled, and they stood up swiftly. In fact, the 13 warships also stopped at that instant. The young master is training. Have the warship surround and protect him. The old man who looked the oldest in appearance among the 9 said in an awe-inspiring voice. It was at this instant that the 9 old men's expressions suddenly changed, and they looked towards the pitch-black galaxy in the distance. In fact, even Su Hui walked out from the air, and with a solemn expression, she looked towards Su Ming before shifting her gaze away, far ahead of them. The space there was engulfed by a dead silence, but if anyone took a closer look, they would be able to see a ball of black fog swiftly expanding over there. As it expanded, a sound that seemed like a baby wailing echoed faintly in the space. That was a powerful, ferocious beast that lived in the periphery of Divine Essence Star Ocean, and it had been lured out by the God Ascension nectar. The screen of light shattered, and Su Ming's figure, which was sitting cross-legged inside, was revealed to the world. It could be clearly seen that his body was entirely red at that moment, and there were veins on his skin. His body kept trembling, and his face was twisted, as if he was enduring great pain. A heavy, fragrant scent spread out from Su Ming's trembling body, and that fragrance was so strong that it swiftly spread outwards once the screen of light shattered. The ferocious beast that was letting out wails that sounded like an infant's cries was instantly attracted by it. That fragrance was enough to stir up the madness that existed in the ancient blood coursing through all ferocious beasts. And the fragrance had only spread out just then. If it was given more time, then ferocious beasts from all over the place would come rushing over. In fact, once the cultivators on the 13 warships smelled that fragrance, their cultivation bases started circulating rapidly due to the stimulation. They felt like with each breath they inhaled, their cultivation bases increased. This scene caused their hearts to tremble, and it did not matter whether it was the 9 old men or the hidden Su Hui. All of them looked swiftly towards Su Ming. Their expressions might be different, but there was shock and bewilderment in their hearts right then. The waves of tears from Star Ocean, as the wails from the infant echoed in the air and the fog tumbled about in the distance. Dark light shone on the 13 warships. The Catwoman's pupils shrank, and she instantly spoke in a hurried tone with a flushed face. The effect of the fragrance from Su Ming was mild to cultivators compared to ferocious beasts. To them, the stimulation was much greater. And as a Catwoman, the young woman was caught in a state between that of a human and a creature. The fragrance from Su Ming was strong enough to leave her muddled. At that moment, she bit down on her tongue, and only that allowed her to clear her mind. This creature is a strange spirit that lives in the periphery of divine essence Star Ocean, but it is incredibly docile. It usually doesn't attack those who pass by, but why would it today? At the instant the Catwoman spoke, the sound of a baby crying reached them with a bang. This time it was at a volume that was several times stronger than before. The sound was piercing, and when it came towards them from the fog in the distance, a large numerous waves rose up in the galaxy, as if the sound had turned into waves that were tumbling through the sea. Out of the 12 warships protecting Su Ming's ships, 3 faced the waves of tears. Almost at the instant the piercing sound that left their ears ringing reached them, the 3 warships started inclining and were forced back by the impact. Its voice is like waves, and its wails can make it seem as if it can turn the galaxy into an ocean. As its voice tumbles about, the waves of sound can submerge space. This is the waves of tears, the creature that exists in the periphery of divine essence Star Ocean. The Catwoman's face was slightly pale as she swiftly explained all she knew. Once the woman finished speaking, one of the 9 old men ordered in a ghastly voice, "Notify all warships and activate our strongest divine abilities at the same time. We will shoot this creature down. Sect Elder, you must not. This creature is not one that travels alone. It loves staying in the company of others of its kind. Once we attack, we might bring the other waves of tears to us, and at that time, the Catwoman quickly stopped him. Before the old man could speak again, Su Hui's solemn voice interrupted him. We will move past that creature. Until Su Ming regained consciousness, her voice was the highest-ranking one in this group of people. Even the 9 old men could only obey. While protecting Su Ming, the warships slowly moved forward, intending to circle around the region and avoid the waves of tears. Yet at the instant the 13 warships were about to skirt past the creature, its shrill infant wail rose into the air once again. This time, the tumbling fog swiftly spread out, and from its previous size, which was 10,000 feet wide, it grew to nearly 50,000 feet wide. It was also moving in the direction of the 13 warships. The creature was preventing the 13 warships from leaving. The sharp wails that stirred up the waves in the galaxy also seemed to possess the waves of tears' will to charge towards them from all directions like a tidal wave. You're just courting death. The old man who had spoken just then might have his eyes shut, but when his cold voice echoed in space, it reached all the other 13 warships. Activate your strongest arts and shoot the beast down. Since the waves of tears' animosity was so obvious, running away from it would not solve the problem, which was why when the old man spoke this time, Su Hui did not stop him. Almost at the instant the old man's words spread through the 13 warships, the dark light in them grew brighter. When it grew so bright that it was dazzling, the bows of the 13 warships swiftly sucked away all that dark light, as if there was a vortex contained there. Bang! A shocking loud bang echoed through the galaxy. 13 huge black pillars of light shot out from the 13 warships, and with an astonishing presence, they swiftly burst forth. The 13 pillars of light were like 13 sharp arrows and instantly sliced through the galaxy, stirring up waves that surged up to the heavens. They crashed against the waves of sound formed by the piercing wail from the waves of tears. Right before everyone's eyes, the 13 pillars of light sliced through the air and crashed into the fog that was still expanding endlessly. However, just like a stone falling into the ocean, they were devoured by the fog, and not a single one of them could be seen anymore. This scene landed in the eyes of those from Morning Dao sect, but their expressions remained the same, and not much changes could be detected on them. In fact, a cold sneer even appeared on the 9 elders' lips. Almost at the instant those sneers appeared, a loud bang that drowned out all other sounds erupted from the fog. In the mid of that noise, the fog fell apart. As parts of it tumbled outwards, the entire creature disintegrated. However, at that moment, the sound of baby crying surged into the sky from the fog that was falling apart. Monkey-like creatures that were only about 100 feet big shot out and charged towards the ships in a swarm. The massive waves of tears continued screeching non-stop. Once any of the monkey-like creatures rushed out, they would swiftly be surrounded by the fog, turning indistinct. This scene brought a great shock to the people from Morning Dao sect. This shock then turned into a tremor, and they felt their skins crawl. This was because in the distance, 10 more huge balls of fog appeared. The sounds of babies crying rose and fell, and farther into the distance, the group saw a meteor that was charging over at them. The meteor was dark red, and underneath it were countless waves of tears that were around 1,000 feet big. They were charging towards them while roaring and looking as if they were carrying the meteor. In fact, on that meteor was a waves of tears that was 100,000 feet big. Its eyes were bloodshot and filled with greed. Its roars drowned out all the other sounds made by the other creatures. Activate full speed. Leave in haste. Su Hui could no longer remain calm, and her voice echoed in the air. In an instant, the 13 warships let out huge booming sounds and turned into 13 long arcs that charged into the distance. However, right behind them were countless waves of tears that were charging right after. Damn monkeys! I hate monkeys the most. The bald crane poked its head out from its room, and once it cast a glance at the endless waves of tears, it immediately shuddered and began gnashing its teeth in anger. Monkeys are the worst, Why do I feel as if I had a grudge against them in the past? I don't care, no matter what it is, monkeys are the worst. As it mumbled, it suddenly sniffed the air and looked towards Su Ming. Surprise appeared on its face. This fragrance is familiar, very familiar. I seem to have eaten it in the past. As the bald crane was caught by surprise, the abyss dragon was already trembling next to it. With excitement on its face, it started circulating its cultivation base. It could clearly sense that its fragmented cultivation base was starting to show signs of recovery due to the stimulation by the fragrance. Booming sounds echoed in the area around them. The waves of tears numbered to no less than several hundreds of thousands. This alone was enough to shake all cultivators. Unless they had a powerful warrior in Solar Culpa realm, it would be impossible for them to fight against that horde. In fact, perhaps even a cultivator in Solar Culpa realm would find it hard to maintain his composure in the face of this swarm of waves of tears. After all, the mighty pressure coming from the waves of tears that was 100,000 feet big was powerful enough to intimidate all living things. Su Ming was completely unaware of the danger the group faced at the moment. Right then, he was circulating all his cultivation base and continuously melting the God Ascension nectar in his blood. As he circulated his cultivation base, Each cycle he completed would cause booming sound in his body and make him tremble even harder. In fact, he even had a feeling like his soul was about to scatter. This was the effect of just a tiny bit of God Ascension nectar, but even if there was only a tiny bit of it, it was already almost unbearable for Su Ming. If it was not because his Ikang clone was still providing for his soul and was guiding his cultivation base to circulate in his body to digest the nectar, then Su Ming's body would have already exploded. Serendipity had no form, and it was difficult to get a clear grasp of it. This God Ascension nectar delivered a great impact to all other life forms in the universe, but to the poisonous wasp, it was not the case. It could keep that God Ascension nectar in its body without any danger. The nectar fused with its poison, but did not increase its offensive abilities. In fact, it did not have much of an effect to its poison either. It was just like that poison. To the other living creatures, it was poison, but to the wasp itself, that poison brought no harm. Su Ming's cultivation base was increasing swiftly as he continued melting the God Ascension nectar. He had broken the wall that was the initial stage of World Plane Realm, and now that his cultivation base was still increasing, he was heading swiftly towards attain completion in the middle stage of World Plane Realm. However, by then, he had only melted less than 3/10 of that tiny bit of God Ascension nectar in his body, yet he could sense that he had already reached his limit. His soul could no longer continue, and his body was already finding it difficult to continue melting that nectar. His potential in the path of cultivation was even showing signs of being destroyed under the impact. God Ascension nectar, God Ascension power. This tiny bit in my body is just a small portion of the God Ascension nectar in the poisonous wasp's body, but I can't even melt all of this tiny bit. I need to get used to it for some time before I'll be able to try again. If that is the case, then the God Ascension nectar that's still in my body will no longer be a serendipity, but become a fatal poison. Su Ming opened his eyes with great difficulty. The divine essence runic symbols on his sacred constellation robe rose and fell, and this was a sign that he was using the power of divine essence to suppress the God Ascension nectar. At the instant he opened his eyes, he saw the endless waves of tears behind him, the solemn expressions on the faces of all those around him, and heard the screeches that traveled through the entire galaxy. He also smelled the thick, fragrant scent coming from his body. Su Ming's gaze changed. The unfocused look in his pupils disappeared, replaced by a brilliant light that shone in all directions. His expression immediately became dark. Based on his experience, he naturally understood why his worship had made these ferocious beasts mad in this galaxy. This was clearly due to the fragrance coming from his body. After all, this fragrance came from the God Ascension nectar. By then, Su Ming had only melted 3/10 of the God Ascension nectar in his body. There was still more than half of it left in him because his body could not endure it. If he left it in his body, it would no longer be a serendipity, but would become a fatal poison. This was why he could no longer continue circulating his cultivation base and melt it. Even though it would be a pity, he had to let it all out from his body. As his expression turned dark, a hint of determination shone in his eyes. I miscalculated this time. I thought I could absorb the God Ascension nectar if I only took a bit out. But by the looks of it, it's not something I can melt even if it's just a lit. Su Ming sighed. At that moment, the swarm of waves of tears that were chasing after the 13 warships let out increasingly more piercing roars. As the balls of fog charged forward, they fused together, becoming bigger, and their speed also increased exponentially. It became so quick in fact that it became faster than the warships, and like a bolt of lightning, it charged towards them. There were 3 balls of fog with this speed. Each of them was nearly 70,000 feet big, and as they charged forward, they looked like dark clouds gathering over the group's head. In an instant, the 13 warships were enveloped. Activate the warship's divine ability. Attack the fog in the middle, Su Ming said in a dark tone without moving from his position. Su Hui, fog on the right. 9 frail darknesses. I will allow you to open your eyes for a while. Attack the fog on the left. Su Ming did not say the 3 sentences quickly, but once they were voiced, the 13 warships immediately turned around in one motion. The dark light at their bows grew to a blinding degree, and with a bang 13 pillars of light charged towards the fog that was the waves of tears in the middle. Soon after, Su Hui, who was hidden in the air, let out a cold harumph. She might be displeased with Su Ming speaking to her in an authoritative tone, but she knew that this was not the time to refuse his request. Murderous aura shone in her long and narrow eyes, and she appeared near the ball of fog to her right. When she lifted her right hand, 16 figures that looked exactly like her appeared behind her and struck with their palms in unison. At the instant booming sounds reverberated in the air, all of the 9 old men opened their eyes slightly in the direction of the ball of fog to the left, revealing a very distinct white light in the dark galaxy. These 9 old men growled at the same time, lifted their right hands and pointed at the fog. Loud booms rose and fell as they reverberated in the air. The 3 balls of fog formed by the waves of tears instantly disintegrated and fell back in the midst of these bangs. At the same time as the balls of fog fell apart, nearly 10,000 waves of tears charged out from the scattered fog. Their shrill voices spread out in all directions, and they swiftly rushed towards Su Ming. Killing intent shone in Su Ming's eyes. He saw the waves of tears staring at him, and the greed as well as madness in their eyes was enough proof to tell him that his previous guess had been correct. The ferocious beasts had been attracted by the fragrance of the God Ascension nectar. Once he verified this point of view, he knew that there was little time for him left. If the God Ascension nectar could make these waves of tears go wild, then it would definitely make other ferocious beasts go mad as well. However, this region belonged to the waves of tears, which was why there were no other ferocious beasts around. But if this continued for too long, then the fragrance from the God Ascension nectar would continue spreading and would definitely attract more ferocious beasts. At that time, Su Ming and his group would all die. Charge ahead at full speed. All hands, heed my words. Do not leave the warship. Resist the ferocious beasts on your own ships. Su Ming said in a low voice as his eyes shone. He had noticed some hints about these waves of tears when he observed them just then. Fog was their protection, and it was an incredibly powerful one. It could withstand a full-powered strike from a cultivator in Lunar Culpa realm. Only by destroying that fog could they truly attack these waves of tears, since the beasts would need time to gather that fog around themselves again. During the time they did not have the fog's protection, the combat abilities of waves of tears would be the same as cultivators in Earth Cultivation realm. However, since their numbers were so great, it was difficult to kill all of them swiftly. Yet similarly, the 13 pillars of light, which were the strongest power of the 13 warships, also needed time to be activated. Because of that, there was a gap in time until the pillars of light could fire their next charge, and by then, the fog would have already gathered around the waves of tears once more. On top of that, not all waves of tears were equivalent to cultivators in Earth Cultivation realm. Some of them were 700 to 800 feet tall, and they could bring forth power equivalent to those in Heaven Cultivation realm. There were also some who were more 1,000 feet tall. Their offensive abilities were on equal grounds of people in the initial stage of World Plane realm, and there were more than a few of them around. This could only happen in Divine Essence Star Ocean. It would be hard to see such swarms anywhere else, and they were made of ferocious beasts with levels of cultivation that could shock others. In fact, Su Ming could even see some waves of tears that were 10,000 feet away in the distance whose mighty pressure was on that belonged to cultivators in the middle stage of World Plane realm. The most shocking one was the 100,000 feet tall wave of tears sitting on the meteor situated farthest from them. That beast's eyes were shining with a red light. It possessed intelligence, and the mighty pressure spreading out from it was the might of heaven that could only be formed by monsters in Solar Culpa realm. That beast was covered in fiery red fur, and it was clearly different from the other waves of tears. The relaxed look on its face also gave others a feeling that they were facing off against a cultivator. There were 4 waves of tears that were 80,000 something feet tall around that beast. These 4 beasts were clearly very old, but based on their presence, he could tell that they were at the peak of the later stage of World Plane realm. With these 5 waves of tears around, most of the cultivators in the universe would be shocked and terrified. Based on this, it could be seen that there was a reason why Divine Essence Star Ocean was known as the Forbidden Grounds. And this was only the area near the periphery of Divine Essence Star Ocean. Su Ming's group had not yet even stepped into the danger zone. If they had, then there might be even more swarms of creatures like these, and there would also be those mysterious and enigmatic tribes of the alien races as well. Those tribes had lived in Divine Essence Star Ocean for countless years, and survived alongside the alien creatures without getting destroyed, which could only mean that they something to support them and had their own areas which brought fear in others. At that moment, Su Ming finally sensed how mysterious and powerful Divine Essence Star Ocean was. The swarm of waves of tears this time also left a powerful impression on his mind. Su Ming's face turned dark. He knew that he had been reckless this time. As he sighed, he turned to face the waves of tears pouncing on him. Killing intent shone in his eyes. Shrill roars rose in the air, and the booming sounds from divine abilities reverberated in the galaxy. There were 13 warships, and each one was filled with around 1,000 waves of tears. They were all fighting in a frenzy against hundreds of cultivators. The creatures had already gone mad, wanting to kill the cultivators without a care for anything. Su Ming even saw that when a cultivator died, a group of waves of tears would immediately pounce on the body, ripping and biting into the flesh as if looking for something there. When Su Ming saw this, he instantly understood. The fragrance that came from the God Ascension nectar in his body must have entered everyone's bodies once they inhaled it, but they could not immediately melt it, which was why some of it still remained in them, and this remnant was the source that caused the waves of tears to go mad. The number of waves of tears on Su Ming's warship was the smallest, because his warship was protected by the others. If the beasts wanted to come in, they had to destroy the warships around him. The battle instantly reached an intense state. Many waves of tears died, but their numbers were endless, and in fact, another 4 balls of fog that were 70,000-something feet big were charging towards them from the distance. There were hundreds of waves of tears that were 1,000 feet big, several dozens of them that were 10,000 feet big, and even a gigantic one that was around 50,000 feet big and possessed power equivalent to those in the later stage of World Plane Realm. They were all roaring while charging over. "Young Master, we are in a life and death situation right now. Please use your full power to activate the warship and leave. We are willing to give up our lives to buy time for you. Young Master, please leave." Voices saying such things were continuously coming into Su Ming's ears from the warships around him. The fearless warriors from Morning Dao sect were ready to give up their lives for him. In fact, the value of their existence was to protect the direct descendants of Morning Dao sect. "Young Master." The 9 old men beside Su Ming hesitated for a while before they looked at him. The Catwoman fell silent and waited for Su Ming's choice by his side. With her understanding towards Dao Kong, she knew that he would choose to leave. As for her, she might be taken away, but if they ran into a danger they could not solve again, then it was certain that he would sacrifice her. Su Hui cast Su Ming a cold glance and let out a cold snort in her heart. With how much of a farce Dao Kong was, he would definitely pretend not to run first, but if it became more dangerous, he would choose to take some people and run. The sounds of battle echoed in the air, and the whistling sounds that came as the waves of tears charged forth were getting closer. The warships might be fast, but there were numerous beasts that were fighting against the cultivators from Morning Dao sect at the moment, so the enchanted vessel's speed was becoming increasingly slower. "Why should I leave?" Su Ming asked flatly. When he said these words, Su Hui immediately laughed coldly, and her expression grew more disdainful and filled up with hate. "9 seniors of mine, you do not need to protect me. Spread out and fend against the enemies. Su Hui, if you have time to laugh coldly, then you have the time to let one less of my subordinates die. And you, change into your fastest form. Otherwise, why should I keep you around?" Su Ming swept his gaze across everyone he mentioned. The 9 old men lowered their heads and swiftly spread out, scattering among the warships, then executed their full strength to fight against the waves of tears. Su Hui still had a cold sneer on her face, but she did not refuse to obey his orders and joined the fight against the waves of tears. As for the Catwoman, she lowered her head and voiced her obedience. When she rose up, her head immediately became long and pointed. With a single move, she disappeared without a trace. She traveled so fast that she was swimming around the 12 warships. Wherever she went, blood would spill from the waves of tears, and shrill screams of pain would echo in the air. Su Ming stood up. At the instant a glint appeared in his eyes. The Duke of Crimson Flame's totem manifested on his right arm underneath his sleeve. Duke of Crimson Flame, shift with me. At the instant he sent his thought, his body disappeared, and when he appeared, he was beside the 4 balls of fog that belonged to the waves of tears in the distance. His act of shifting shocked the cultivators from Morning Dao World, and anxiousness filled them, especially the 9 old men. Their hearts trembled, and even Su Hui was clearly stunned. She had not expected that Dao Kong would truly not run away, but choose to fight against the beasts personally. I will definitely not run away from the trouble I caused. Killing intent shone in Su Ming's eyes, and a large wave of the fragrance from the God Ascension nectar spilled out from his body, because of which the waves of tears became even more crazed. Quite a large number of them on the warships even turned around and charged back towards him with piercing roars. Su Ming lifted his right hand. The reason behind why the fragrance from the God Ascension nectar had become so thick was because when he had circulated his cultivation base this time, he had abstained from melting God Ascension nectar and used the simplest method to force it out of his body, which was by a windstorm that would purge the universe. The power of the God Ascension nectar was a serendipity, but once it was set aflame, it would turn into a bloodbath. In an instant, Su Ming was surrounded by countless waves of tears which roared in piercing voices. It sounded like they could penetrate the galaxy as they echoed in all directions. In fact, there were even some of waves of tears that were 1,000-something feet big. With madness as well as greed, they pounced on Su Ming. Fool! Su Hui's expression changed, and without any hesitation, she intended to shift to save him. She knew that with his power, he could perhaps last for a while, but Dao Kong, who had not lived through much bloodshed and had not gone through many life-and-death situations, was like a flower kept and protected in a house. He would definitely wilt and die when faced with a chilling wind. She was also certain that Su Ming's actions were due to a moment of impulse. This was not something Dao Kong would do normally, but it could come from a moment of hot-bloodedness. She might be calling him a fool from anger, but deep in her heart, her feelings towards him had changed slightly, but only in a barely noticeable manner. The 9 old men also sported drastic changes in their expressions. They immediately shifted, but the Catwoman was even faster than they were. Almost at the moment Su Ming was surrounded by the waves of tears, she charged forth at full speed and appeared right in the mid of the swarm. Young Master. Once the Catwoman appeared, she spoke anxiously, but just as she was about to break free of the encirclement with Su Ming, her voice died in her throat. She saw Su Ming, but there was not a hint of panic on his face. He looked as sullen as ever, but there was calm underneath it. He allowed the waves of tears to surround him, allowed them to pounce on him and use their sharp claws to tear into him, as if he wanted his body to be torn apart. But this was not the reason behind the Catwoman's words dying in her mouth. The real reason was that when the waves of tears tore at Su Ming with their sharp claws which could rip apart a cultivator's body, there was a sound like they had hit bronze. The beasts could only scream at that moment. Their claws cracked, making it seem like the amount of force they used to tear into Su Ming was the exact same force that rebounded back at them, and due to it, their claws shattered. It was as if the resilience of Su Ming's physical body was a wall that their claws could not tear apart. A wave of tears that was 1,000 feet big got close to him with a roar. Its body was huge, compared to which Su Ming looked like an ant. That 100,000 feet wave of tears also used its sharp claws, which were the size of Su Ming whole, to tear at its prey. Only the Catwoman who had rushed into the swarm of waves of tears saw this. No one else. At the instant the Catwoman's pupils shrank, Su Ming lifted his head, and the cold sneer on his lips became even colder. The killing intent in his eyes seemed to be able to stir up the galaxy around him, filling the area with a biting chill. Bang! Su Ming did not dodge, simply allowing the 1,000 feet wave of tears to strike him with its claws, and the Catwoman was left speechless. The ferocious expression on the wave of tears' face turned into one of momentary shock, and veins popped up on its face. It had used its greatest strength, but much to its astonishment, it could not crush this seemingly weak cultivator. It was as if it had not grabbed a cultivator, but a freezing rock that could not be damaged at all. What caused its roars to freeze as well was Su Ming slowly lifting his hands. What he was doing was not the simple act of lifting his hands, because he had only started lifting his hands once that gigantic claw seized his body. His movement slowly unfurled the giant hand from around him, and it was something the 1,000 feet wave of tears could not control. It was as if Su Ming's strength had already surpassed that of the gigantic beast. After Su Ming pushed open the wave of tears' fingers one by one, he clenched his right fist and punched the sharp claws in front of him. A loud bang sounded in space, and the 1,000 feet wave of tears trembled furiously. The frenzied look on its face instantly turned into fear when its claws were shattered. But the damage didn't stop there. It continued spreading up to its right arm, upper body, and then through all of its being. The wave of tears let out a shrill roar and then shattered with a bang. At the instant this happened, a light blue light floated out of its body, lighting up the entire area. When Su Ming took notice of it, his body trembled. A strange light instantly shone in his eyes. His expression changed, and that was because at the moment he saw that light blue glow, the black fragment that had always been with him, hidden in his soul, the fragment which was known as the seed of life extermination by a Kang and which had not shown any other uses for a long time, suddenly released a wave of heat. All the clones sensed that heat at the same time, as well as how it created a faint suction force to suck in the light blue glow. Su Ming was not unfamiliar with this feeling. It was the exact same feeling as when he had entered the dimension in the fragment when he had been in Dark Mountain all those years ago. His heart could not help but tremble fiercely. He had opened a couple doors within the fragment's dimension, but there were still plenty of them that he could not open, for he did not have sufficient medicinal pills required to open the next door. This had stopped him from progressing many years ago. It was not that Su Ming did not have the materials to create them, but as his level of cultivation rose and as he experienced more things, he had very little time to calm down and create those medicinal pills. A light swiftly shone in Su Ming's eyes. The thing that caused this suction force to appear from his black stone fragment and even gave him the feeling that he would only get when he entered the fragment's dimension stirred up a great amount of interest within Su Ming. He had a feeling that his stone fragment would have a great change due to the swarm of creatures around him. A brilliant light shone in Su Ming's eyes. However, once the 1,000 feet waves of tears died and the light blue glow appeared, Su Ming was not the only one who noticed it. All of the waves of tears looked like they had gone mad. As they roared, they even gave up on the idea of surrounding Su Ming and attacking him. Instead, they charged towards that light blue glow. It was as if that light blue glow was even more attractive and important than the God Ascension Nectar, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that this thing was more suitable for their kind. This scene did not only make Su Ming's pupils constrict, but the Catwoman also instinctively looked over. It was also at this moment that Su Hui and the 9 old men shifted over. They saw at the same time that a wave of tears that was 100 feet tall was standing closest to the light blue glow among the numerous waves of tears. It pounced on that glow recklessly, and it immediately fused with its body. In an instant, that wave of tears roared at the sky, and blood gushed out of its body. That was due to its body being torn apart as its blood and flesh increased at a mad pace. The creature's roars were filled with pain as its body expanded right before everyone's eyes. When it became 1,000 feet tall, it jumped from possessing the offensive abilities of a cultivator of Earth Cultivation Realm to someone who could fight against a cultivator in the initial stage of World Plane Realm. Its eyes were bloodshot. When it turned its gaze towards Su Ming, monstrous hate appeared there. Based on the emotion that flashed in its eyes just then, it actually somewhat resembled the wave of tears who had died moments before. Roar! The 1,000 feet wave of tears roared at Su Ming, but it did not charge towards him. Instead, it retreated, charging backwards as if it was fleeing, wanting to be far away from this place. It's the first time I saw a method of inheritance like this. When he saw that the 1,000 feet wave of tears wanted to flee, a faint glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and he chased after it. The other waves of tears around spread out then and charged after Su Ming and the group with furious roars. as if the scene just now was something they were already used to and did not care. Quite a number of waves of tears that were less than 1,000 feet big had died recently, but the faint blue glow did not exist in their bodies. Only the 1,000 feet wave of tears possessed that glow which made the other waves of tears descend into madness. Su Ming's pupils constricted slightly, but he did not say anything about it. Instead, he took a step forward, and in an instant, he appeared right beside the fleeing 1,000 feet wave of tears. He lifted his right hand again, and killing intent shone in his eyes. He forced out a little more of the God Ascension Nectar's power in his body. A loud bang resounded in space. The 1,000 feet wave of tears roared and turned its head as Su Ming struck it through space with his palm. Madness appeared on its face, but even if it had obtained the inheritance with that strange method, it still could not avoid the strike which possessed the power of God Ascension Nectar. The 1,000 feet wave of tears shuddered. Its body disintegrated and collapsed within an instant due to the wind brought by the palm strike. Then, another faint blue glow floated out of its body. Before the other waves of tears could pounce on it, Su Ming's eyes sparkled. He moved and appeared right beside the faint blue glow, and seized it. The 100,000 feet wave of tears on the meteor in the distance had a hint of a cold sneer on its lips. Clearly, it believed that the faint blue glow was not something a cultivator could control, but was instead something only the waves of tears could absorb. In fact, based on what it could remember, there had been quite a number of cultivators who had gone after the waves of tears inheritance, but all of them had their bodies and spirits destroyed once they completely absorbed it. There was no exception to this. Because of this, at the instant Su Ming touched the glow, the 100,000 feet wave of tears' mouth curled up into an even more prominent sneer. Yet immediately after, a strange change occurred. The faint blue glow in Su Ming's hand was absorbed into his body, and a focused light appeared in his eyes. He could clearly sense that the heat spreading out from the black stone fragment was so strong that it seemed as if it could burn his soul. There is an ancient ballad. In that ballad was a lonely old man. In the old man's eyes was a boundless world. That was during the time when the gods existed. It was an age when all manner of living contended against each other. It was a law when the universe operated due to a single person's will. A faint voice rose swiftly in Su Ming's mind and echoed in his head. The ancient air in that voice gave Su Ming a feeling that the owner was even older than Sui Qinzi. People worshipped this old man. They used strange items as offerings to him, strange treasures as sacrifices for him, so that they could obtain the right for themselves or their race to be written in the ballad. Legends say that all the people or races written in the ballad will not decay as long as that ballad exists, and they would also grow from normal beings to prosperous existences. However, over the course of numerous years, only 9 lives and 4 races obtained the old man's acknowledgement with the items they offered and were written into his ballad. From then on, those 9 lives and 4 races began their legend as eternal entities. Su Ming's mind rumbled as the voice in his head became even more ancient. While it continued echoing in his head, it was like the universe had come to a stop at that instant, and Su Ming's consciousness was the only thing that moved, tumbling about. It was also during the instant that the voice echoed in his head that a loud bang rang out in his mind, shaking his soul. In the mid of it, a layer of distortions suddenly appeared around him. In the blink of an eye, they turned into a gigantic vortex. As it spun, it devoured Su Ming like a huge gaping mouth in space, and he disappeared without a trace in the galaxy. Su Ming's heart trembled, but he did not panic. This was not the first time he had this sort of experience. This was the process of entering the dimension in the fragment. When everything before his vision cleared, he looked around him, and a familiar sight appeared in front of his eyes. Fog surrounded the area, making everything around him indistinct, but he saw a mountain in the distance. The door in the mountain was open, as if it was waiting for his arrival. All of this was just as he had seen before. This was the world in the black stone fragment. However, this time Su Ming did not take the initiative to come to this place. Instead, some strange changes had occurred to the black fragment which forcefully sucked him inside. Almost at the instant Su Ming looked towards the mountain, voices that sounded like roars rang out in the world of the stone fragment. These voices were like heavy breaths, and as they reverberated in the air, the land started trembling. Su Ming's pupils constricted. He saw 9 indistinct ferocious beasts with the shells of turtles, the heads of dragons, and the tails of snakes in the sea of clouds in the sky above. As they roared, they descended from the sea of clouds. Each one of them was tens of thousands of feet big, and that heavy breathing came from their mouths. There was a chain around each of their bodies, and as they descended, these chains were stretched taut, as if there was some strange item in the sea of clouds and these 9 dark turtles intended to drag it out. As the roars became stronger, Su Ming gradually saw a mountain in the sea of mountains. It was forcefully dragged out, and when most of its body appeared, it landed on the ground with a bang. The height and the majestic feeling this mountain gave off surpassed those of the mountain that existed here before. In truth, when the two were put in comparison, they looked like a giant and a child. The gigantic second mountain was several times larger than the first mountain. It also had a gigantic stone door, and on that door were written several ancient letters. A ghastly feeling spread out from those letters, and that feeling was incredibly great. Su Ming felt like his soul and his body were being corroded away at the instant he saw them. His heart trembled as he looked at the letters. At the instant he saw them, he naturally understood the meaning those words they tried to convey. Nurture, decaying spirit. The second part stood for, when all lives die, everything about rots away. That was the meaning. However, the nurture before the other 2 words made Su Ming a little uncertain. He was not entirely clear about what it meant and could not decipher its specific meaning. When the mountain descended, the chains on the 9 gigantic dark turtles who had dragged it out of the sea of clouds slowly faded away, as if they were to completely disappear. It was as if they could now be free. Delight, excitement, and exhilaration appeared on the 9 turtles' faces, and it was so great they could not hide it. There was a storm raging in Su Ming's heart at that moment. He had not expected that there would be a second mountain in the black stone fragment and that it would appear in front of him at this moment. Su Ming was no longer the child he once was in the past. His experiences had caused his will to be incredibly firm, while the ups and downs he faced had trained him to be very skilled in working out things around him. If there is a second mountain, then there is definitely a third mountain. Judging by when the second mountain appeared, it's clear that this was due to the fragment absorbing the light blue glow from that waves of tears. This is the key. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He had only opened a couple doors in the first mountain within the fragment's dimension, so he did not know how many had been left, and he did not have enough medicinal pills on his person at that moment either, which was why he could not choose to continue venturing into the first mountain. The key to the second mountain's appearance was the spirit that appeared after the waves of tears died. The name of the second mountain is Decaying Spirit. I should learn what the second mountain contains. After remaining silent for a moment, he looked at the 9 dark turtles whose chains had started disappearing. His eyes sparkled, and without any hesitation, he charged towards the door of the second mountain. The fog in the land was like an ocean. As it tumbled about, Su Ming moved through. The second mountain did not seem far, but when went to it, there was some distance between them. After a moment, when Su Ming stood at the foot of the mountain, he lifted his head, and a feeling of shock rose in his heart. Compared to the mountain, Su Ming was like an ant. In fact, even if he only compared himself to the gate, he was still very insignificant. He sucked in a deep breath. Based on his experience, he lifted his right hand before the stone gate to the second mountain and placed it there. Almost at the moment his hand came into contact with the mountain gate, booming sounds that shook the sky and earth reverberated in the air. They continued spreading outwards, and the gate to the second mountain swung inwards in front of Su Ming. While standing still, he felt a cold breeze blowing through the gap in the opened gate. It lifted his long hair and caused his robes to flutter. There seemed to be muffled mumbling sounds that could not be heard clearly in the wind, as if it was saying how ancient it was. Su Ming quietly waited for the mountain gate to open completely. Then a brilliant light shone in his eyes. In front of him was a gigantic cave that was dark inside. Not a single hint of light could be seen within, only a gust of waning wind blew past him. Su Ming sucked in a deep breath and took a step towards the cave. Almost at the moment his foot landed, dark light lit up the cave. The light came from the oil lamps had come to life out of nowhere. As the tunnel was illuminated by the dark light, the ghastly feeling became even greater, but Su Ming was now able to see his surroundings clearly. At the moment he did so, his pupils constricted, and the foot he had lifted froze in the air. He saw several totems on the walls around him. Those totems had pictures, and in those pictures were endless waves of tears. They looked extremely alive, but their expressions were hideous, as if they wanted to rush out of the totems. This gave a strong visual impact to anyone who saw them. At the end of the cave, Su Ming saw the first stone door of the second mountain. There was a light blue glow at the center of the stone door at the moment. The glow flickered, and each time it did so, endless light blue threads would spread out, covering the entire door like a cobweb. Su Ming remained silent for a moment, then lifted his foot and walked towards the end of the cave, straight towards the door. After a moment, when he arrived at the stone door, he fell into pensive silence. Based on his past experiences, he lifted his right hand and pressed his palm against the mountain gate. At the instant his hand touched the door, his long hair began to dance in the air, and his eyes swiftly gained focus. At the end of the ancient ballad, the old man closed his eyes. The 9 lives and 4 races became eternal entities that would never decay in the ballad. The old man turned into a statue. The statue was black, and he shattered, turning into 13 pieces that scattered into the world. Before they scattered, 5 words echoed in the minds of the 9 lives and 4 races: seed of life extermination. This is a cycle of life. This is a cycle in which the will of the universe moves from being something that existed into something that does not exist. It is also a cycle in which it went from something that did not exist to something that existed. Welcome back, you who possess the blood of the Abyss Builders and the will of a king. The seed of life extermination has been resurrected because of you. The first spirit you offered is the spirit of the wave of tears. There is a flaw in this spirit. Find that flaw and you can exterminate this race. You have endless time. Go to the place where you offered medicinal pills in the past and create a decaying spirit core that will stimulate the flaw in this spirit. If you give up, you will show that you have not chosen the wave of tears spirit as your first step to nurture life extermination spirit. The voice said in Su Ming's head. That voice seemed to be something that was left behind from ancient times. By then, it was slowly disappearing. The instant it vanished, Su Ming's mind trembled. A huge suction force spread out from the stone gate, but it was not sucking Su Ming's body. Instead, it was absorbing his will. It was a force that he could not resist, and so he swiftly closed his eyes. His body was still in the cave, his hand was still on the stone door, but his soul had been sucked inside, immersed in an age that was ancient in Su Ming's eyes. It was a galaxy without stars. In it was a vast ancient ship that was broken, and as it drifted in the galaxy, an old man sat at the bow, looking into the distance quietly. He did not move. Su Ming also looked into the distance, and he became the old man. From his position, he could see a black dot flying towards him from far away. It was a crane with a prideful and sleazy expression on its face. The creature's presence was extremely peculiar and kept on changing all the time. The crane was flapping its wings and flying swiftly towards the area. Behind it were hundreds of thousands of waves of tears. They were trapped in a gigantic net and were towed by the crane to this place. Hey old man, the offering I brought to you this time is most of the members of a race. Your grandpa I don't want much either, just a spot in the ballad. Just a spot. Even if you want me to call you grandpa, I'll do it. I just want a spot. The black crane had an expectant look on its face. As it flapped its wings, it came to the broken ship and appeared in front of Su Ming. The huge net behind it stretched endlessly. In it were hundreds of thousands of waves of tears packed densely together, and none of them were less than 1,000 feet big. There were also quite a few that were 10,000 feet large, and there were even a dozen something of those that were 100,000 feet. What caused Su Ming's heart to tremble was a wave of tears that exuded an old presence through its entire body among those captive. Its body was entirely gold, and it was 400,000 feet in size. It had its eyes closed and did not move. "You again, small crane." An ancient voice speaking in a strange rhythm elegantly tumbled out of the old man's mouth, in whose body Su Ming currently resided. The voice was not Su Ming's though, but that of the old man. Su Ming might feel that he had become the old man, but in truth, it would be more accurate to say that he was currently observing this scene that once happened and from the old man's eyes. He looked at the black crane in front of him. There had been some slight uncertainty in his heart, but when he heard its voice and sensed pride and sleaziness within it, he was certain that this black crane was the bald crane. If he formed his deductions based on this, then this era was incredibly ancient. 9 lives and 4 races. A thought appeared in Su Ming's head. Ikang and the bald crane are of the same category of life. Could it be that they are among the 9 lives spoken in the ballad? This thought made Su Ming's pupils shrink. At that moment, the old man spoke up once again. "Whether you can get a spot or not depends on whether the offerings you brought are the things I need." The old man shook his head, lifted his right hand, and pointed at the black crane. A wave of tears of around 2,000-something feet instantly faded away from the net. When it reappeared, it was already in front of the old man. Once that wave of tears left the net, it immediately roared in a piercing tone. A fierce light and a mad glint appeared in its eyes, and it lifted its right claw to close in on the old man. The old man's expression remained the same. He only cast a flat glance at the incoming wave of tears, and the creature trembled. The fierce light in its eyes disappeared, and at the moment it closed in, its body came to a swift stop. It lowered its head to bow down and worship the old man. Su Ming saw the old man lifting his right hand, or rather, he felt himself lift his right hand and press it on the top of the wave of tears head. With it, a gentle wave of power surged into the creature's body. Once that power circulated through, the wave of tears started trembling fiercely. It lifted its head, and its roars shook the heavens. Its eyes were bloodshot, and its body swelled up before his eyes. In the blink of an eye, it was no longer just a ferocious beast that was 1,000 feet, but had grown to 10,000 feet. It was as if the gentle energy from the old man's hands was a strange power that would stimulate life forms like the wave of tears. As the power swam in the body of the wave of tears, the full power of the inheritance lying in its blood was brought out. It was a shocking scene that astonished Su Ming. He did not know what sort of level of cultivation would be needed to enable a person to make a ferocious beast become a superior life form within an instant. But it wasn't over yet. Su Ming saw that when the gentle power from the old man's right hand circulated through the wave of tears body for the second time, its 10,000 feet body trembled even more furiously. In the blink of an eye, blood gushed out from everywhere. Its flesh and blood started growing in a bizarre manner as its body continued getting larger, and with a pained and crazed roar, the creature shot up to 100,000 feet from the initial 10,000 feet. The shock Su Ming felt was difficult to describe with words. He stared intently at that wave of tears, interested to see what would happen to this creature when the old man's power circulated through its body for the third time. In the span of a breath, the power made its third round. The 100,000 feet tall wave of tears shuddered. Blood covered every inch of its body, and it swiftly swelled up. 200,000 feet, 300,000 feet, 400,000 feet. As the size of its body continued increasing exponentially, desire and resolve appeared on the black crane's face. The waves of tears in the boundless net behind it were stunned. They looked at the wave of tears that had become 700,000 feet tall, and their bodies trembled before they bowed down to worship it, as if they were paying respect to their king. However, almost the instant they bowed down to worship that wave of tears and it reached nearly 900,000 feet, it let out a shrill scream of pain that shook the universe. With a bang, its body fell apart, unable to withstand the abrupt rise in power to become an even more superior life form. The power then caused it to burst. "So, old man, how are my offerings this time?" The black crane quickly asked with an anxious look on its face. "Old man, if it still doesn't work this time, I have no idea what to do anymore. It's been so many years, and I brought so many offerings for you. It's just a spot. Do you seriously need to be so stingy?" When the black crane saw that the old man was still not speaking, it instantly became anxious. "It's still not enough," the old man said faintly after some time. "But this time the offerings can stay." When the black crane heard the old man's first sentence, it became dejected. But when it heard the second sentence, its eyes immediately brightened up. It hadn't thought that it could get a spot in the ballad in just one go. Anyway, as long as the old man accepted its offerings, then as they accumulated over a long period of time, a chance to obtain a spot in the ballad would show up. The crane beamed with joy, and it immediately turned into a long arc and left. It charged out into the distant galaxy, and in an instant, it disappeared without a trace. Once the black crane left, Su Ming looked at the hundreds of thousands of waves of tears in the net, and a contemplative look appeared on his face. He had no idea why the black stone fragment had sucked his soul into this illusion of something that had clearly happened in an ancient past. At that moment, he could not help but remember the voice that had echoed in his head when he touched the door inside the mountain within the fragment's dimension. "The first spirit you offered is the spirit of the wave of tears. There is a flaw in this spirit. Find that flaw and you can exterminate this race. You have endless time. Go to the place where you offered medicinal pills in the past and create a decaying spirit core that will stimulate the flaw in this spirit. If you give up, you will show that you have not chosen the wave of tears spirit as your first step to nurture life extermination spirit." Su Ming frowned, then was stunned. He had felt before like he had turned into the old man just even if he was just watching the whole thing from his eyes. Yet right then, when he frowned, a thought formed in Su Ming's head, and a glint appeared in his eyes. He lifted his right hand, lowered his head, and slowly stood up. Within the vast galaxy, Su Ming stood at the bow of the gigantic ship that was broken and cast his gaze to the area ahead of him. It was pure darkness. After a moment of mulling over his thoughts, Su Ming suddenly said slowly, "Medicinal pills." Almost at the instant he said these words, the space in front of him distorted and medicinal pills of all kinds appeared. They were all the pills that Su Ming had used as an offering to open the mountain doors when he was in the cave in the first mountain within the fragment's dimension. As he looked at these medicinal pills, Su Ming seemed to be able to see his past. He recalled the memories of the things that had happened way in the past and were buried deep within his mind. He sighed softly, then recollected his thoughts. He looked at the medicinal pills floating in front of him, then at the hundreds of thousands of waves of tears trapped in the net. Gradually, he came to a realization. First of all, this was an illusory dimension. Second, medicinal pills as well as hundreds of thousands of waves of tears were presented before Su Ming, which would mean that they were test subjects for his experiment. With the knowledge of the different combinations of these medicinal pills, he needed to go through a secondary stage of creation and create a pill that targeted the flaw within waves of tears. This would then allow him to exterminate the entire race, and that pill would be called Decaying Spirit Core. The creation of this Decaying Spirit Core will require numerous tries. I will need a complete understanding of waves of tears, a thorough knowledge of their habits, lifestyle, and structure of their bodies before finding a way to target their weakness and create Decaying Spirit Core. Let's not mention whether I can succeed or not first. Even if I were to create it in the end, I would need an incredibly long time to do so. Based on this, the flow of time in this illusory dimension should not be the same as in the world outside. A thought appeared in Su Ming's head, and he looked towards the net floating ahead of him in space. The hundreds of thousands of waves of tears in it were no longer roaring, but maintained their postures, as if they had been frozen in time. In fact, there's even a possibility that the time here has been frozen because this is something that happened in the past. This is not the present, and there is nothing between these two times that exists together. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. This sort of a dimension was not unfamiliar to him. Black Stone Fragments dimension, Candle Dragon's world, and Ikang's world. He had experienced quite a lot of these dimensions in his life. The flow of time within them was often different from the world outside. In some of them, time flowed slower, while in others it moved at the same as in the world outside. Su Ming had thought about it before, wondering about the reason why the flow of time in these dimensions was different. However, this sort of thing was too complicated, and he had never really figured it out. At that moment, he looked at the space around him, and after a period of silence, his gaze focused. When he raised his right hand, he pointed at the hundreds of thousands of waves of tears in the net. One spot in the net immediately freed up. The wave of tears that had been pointed out disappeared from the net and reappeared beside Su Ming. Its eyes were, and it was staring at Su Ming, but was just like a statue that did not move. Su Ming looked at the wave of tears before him and lifted his right hand to press his palm against the creature. His Atman spread out and fused with the beast's body, and he began to observe it in detail. His goal was to understand everything about this creature, and from there, find the flaw that would allow him to exterminate this race, then create the waves of tears decaying spirit core. When the old man touched the wave of tears, he managed to instantly make this creature an superior life form, and it continued becoming greater. It's clear that during that instant, he had come to completely understand the wave of tears' entire structure of life, which was why he could do this. If he could do it at that time, then he could easily do the same for all other manner of life as well. He only needed an instant, but I will need an endless amount of time, but the direction we're heading towards is the same. One of these days, I will be able to do it as well. A hint of determination appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He had lived with plenty of complications in his life and went through plenty of life and death situations, but after every single trial and crisis, he had also received serendipities that far surpassed what other people obtained. It did not matter whether it was his Ikang clone or the transformation in the black stone fragment. Either one of them alone was already enough to have him stand proudly and laugh at the universe. Yet Su Ming had obtained both of them at the same time. It could be said that these two had opened a wide path for his future. Su Ming sat down cross-legged and meditated. Several hours later, he moved his right hand from the wave of tears in front of him. The creature might not be moving, but the instant Su Ming lifted his right hand, it turned into ashes and scattered away. Su Ming remained silent for a short while before pointing at the net with his right hand. Another wave of tears appeared in front of him, and with the same method, Su Ming continued his process of understanding the structure of life within waves of tears. Time trickled by slowly. Under the continuous process of observing and understanding, Su Ming forgot about time. He only vaguely remembered that their tens of thousands of waves of tears had been reduced to ashes as he investigated them. A picture slowly drew itself in Su Ming's mind. That picture was mainly an outline, and from its shape, it could be seen that this was the image of a wave of tears. Su Ming closed his eyes. This time, he fell into pensive silence for several months. When he opened his eyes again, he caught another wave of tears. As his eyes sparkled, he drew a line over it with his right hand, and its body was instantly cut open. He seized one bone and started examining it to get a feel for it. He did not know how much time had passed. When nearly a third of the hundreds of thousands of waves of tears were reduced to ashes, a complete skeletal frame appeared in the outline of the wave of tears in Su Ming's mind. This skeletal frame was the perfect set of bones that Su Ming concluded was the one that fit all waves of tears after observing tens of thousands of them. With the contour and the bones done, next would be the nerves and the blood vessels. Su Ming calmed his heart and mind, then immersed himself in researching the body structure of waves of tears, ceaselessly examining how their nerves and blood vessels were arranged. From tens of thousands of test subjects, he found the slight differences between them and also their similarities. In time, the contour of the wave of tears in Su Ming's mind possessed not only bones, but also thin threads of green and red that were intersecting with each other. These thin threads went through every single spot within the wave of tears contour and formed a more complete picture of the creature. Once Su Ming finished doing this, he sensed a feeling of ancientness, and it rose from his heart. This was due to him spending an unknown amount of time on his research. Even though Su Ming had deduced that time did not move in this place, his heart was still beating. Because of that, even though he was in this dimension where time was frozen, he still gained an ancient presence. It now has shape, bones, and also nerves. What it lacks is flesh and blood. A glint appeared in his eyes, and he immersed himself in understanding the flesh and blood of waves of tears. There weren't that many creatures left in the net, but for the moment it was enough. After around 10,000 something waves of tears were reduced to ashes in Su Ming's hands, a complete picture appeared in his head. This beast had form, flesh and blood, bones and nerves. The picture was a detailed description of waves of tears Su Ming compiled after years of research, which resulted in the deaths of 100,000 something waves of tears. At that moment, it could be said that Su Ming's understanding regarding waves of tears was even greater than what these creatures understood of themselves. He knew every single thing about their bodies, no matter whether it was a small detail or an overall view. He also understood where this creature stood in the pyramid of life like the back of his hand. Once 100,000 something waves of tears were destroyed, a slight presence that was hard to describe and could only be sensed by waves of tears appeared about him. Due to it, they would see him as a natural enemy, since this presence was a murderous aura that gathered about him when 100,000 something waves of tears had died in his hands. Once Su Ming completely understood waves of tears, that knowledge became a force that came from within his heart. At that moment, all the waves of tears in Su Ming's eyes, no matter how big they were completely transparent. When he lifted his right hand and another wave of tears appeared in front of him, he lifted a finger and gently tapped the spot 3 inches below the wave of tears' chest. With that one top, the wave of tears trembled. Su Ming did not lift his finger, but drew a line downwards, then had it move through the entire wave of tears' body. He did not use too much of his power, but at the instant he lifted his right hand, the wave of tears fell down. The creature seemed normal when that happened, but in truth all the blood vessels in its body had completely dried up and withered. This was not done due to Su Ming's divine ability, but from his understanding towards waves of tears. Because of his knowledge, they were so frail to him that they could not withstand a single blow. In reality, he just needed to cast a glance at a wave of tears, and he would immediately see all its blood, flesh, bones, and nerves. Not a single one would remain a secret from him. It could be said that if Su Ming left this place at this moment and appeared outside in the galaxy, then in the face of the waves of tears that came to him in madness and greed, he could teach them who their natural enemy was and the definition of fear. I don't know how much time I've spent to be able to do this, but when that old man pushed his palm down on the wave of tears, he had clearly reached this level. Su Ming mumbled quietly after remaining silent for a moment. He understood the wave of tears structure completely, and that's why he could create the decaying spirit core that could exterminate this race from these medicinal pills. A slightly freezing glare shone in Su Ming's eyes. If this dimension's time was frozen, then it also meant that the world outside was still the same as before he left. In other words, the 100,000 something waves of tears were still around. Su Ming wanted to create the decaying spirit core that targeted waves of tears to resolve the danger brought by the God Ascension Nectar. He remained silent for a moment before lifting his right hand to point at the floating medicinal pills. They immediately came towards him. With eyes shining brightly, he stared at the medicinal pills and pondered for a moment before taking out several dozen waves of tears from the net. He lifted his right hand and swung it, and one of each of the medicinal pills floating in front of him flew into the mouths of waves of tears. Since this place is an illusion, then besides having an endless supply of waves of tears, there will surely be an endless amount of medicinal pills as well. This dimension is just a place for me to search for the method to create decaying spirit core. The true creation will only happen once I leave this place, and that will be when I am in front of the door in the cave of the second mountain. Su Ming had experienced far too many things in his life, and his train of thought had already become mature. He just needed to think about a small matter like this for a moment, and he would understand the cause and effect as well as the order in which things happened. Almost at the instant the medicinal pills fell into the waves of tears' mouths, distortions appeared in the area beside Su Ming. The same amount of medicinal pills appeared once again, verifying his assumption. Su Ming did not look at the newly appeared medicinal pills. Instead, brilliant light shone in his eyes as he focused on the dozen-something waves of tears. He began observing them to find out the changes and the differences between them after they ate the medicinal pills. After confirming that there were differences between them, he recorded each change brought by the pills in his mind, then fused that knowledge into the picture of the wave of tears in his head to begin making inferences. This process was long, but Su Ming was not in the least bit anxious. His expression was as calm as ever. As time passed, he continued with his tests. From feeding only one medicinal pill, he gradually went to 2, then 3, until one of the wave of tears swallowed all the medicinal pills at once. Su Ming's heart was immersed completely in his experiments and the transformations in the waves of tears as he searched for their flaw. Slowly, the number of waves of tears in the net dwindled. Currently, less than 2/10 of them were left, which was around 60,000–70,000. The waves of tears which had died in Su Ming's hand had accumulated to 200,000 something in the passage of time. If mixed together, these medicinal pills can produce additional effects. Su Ming lifted his right hand and swung it, and the wave of tears in front of him with bloodshot eyes and a body that seemed to be melting was reduced to powder. This is the 3761st formula, but it can only make the wave of tears skull melt. I can't kill it instantly. Su Ming shook his head. This was not the decaying spirit core he wanted. I might not know the effects of decaying spirit core that can destroy an entire race, but in my mind, there is one medicinal pill that can be considered to be able to destroy a body when it explodes. A look that said Su Ming was remembering the past appeared in his eyes. He recalled, scattering blood, the pill he created when he was still a child. It was a pill that could melt a person at the moment it touched their blood, and it was an incredibly domineering pill. If a creature's body would explode once it melted, its blood would scatter everywhere, and all waves of tears who were touched by that blood would also melt and explode. This is decaying spirit core that is to my liking. Su Ming mumbled, and hint of ruthlessness surfaced in his eyes. Time passed, and the mixing of the medicinal core continued. It did not matter whether it was a full pill or half a pill, or even just a tiny bit of it. Su Ming used all sorts of formulas he could think of, and tried out all of them without delay. The number of waves of tears went to only around 30–40,000 from the 60–70,000, and in time, there were only thousands of them left. The 78,645th formula is still too gentle. The 81,324th formula is not the one. When there were less than a few hundreds of waves of tears in the net, Su Ming's body suddenly trembled. The 10,000 feet tall wave of tears in front of him turned red from his latest formula and fell apart in an instant. Its blood then gushed out everywhere. A focused glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He thought back on the formula he'd used for this medicinal core, and slowly, a brilliant light started shining in his eyes. When different medicinal pills are fused together, the blood of waves of tears will react and transform. And this change is one that does not fuse with these creatures' structure of life. The moment they touch this abnormal blood, it will fuse with their bodies and melt them in a process that looks like devouring. I'll need to add in a power that will make them explode as well, and this power will depend on the levels of cultivation. The higher the cultivation level of a wave of tears will be, the greater explosion it will produce. A smile appeared on Su Ming's lips, and he swiftly stood up. This core will be named Core of Waves of Tears. At the instant Su Ming got up, the illusory dimension immediately cracked. As the sound echoed in the air, the world shattered around Su Ming like a mirror. His body shattered along with it until he turned into powder and disappeared in the vast space. Almost at the instant this happened, Su Ming, who had his right hand pressed against the gigantic stone door in the cave of the second mountain, suddenly shuddered violently. His eyes flew open, and he sucked in a deep breath, as if his soul had returned to its body. His expression changed swiftly, and his right hand on the stone door started trembling uncontrollably. He felt that his soul and body were very out of sync with each other at that moment, causing him to feel incredibly unfamiliar with himself. A small part of this feeling came from his body, but a larger part of it was the sense of time flowing around him once again. The illusory dimension was very different from this place, and Su Ming had been a locus that acted as an intersection point between the two. He had returned from the still dimension after a long time, so it was only natural that he had a strong sense of not being comfortable with his surroundings. Su Ming lowered his head and looked at his right hand. He saw that it was trembling. In silence, his heart gradually calmed down, and a brilliant light shone in his eyes. I wonder how many years I've been in that illusory dimension. Time might not have moved there, but the amount that was supposed to pass had still gathered around me, giving me an ancient air. Among the 80,000-something formulas of medicinal pills aimed to target waves of tears, I finally managed to create the core of waves of tears. Su Ming sucked in a deep breath, and his gaze fell on the stone door. With a glint in his eyes, he took a step forward, lifted his right hand, and pushed his hand against the stone door once more. Almost at the instant he did so, the stone door let out a loud bang, and the light threads spreading outwards from the light blue glow that resembled a cobweb shrank back. When they collected into a single dot, it turned into a light blue vortex. At the same time, medicinal pills flew out of the vortex and floated in front of Su Ming. The pills before him were the ones that he had offered a long time ago as a child. They were also the same ones that he had used for his experiments in the illusory dimension. Yet the medicinal pills that appeared this time were no longer limitless in quantity. These were the only ones around. However, to Su Ming, even if there was no longer an infinite supply, it did not matter. He had already found the perfect formula, and he could successfully create the medicinal core in one go. He swept his gaze across the medicinal pills and lifted his right hand in a swing to immediately bring one closer once he crushed it. He only took the skin. Then, he took another medicinal pill, crushed it, and took a third of its contents. Complex procedures such as these continued until Su Ming skillfully created a core of waves of tears an hour later over the ball of flames he had summoned out of thin air on his right hand. The core was as red as blood, and it looked quite terrifying. It was as if this was not a medicinal core, but a ball of blood. Waves of malicious aura spread out from that core of waves of tears, along with a thick, sweet scent. If anyone caught a whiff of it, they would definitely be intoxicated, but if they sniffed it several more times, the person would want to hurl ceaselessly in a manner as if they wanted to even throw up their organs. Waves of tears. I'm returning. Killing intent appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and he turned into a long arc that swiftly left the cave, the second mountain, and the stone fragments dimension. Oh! Beyond the periphery of Divine Essence Star Ocean was a galaxy that would occasionally have dazzling stellar streams appear in it. Roars that sounded like infants crying rose and fell there, reverberating in all directions. If anyone looked from above, they would be able to see that there were 100,000-something waves of tears in that place. These creatures were of various sizes. Some were 100 feet in size, others 1,000 feet, and some even 10,000 feet, and they all had expressions of madness, bloodthirstiness, and greed. There were 13 warships that were surrounded by the 100,000-something waves of tears. In the mid of their roars and madness, waves of tears were launching wave after wave of attacks on their targets. Holding out against them were thousands of cultivators. They were exhausted and had injuries of various degrees on their bodies, but they did not retreat even a single bit. Instead, they gritted their teeth and persevered, even if their cultivation bases were almost completely used up, even if their enchanted treasures had shattered, and even if they no longer had any hope. But they still did not turn around. The 9 frail darknesses, who were the 9 old men with closed eyes, had their eyes open. White light spread out from them, and the 9 old men revealed their cultivation of later-stage world plane realm. They surrounded the 13 warships from 9 directions and were resisting the waves of tears attacks at full strength. If these 9 people were not around, then the waves of tears would have pounced on the 13 warships a long time ago and submerged them as well as all the cultivators inside. Yet even so, as the waves of tears continued attacking, there were cultivators who died. Their bodies were torn apart by waves of tears, and right before the other cultivators, they would be crushed, would have their corpses torn limb from limb, and would be eaten. These bloody scenes were shocking, and brought a hint of despair to the defenders. The Catwoman had already reached her maximum speed. With it, she circled the 13 warships, resolving one crisis after another, lessening the pressure on the cultivators with her kills. They used the warship's power repeatedly, having them burst forth with the pillars of light that could destroy everything. But every single time those pillars of light blasted forth, they could only destroy the fog. They could not harm the bodies of the creatures. After all, there were too many waves of tears. A number of around 100,000 something might not sound like a lot, but when someone truly saw it, they would find that there was no end to the creatures. In the distance were 280,000 waves of tears. They were roaring, and there was monstrous fog surging from their bodies. That fog was like a corporeal wave that struck in all directions, and before it were 17 Su-Hus. Her face was pale. It was very difficult for her to fight against two powerful existences who were at the equivalent of those in Lunar Culpa realm with her power. Even if these waves of tears were ferocious beasts and their divine abilities could not compare to those of cultivators, the pressure brought by them was still incredibly great. She was at a complete disadvantage. In fact, there were even a few times when the situation had become incredibly dangerous for her. Even if she was holding on for the moment, she would not be able to continue for much longer. More importantly, the 100,000 feet wave of tears was still sitting in a lackadaisical fashion on the gigantic meteor floating in the galaxy. Its eyes were cold, and with a contemptuous and mocking gaze, it swept its gaze past Su Hui and all the other cultivators. There were two waves of tears that were 80,000 feet tall by its side as well. If they decided to attack, it would become impossible for Su Hui to fight against them. There was anger in her heart. This anger was not directed towards the waves of tears, but towards Su Ming, who was currently Dao Kong. Her impression of Dao Kong had unknowingly changed when Su Ming chose to stay and even took the initiative to charge in. But she had not expected that all of this would be fake. Dao Kong's personality had not changed in the slightest. He was still that unkind, unrighteous, hypocritical and treacherous person she knew. He might have spewed out impressive and dignified words on the surface, but in truth, when he rushed out, he had used some unknown method to disappear. She might not have noticed any ripple of power that belonged to relocation, but there was no other explanation for Dao Kong's disappearance. Besides anger, Su Hui also felt a sense of grief and disappointment. She knew that her fate was tied to Dao Kong's, and that she could not break that tie. She was fated to become his wife for dual cultivation. She had attempted to change everything, but could never succeed. She had also tried to change Dao Kong, but failed in that as well. When she saw Dao Kong having escaped alone, the disappointment in her heart brought anguish and desolation to her pale face. The cultivators on the 13 warships were silent. They did not roar or laugh bitterly. Instead, in silence, they used all they had to fight against the waves of tears. As for the 9 old frail darknesses, no one could know what they thought. However, they occasionally glanced towards the spot in which Su Ming had disappeared and looked somewhat disappointed as well as indecisive. They were already very tired. While they were not injured in the continuous fights, the usage of their cultivation bases, the torment of their wills, the intimidation from the 100,000 feet wave of tears in the distance, and most importantly, the despair from no hope were a poison that could kill anyone's willpower. About an hour had passed since Su Ming had disappeared. During this time, the intensity of the battle had surpassed what happened before and reached a new height. If no outside force joined in, then perhaps they could continue fighting and persevering. But the 100,000 feet wave of tears in the distance seemed to have mocked them enough. It lifted its right hand and swung it. Immediately, the 280,000 feet wave of tears beside it lifted their heads, and while laughing ferociously, they let out shocking roars and turned into 2 long arcs that charged towards the 13 warships. Their arrival would mark the end of this hunt. A hint of calmness appeared in the white eyes of the 9 old frail darknesses. It was the calmness that would appear in a person who had seen through everything and was about to die. The Catwoman trembled. As she laughed bitterly, she prepared herself to die. Instead of living like this, it was better to die. But she would no longer have the chance to make up the regret in her heart. Fellow Taoist Su, We will burn our souls and self-destruct. We will use it to open a path for you to escape. At that time you must leave quickly." The voices of the 9 old frail darknesses echoed in Su Hui's heart. "We aren't the only ones who will do it. All the cultivators from Morning Dao sect and the 13 warships will also self-destruct to drag them down with us. This should be enough for you to leave this place. When you find the young master, don't blame him. He is still a child. He needs experience and time to grow. The 9 of us wish the best for you. Now we will leave the young master in your hands. He is a little willful, but we hope that you will be more tolerant of him. When you find him, bring him back to Morning Dao sect." Su Hui's heart trembled. The 9 old frail darknesses usually ignored her, and she too looked down on these 9 cultivators who acted like old slaves. They had practically never communicated with each other. But at that moment, these 9 people were determined to use their deaths in exchange for a chance for her to escape. The 280,000 feet waves of tears closed in on them swiftly. Mighty pressure descended on the ships with a bang. But at the instant the 9 old men prepared to self-destruct, the 13 warships were about to be destroyed and crumble, and all the cultivators were ready to kill numerous waves of tears with their own deaths. In the spot where Su Ming had disappeared, a ray of piercing white light began to shine. It rose into the heavens out of nowhere, and instantly attracted the attention of all cultivators and waves of tears. It made Su Hui look over, made then 9 old men cast their gazes on it, and also made the 480,000 feet tall waves of tears peer over with surprise. It even made the 100,000 feet tall wave of tears focus its gaze on it. The 9 old frail darknesses were momentarily stunned, then whipped their heads towards the place from which the white light came. Needless to say, that spot was where their young master had disappeared, and an idea rose in their heads. Even though they thought it was impossible, they could not help but think about it. The Catwoman was nearby as well. Her pupils constricted, and she trained her gaze towards the place. Su Hui was taken aback for a moment. Then she frowned. She did not believe that Dao Kong would return. In her mind, he had already run far back. But the scene that appeared next was one that shocked all the cultivators in the area and left them apprehensive. At the moment the 100,000-something waves of tears that surrounded the ships saw the white light, the madness and ferociousness on their faces vanished, replaced by terror. Their bodies began to tremble. Their howls might still be echoing in the air, but the roars no longer gave off the feeling that they were fierce. Instead, they sounded like pained wails. Those wails came from all the 100,000-something waves of tears. As they trembled, they swiftly spread outwards, as if the spot where the piercing white light was coming from was an indescribably terrifying existence to them. It was the case for waves of tears that were 100 feet tall, and it was the same for those who were 1,000 feet tall, and even the 4 that were 10,000 feet tall. Disbelief appeared on their faces. Roar! It was a roar that shook the sky and earth, made the entire galaxy tremble, and even shook the hearts of all cultivators, including Su Hui and the 9 old frail darknesses, as well made their minds go blank. That roar had come from the mouth of the 100,000 feet tall waves of Tears King sitting on the meteor in the distance. This was the first time it roared, and as it roared it stood up on the meteor. Because of the creature's height, it looked like an invincible deity. This alone was enough to shock and intimidate everyone who saw it. Yet at that moment, there was a grim look that had never appeared before on its face. The 10,000-something waves of tears forced themselves to stop running away once they heard their king's roar. With trembling bodies, they froze in the galaxy and looked at the white light, which was getting increasingly more piercing to the eyes. This scene shocked Su Hui, the 9 old frail darknesses, and all the cultivators on the ships. All of them had a feeling that something bad was about to happen. The thought that the white light was Su Ming, which existed in the 9 old frail darknesses' minds, disappeared at that instant. They were almost certain that the white light was a ferocious beast even stronger than the waves of tears. A feeling of anguish instantly rose in the people's hearts. At that moment, in the white light that was gradually increasing in size, a shadow slowly took form. But the outline of that shadow did not belong to a ferocious beast. It belonged to a person. Once that outline took shape, wails filled with pain rose loudly from all around the ships. Those wails came from the uncontrollable terror within the 100,000-something waves of tears. Those that were 1,000 feet tall were in a slightly better condition, but those that were only 100 feet tall started fleeing swiftly as they cried out as if they had gone mad. For a short period of time, the waves of tears in the galaxy fell into chaos. Roar! The 100,000 feet wave of tears roared again, forcing the fleeing waves of tears to stop in their tracks, albeit with great difficulty. But during that moment, a cold harumph came from the shadow in the light. That cold harumph echoed in the air. When it landed in the cultivator's ears, it did nothing to them. But when it landed in the ears of waves of tears, it sounded like thunderous booms. Immediately, 100 feet tall waves of tears let out shrill screams, and ignoring the will of their king, they scattered without any hesitation. It was at this moment that the person walked out completely from the white light. He was dressed in a sacred constellation robe, and his long hair spilled over his shoulders. His handsome face, slender body, and the hint of a cold smirk on his lips brought a thick, malicious air about him. "Young master! It's the young master! The young master returned! Greetings, young master!" At the instant Su Ming appeared, the cultivators from the 13 warships were filled with enthusiasm after being momentarily stunned. It was as if all their fatigue was swept away at that instant. As voices greeting him reverberated in the air, the 9 old frail darknesses cast deep looks at him and wrapped their fists in their palms as they bowed to him. They did not ask why he chose to return, but when they saw their young master once again in this place, they could not help but feel respect. The Catwoman was completely stunned. Similar to Su Hui felt, she had not expected that Su Ming would return. "I said before that I won't leave, and if I have to leave, I will take all of you with me," Su Ming said calmly, then turned his head around to sweep his gaze across the 100,000-something howling waves of tears, who were in an extreme state of chaos. His gaze was filled with a mighty pressure. The cultivators would not be able to sense it too deeply, but once the 100,000-something waves of tears saw him and felt his gaze on them, they wailed even more loudly and dispersed even faster than before. It was as if Su Ming's existence was a source of terror. It was something the cultivators from Morning Dao sect could not understand, but something Su Ming knew well. He had killed hundreds of thousands of waves of tears, and a presence that only waves of tears could detect had naturally formed about his body. This presence was a murderous aura that could make the creatures tremble. Su Ming's gaze had made the waves of tears become even more terrified because when he looked towards them, they would have a false impression of being dismembered. It was as if the structure of their bodies, how much flesh and blood they possessed, how their bones were distributed, and how their nerves lay in their bodies were all laid bare in front of him at the instant he looked at them. In fact, they even had the impression that the parts on their bodies which Su Ming had looked at had been injured before or became the most fragile parts. The presence he possessed that was akin to a monstrous murderous aura in their eyes, and the invisible mighty pressure broke their minds. This situation was akin to a dog butcher in the mortal world running into a dog. If the person had killed hundreds of dogs, then the butcher would possess a murderous aura that would cause all dogs to quake in fear. This situation was also similar to meeting great murderers. If someone could personally kill thousands of people, then the killing intent that would gather would be easily noticed by even mortals. Any person who would look upon that murderer would feel a sense of fear, even if they wouldn't know where it came. After all, it would be their spirit sensing it, not mind. Needless to say, if that person would have killed several hundreds of thousands of people, the feeling would become even stronger. It was no surprise then that waves of tears, who were ferocious beasts with extremely high intelligence, were able to notice it even more clearly. This scene was completely out of the expectations of all cultivators from Morning Dao sect. Even Su Hui sucked in a sharp breath. When she looked at Su Ming, she felt that he was unfathomable. She did not know what he experienced after he disappeared or why he could push waves of tears in a state of chaos just by standing still. The 9 old frail darknesses also could not come up with a reason for this. At that moment, a roar that shook the galaxy rang through the area for the 3rd time. The 100,000 feet tall wave of Tears King stood on the meteor and roared at Su Ming. Its face was grim, and there was a brilliant light in its eyes. Its roar was like a wave of sound that rushed out in all directions. This was a challenge issued by Waves of Tears King. As it roared, the 100 feet tall waves of tears shuddered. They might still be moving back, but those which were 1,000 feet tall and those which were 10,000 feet tall gritted their teeth and bore through the presence that terrified them. They stopped moving back. Instead, they gradually approached Su Ming. As for the 4 waves of tears that were 80,000 feet tall, their eyes turned bloodshot, and they charged towards Su Ming while roaring. At that moment, thousands of waves of tears rushed towards Su Ming, and there was not a single one of them that was under 1,000 feet tall. Su Ming smiled coldly. Almost at the instant these waves of tears came towards him, he took a step forward. The Duke of Crimson Flame shifted them, and in an instant, Su Ming disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already right beside a wave of tears that was 1,000 feet tall. That wave of tears shuddered. Before it could do anything though, Su Ming lifted his right hand and pointed to its chest in a well-practiced motion. With smooth movements akin to flowing water, he drew a long line on the waves of tears' body, and in the blink of an eye, he drew a circle around the creature. Then, without even casting it a glance, he walked towards another wave of tears. Behind him, that 1,000 feet tall creature shuddered. When it lowered its head, blood trickled out of the corners of its mouth, and its body became limp. The spot where Su Ming had tapped was an old injury it obtained when it was engaged in a fight in the past. The long line he drew sealed off a vein in its body, causing the circulation of blood to freeze for a moment. When this happened, its heart stopped beating, its body fell down, and it died. This scene caused the pupils of all who saw it to shrink. 1, 2, 3. Su Ming moved about, and wherever he went, none of the waves of tears could fight back against him. In fact, he did not even use much power on them. He understood the waves of tears' body structure far too well, and with just one glance, he knew just where their weakness lay. As Su Ming moved, waves of tears died. With their roars growing stronger, the 10,000 feet tall waves of tears closed in on him. The creatures that surrounded Su Ming gradually increased in number. Still not enough. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He wanted to have waves of tears gather around him in an even denser fashion. With a turn, he charged towards those that were 100 feet tall. At that moment, the 4th roar from the waves of Tears King reverberated in space. The will contained in that roar caused the 100 feet tall waves of tear to descend into a frenzied state as they shivered. Then, as if they had been forced into a corner, they no longer retreated, but charged towards Su Ming while screeching as if they had gone mad. It might seem as if Su Ming was in danger, surrounded by multiple layers of waves of tears, but all of this was precisely what he wanted. That roar from the 100,000 feet tall waves of tears had actually been a great help to Su Ming. At that moment, the kind left the meteor for the first time. By just taking one step forward with its gigantic body, it appeared in the area just beyond Su Ming and joined the waves of tears. Clearly, Su Ming's return had not only terrified the normal waves of tear, but also brought a mighty pressure to their king. The creature's great offensive ability that was equivalent to monsters in Solar Culpa realm caused the galaxy to rumble, and ripples spread out. A matchless power swiftly descended in the area, intending to crush Su Ming straightaway. He smiled. When he turned around to look at the 100,000 feet wave of tears, he lifted his left hand and seized the space beside him. Immediately, a 1,000 feet tall wave of tears was caught by its neck. Su Ming might have been incredibly tiny compared to it, but this did not stop him from seizing the beast by its neck. Because of this action, the wave of tears instinctively opened its mouth. Su Ming's smile was cold and sinister. With a malicious air about him, he shook his right hand, and a medicinal core appeared on his palm. Then, he pushed it into the wave of tears' mouth. It was the core of waves of tears which Su Ming had prepared for countless years, and had managed to produce after testing out around 80,000 formulas and experimented with hundreds upon thousands of waves of tears. The core. That could destroy an entire race. Once the core entered the creature's mouth, Su Ming tapped a few spots on the wave of tears body with his right hand, causing the core of waves of tears in its body to melt instantly. Then, Su Ming seized the wave of tears neck, and with a turn, he flung the creature straight into the troop of waves of tears beside him. The 1,000 feet wave of tears' entire body instantly turned red. Veins popped up on its skin, and blood gushed out of its eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. It looked incredibly terrifying, as if all its bones, flesh, blood, and nerves had melted. A freezing glare shone in Su Ming's eyes, in the face of endless waves of tears that roared and charged towards him, in the face of 4 gigantic waves of tears that were 80,000 feet big, and in the face of the waves of tears king that was 100,000 feet big, he smiled. The moment the smile appeared on his face, he lifted his right hand. He first closed his fingers together, then spread them apart, and softly said a single word, "Bang!" A muffled bang came from the 1,000 feet wave of tears. That sound overlapped with Su Ming's voice, as if it had triggered the explosion. With that bang, the 1,000 feet wave of tears which had swallowed the core of waves of tears exploded. The impact spread through the entire R, but there were no bones, no torn pieces of flesh, no ripped-up body. The creature simply exploded in a rain of blood. It was as if at the moment its body exploded, everything within it melted. The layer of skin enveloped everything that was inside the body, like a sack containing water. Then, when that sack was torn open, the blood inside gushed out in all directions. There were plenty of waves of tears around the spot where the 1,000 feet wave of tears had been. At the instant its body exploded, its blood spilled on a dozen-something other creatures. The rain of blood might have looked normal, but at the instant it landed on the waves of tears, shrill screams of pain instantly came from those dozens waves of tears. The cultivators on the ships saw the blood that spilled out seeping into the waves of tears' skin as if it was corroding through, making it seem as if it possessed some form of sentience. Then it entered deep within their bodies, fusing together with their blood. At the instant it entered their veins. Bang, bang, bang. The dozen-something bangs that rose and fell were so loud that all the cultivators on the ships trembled. The 9 old frail darknesses widened their eyes in shock, and the Catwoman froze her face, turning pale from disbelief. Even Su Hui's breathing quickened. She could hardly believe what she saw at that moment. As the bodies of the dozen-something creatures crumbled, the cultivators saw waves of tears exploding in all directions, as if a raging and roaring sea of blood had been called out. As more creatures exploded, the abnormal blood spilled on hundreds of other waves of tears. One of them was a creature that was 80,000 feet big. The cold smile on Su Ming's lips grew colder. He placed his hands behind his back as he stood in the middle of the disintegrating sea of blood. The blood that could kill waves of tears so easily had no effect on him. His cold smile and calmness were in deep contrast to the miserable situation around him that was filled with terror-born madness. If you want to take what doesn't belong to you, then you must be prepared to be exterminated, Su Ming said flatly. The hundreds of waves of tears screamed in pain, and their cries shook the universe. Their bodies exploded with a bang, while as for the wave of tears that was 80,000 feet big, it roared, and with an indescribable pain, it charged towards Su Ming. It was clearly enduring the pain of collapsing because it wanted to kill his oppressor. Su Ming did not move. He believed in the race-exterminating decaying spirit core he had created, so he watched the incoming 80,000 feet wave of tears with an aloof gaze. That creature took one more step forward, got slightly closer to Su Ming, and then its body exploded with a bang. Its death sounded like a funeral bell that resounded through the entire galaxy. Due to its gigantic body, the blood it spilled far surpassed the amount from the much smaller creatures. Once the creature exploded, a tremendous sea of blood submerged Su Ming's body and swept through the entire area. Shrill roars filled with terror and madness instantly came from the waves of tears' mouths. The battle spirit that had been lit after much difficulty by the waves of tears king disappeared like the wind at that instant. The threat of death caused the waves of tears to scatter outwards without regard for anything. They wanted to leave this place. They were afraid. However, Su Ming's decaying spirit core for the waves of tears was an item to exterminate an entire race. The longer it stayed in effect, the more shocking it would be. The explosion of the hundreds of waves of tears and the blood from the 80,000 feet wave of tears gushing out resulted in 10,000 waves of tears being splashed. Once the first bang from the wave of tears that was fed the medicinal core sounded, that noise never stopped. Loud rumbles continued reverberating in space, and every single time it rang out, endless screams of pain would follow after, along with another wave of tears turning into power for decaying spirit core. It was a medicinal core that could exterminate a race, decaying its spirit. A medicinal core that possessed the power to destroy all manner of lives. This was decaying spirit core. The sea of blood turned into a gigantic whirlpool that continued spreading out while booming sounds echoed one after another. If anyone tried to paint this scene in the galaxy as a picture, then anyone who saw it would be able to see blood-red flowers at the edges of the sea of blood in the middle of a picture, and this was where the booms were coming from ceaselessly. Each of the blood-red flowers was caused by a wave of tears body falling apart. This picture was incredibly beautiful, but it was also a funeral song for all lives. The 100,000 feet wave of tears king roared while retreating hastily. There was a frenzied expression on its face, and its eyes were bloodshot. It could only watch as its kind died in a forlorn manner, as 3 of the 4 old 80,000 feet tall waves of tears, the elders of its race, were killed. Their deaths were completely unrelated to their levels of cultivation. It was because of that sea of blood, because that damn cultivator had fed a medicinal core to one of its own just moments ago. The king did not know what medicinal core it had been, but the terror it produced was something even the waves of tears king could not fight against. It did not dare get close to it, did not even dare to let a single drop of that blood touch it. It had a strong hunch that even if it was the waves of tears king itself, its body would disintegrate just like those of everyone else. This had nothing to do with their levels of cultivation. It was simply something that could not exist together with them. This was a flaw in their lives. The booming sounds continued while spreading outwards. The numbers of dead waves of tears reached thousands, then tens of thousands, and kept increasing until the entire galaxy was covered by the sea of blood. At that point, about 100,000 waves of tears had died. The remnants stood at the outermost area of the galaxy, and most of them were only 100-something feet big. Few of them were 1,000 feet tall. As for the 10,000 feet tall waves of tears who were the closest to Su Ming earlier since they were the fastest, all of them had died. Even of the 4 old 80,000 feet waves of tears, only one remained, and it was trembling after having escaped by pure luck. If anyone looked around the galaxy at that moment, they would find that most of the 100,000-something waves of tears had disintegrated. Right then, there were less than 20,000 of them remaining. The area was filled with dead silence. All the cultivators from Morning Dao sect were shocked by all that they saw. Their mouths hung open in astonishment as they looked at Su Ming in the vast sea of blood in a daze. The waves of tears were all trembling. Expressions of terror and despair that had never appeared on them before showed up. As Su Ming stood in the sea of blood, he became an existence that was etched into the deepest parts of these creatures' minds, and his figure was branded deep into their lives and souls, to be passed down generation after generation. Either you worship me and leave, or all waves of tears will die, Su Ming stated flatly as he stood in the sea of blood and swept his gaze past those still alive. His voice shot through the sea of blood and reverberated in this galaxy. The waves of tears in the area let out pitiful cries begging for their lives as they trembled. Without any hesitation, they bowed down and worshipped Su Ming. The near 20,000 waves of tears that remained all chose to kowtow to him. When he looked towards the waves of tears king, an expression of pain and conflict appeared on the creature. After some time, it lowered its head and quietly chose to fold its gigantic body to kowtow as well. The act of bowing down and worshipping someone might seem simple, but to this creature, It was an act that was even more difficult to endure than death. However, if it did not do this, what else could it do? For its kind and the members of its race, it had no choice. Everything that had happened was because its kind had offended someone they could not offend. They brought upon themselves a disaster they could not resolve. When the creature remembered the medicinal core, a shudder ran down its back. "Now, get yourself out of my sight," Su Ming said flatly. The 100,000 feet tall wave of tears stood up slowly, and with a single move, it charged into the distance. Behind it were the remaining 20,000 waves of tears. They rushed away as fast as they could, following behind their king, as if staying for even a breath longer in this place would break them down. When Su Ming saw the waves of tears leaving into the distance, he shifted his gaze away from them. He did not choose to truly exterminate this race. He turned around and looked at the people from Morning Dao sect behind him, and slowly, a faint smile appeared on his lips. In the sea of blood, he stood dressed in his sacred constellation robe. His long hair danced in space, and his expression was calm, but the sea of blood was acting as the background. With it behind him, a distinct and powerful aura that was full of maliciousness spread out without reservation around his handsome face. The sea of blood and the malicious aura seemed to have fused together at that instant, and Su Ming's appearance was deeply branded into the minds of all those from Morning Dao sect. It was an image they would never forget in their lives. Su Ming's gaze caused a zealousness to be born within the cultivators from Morning Dao sect, and deep reverence for Dao Kong rose within them. This was a very different emotion from the one with which they served him before. They had respected Dao Kong in the past because of Morning Dao sect, but at this moment, they held Su Ming in reverence because of Su Ming himself. There was a slightly complicated look on Su Hui's face. When Su Ming looked towards her, for the first time ever, she instinctively wanted to avoid his gaze. "Let's go. We'll continue, heading to Divine Essence Star Ocean," Su Ming said calmly. "Understood." A single voice that consisted of hundreds of voices from all the fearless warriors, all the cultivators from Morning Dao sect. The 9 old men, the Catwoman answered. That word even echoed in the heart of Su Hui. "He's putting on airs. He's so good at putting on airs." The 13 warships charged forward in the galaxy. Within the biggest warship was the bald crane. It had an envious expression on its face as it mumbled to itself ceaselessly. "Gosh, darn it. This sort of act of putting on airs should be done by me. Hey!" The bald crane looked dejected. By its side, the abyss dragon rolled its eyes. It really did not want to strike the bald crane's ego and point out that the bald crane had been so scared that it did not dare to get out of the room when the waves of tears had attacked a few days ago. Think about it. Me, the handsome and elegant bald crane, standing in the sea of blood that surges into heavens, bathing in it. With a swing of my wing, I would wash my back, and 100,000 waves of tears would die. With another swing of my wing, I would wash my chest, and the remaining waves of tears would bow down to worship me. TSK, he's so pretentious. Now that I think about it, that guy is up to no good. To his left is that Catwoman. To his right is that girl. Behind him are those 9 old coots, and before him are thousands of fearless warriors. The bald crane ground its teeth in vexation, looking incredibly jealous. If I had that, I would definitely ask them to bring out all their crystals, but what did he do, huh? He did not even mention the crystals. This is so. He's so prodigal, so shameless, so wasteful. This won't do. I have to go to him and talk some sense into him. Abyss Dragon, don't stop me. I must go. The bald crane's eyes were red. In its anger, it was about to walk out of its room, but after just taking a few steps, it looked at the Abyss Dragon lying on the ground. "Don't stop me. I'm not stopping you." The Abyss Dragon sighed and quickly moved back, looking incredibly innocent. "Ugh. Fine, you're right, I shouldn't be so petty. I'll let this slide." The bald crane's eyes moved about shiftily before it quickly sat down, acting very generous. "What did I say?" The Abyss Dragon was momentarily stunned, and it scratched its head. Didn't you say that you didn't want me to go? Huh? I didn't say that. You said. I really didn't say. An intense debate immediately unfolded between the dragon and the crane in the room. No one else could hear their voices, but Su Ming, who was sitting not too far away on the warship's floorboard, could hear everything clearly due to the connection he had with the bald crane. He did not bother with the two creatures, though. Instead, he lowered his head and touched his chest. Even though the black stone fragment was not there anymore, Su Ming was too used to its existence. It might be in his soul, but he still instinctively thought that it was hanging around his neck. The scene several days ago emerged in Su Ming's head. Once the waves of tears left and Su Ming walked out of the vast sea of blood, it surged towards him and disappeared without a trace around him. But Su Ming could sense that the sea of blood had not vanished. Instead, it had been absorbed by the black stone fragment. Seed of life extermination. Su Ming closed his eyes. After a long while, when he opened them again, he put down the hand that had been on his chest. Su Ming could guess a little about the matter regarding the seed of life extermination, his Ikang clone, and the bald crane, but not everything. However, this was not the time for him to verify his guesses. He wanted to go to Divine Essence Star Ocean to search for Xianxia. If he could find him, then it would be good. But if he could not obtain any clues, then Su Ming was prepared to leave the barren lands of Divine Essence with Morning Dao sect. He wanted to leave this place and return to true Morning Dao world, then return to his homeland. In fact, he had already made a certain decision. If he could go back to true Morning Dao world, he was going to use a different method to take revenge on the entire true Morning Dao world than what he had planned while among the berserkers. He was not going to fight against those people head-on, but would instead replace them in the dark. I'll become the strongest of all those in the Dao family in Morning Dao sect and slowly take control of Morning Dao sect. And I will continue doing so until I control the entire true Morning Dao world. I'll become true Morning Dao world's Culpa Lord. I'll become Dao Chun. At that time, it won't matter whether it'll be the Immortals or the Wills from Yin Death region. All of them will be reduced to ashes. Only by doing so will Tion not be able to notice me, and I will be able to retrieve my physical body. A brilliant light shone in Su Ming's eyes, and a hint of a cold smile appeared on his lips. He was no longer the ignorant teenager from the past. It could be said that he was already a calculative and farsighted person. Tion would definitely not be able to think of this method. Su Ming looked around him. All the cultivators in the 13 warships were his subordinates. They had held Dao Kong in reverence in the past, and it was the same now, but Su Ming was Dao Kong now. Because of this, these people had become his subordinates. And due to the matter with the waves of tears earlier, Su Ming could sense that while these people still treated him the same as before, a hint of zealousness appeared in their eyes. This zealousness was not because of Morning Dao sect, but because of Su Ming himself. In fact, while the 9 old frail darknesses still had the same expressions as before and did not seem that different from before, Su Ming could sense from a few subtle hints that a barely noticeable hint of respect had appeared within the 9 old men. And along with it was also a hint of joy akin to that of the older generation seeing those in the younger generation growing up to be mature and powerful. Aside from these people, the Catwoman had also changed. But the one who changed the most was Su Hui. She no longer hid herself in space, but was on another warship. Occasionally, she would cast her gaze on Su Ming. She was hesitant, filled complicated emotions, as well as feeling an inexplicable surprise. Su Ming closed his eyes and no longer bothered with his surroundings, but instead went on to sense his own cultivation base. At that moment, he was already in the middle stage of World Plane Realm. As for his physical body, it possessed power equivalent to those in the later stage of World Plane. If he brought out the power of Divine Essence as well, then he could fight against those who had attained completion in World Plane Realm. If he borrowed the power from his Ikang clone as well or had his Ikang clone personally come to the place to fuse with this clone, then Su Ming's offensive abilities could allow him to fight against those in Lunar Culpa Realm and below without a problem. Though he would still not be able to fight against the Masters of Fate, Lives, and Death, he could fight against the old monsters in Solar Culpa Realm with his Ikang clone. Su Ming had never dreamed about having this sort of power when he had left the land of berserkers in the past. Yet now he had it in his grasp. In silence, Su Ming touched his storage bag. In it was the divine essence treasure piece arrives when the elephant is here, along with Dao Avenue Mountain, which he could activate fully. These would be his killing moves. More importantly, he had the poisonous wasp. The God Ascension Nectar in the poisonous wasp was a source for Su Ming's level of cultivation to continue rising non-stop. When he thought of this, he lowered his head to look at his right index finger. There might not seem to anything unusual about it, but Su Ming knew that God Ascension Nectar was contained in that fingertip. In the end, he had decided to keep that God Ascension Nectar. Even though it would attract danger to him, as long as he controlled it and not let it spread outwards, he could avoid danger, especially when there were 13 screens of light around where he sat. This was the protection provided to him by the 13 warships. Along with Su Ming's own power and seals, he could make it so that the fragrance from the God Ascension Nectar did not spread outwards. When he tried to continue melting the God Ascension Nectar, Su Ming also gained a complete version of Dao Kong's memories. He found the peculiarities surrounding the sacred constellation robe and the method to use it. The sacred constellation robe was something that only the direct descendants of the Dao family in Morning Dao sect could possess, so there was bound to be something about it that made it strong. Due to Su Ming's continuous efforts to understand it over the past few days and Dao Kong's memories, he had gained mastery over the robe. The more people I enslave, the stronger the might of the sacred constellation robe will become, and based on Dao Kong's sacred constellation robe as well as his memories, he had nearly 100,000 retainers in Morning Dao sect. These 100,000 retainers have outstanding power. He also has 4 main guards. Each of them is at the later stage of World Plane Realm, but due to the unique structure of the barren lands of divine essence, they could not come with Dao Kong, which was why they were made to stay outside. Su Ming touched the robe with his right hand, and a smile flashed on his face. There are 3 main functions within sacred constellation robes. One of them is to protect. Their wearers can stimulate the protective power inside, and different sacred constellation robes have different strengths. Dao Kong's sacred constellation robe can resist 1 full power strike from a cultivator in Lunar Kulpa realm. This alone makes this robe much stronger than the one I obtained from that Dao Yuan, whom I killed in the past. That robe couldn't even allow me to resist against the 3 old men sealed in my soul, which shows just how weak it was. The scene from that year emerged in Su Ming's mind. Now that he thought back on it, the 3 men sealed in his soul should have been existences like the Duke of Crimson Flame. The second is to seal divine abilities. One of the main reasons behind why sacred constellation robes are so powerful is this. They can seal off other people's divine abilities and allow the wearer to figure them out. But if the wearer wants to execute an art, then he would need enough power and enough retainers to stimulate him to cast it. As for the third function, it is to allow the wearer to turn into a star. But to do this, they need to burn their servants' souls. Once a person turns into a star, they can control the essence of a world. Even when in the face of someone in Solar Kulpa realm, they would be able to resist a full power strike from them, albeit with much difficulty. And as a sacred constellation robe becomes stronger, it should be able to allow the wearer to turn into a star cluster. If that is the case, then the wearer would become powerful enough to shock those in Solar Kulpa realm. It's a pity that turning into a star isn't that easy. This sacred constellation robe hasn't reached that level. Right now, this robe is only a 4th tier constellation robe. It's still far from reaching the 9th tier. Also, based on Dao Kong's memories, if a sacred constellation robe reaches the 9th tier, then other hidden divine abilities would be revealed. Its color would even change to silver. In his memories, the ancient existences among the direct descendants of the Dao family had silver robes. As for those in his generation, no one had managed to make their robes turn silver before he left for the barren lands of divine essence. Su Ming rubbed the center of his brows and closed his eyes. He started meditating quietly and exercising his breathing. Time trickled by slowly. The 13 warships' travel was rather smooth. They no longer ran into existences like the waves of tears, and even if they did occasionally run into some scattered ferocious beasts that did not travel in groups, they would either avoid them or kill them. Their journey could be considered to be a smooth-sailing one, until 3 months later, Su Ming and his group finally reached the periphery of Divine Essence Star Ocean. An innumerable amount of meteors were floating around there, and it could even be said that they surrounded the entire galaxy. This was a landmark. Once they stepped in, it would mean that they had stepped into the periphery of Divine Essence Star Ocean. Bang bang, bang bang. When the 13 warships approached the meteors, they immediately heard a noise. There was a regular pattern to the sound, and the interval between each one was almost exactly the same. Su Ming had already opened his eyes a long time ago. Along with him, almost all the other cultivators on the ships saw a thin and frail man crouched down on one of the meteors not too far into the distance. With an apathetic expression, he was digging a hole at a regular rhythm. When they looked at his surroundings, they found that there were already 7 giant holes around him. There were plenty of crushed stones floating about, making it clear that these holes had been all dug by the man. The man was not tall. At first glance, he looked like a child that had not grown fully, but when someone looked closely, they would be able to see based on the outline of his face that he was already a grown man. It was not to say that this person was short, but it was because he was thin and frail, as if a gust of wind would be enough to blow him away. The thin man did not even spare a glance at Su Ming and the others on the 13 warships. His attention was trained completely on the meteor as he continued to dig a hole with his right hand. Banging sounds continued reverberating in the air. This scene caused all those who saw it to be unable to help themselves but feel that there was something strange about this sight. Su Ming's gaze landed on the thin man as he remained seated on the warship. Even though it was just a brief glance, at the instant he looked over, he sensed the ripple of power coming from that man's body. That was not the ripple of power from a cultivator, but was instead a ripple of power Su Ming was familiar with and had even seen before, the ripple of power from a shaman. This was a shaman, a battle shaman. Su Ming narrowed his eyes and lifted his right hand to swing it in the air. The 13 warships immediately started slowing down, until they stopped completely. For a time, they remained beyond the group of meteors around Divine Essence Star Ocean, staying still in a spot not too far from the meteor with the thin man. From the start till the current moment, the thin man did not look at Su Ming and the others. He continued digging that hole until approximately the time takes for an incense stick to burn had passed. When he finished digging a deep hole with his hand, the total number of holes around him numbered 8. His action aroused curiosity in the cultivators from Morning Dao sect. While they were looking over, Su Ming shook his head. The ripples of power that belonged to a shaman were mixed, having a presence of other races as well. The thin man was not a pure shaman. Ignore him. Let's go, Su Ming said flatly. Once he spoke, the 13 warships immediately started moving again. As they approached the place and entered the group of meteors, a strange, shrill cry suddenly rose up from the depths of the group of meteors and turned into a wave of sound that surged towards them. Along with the wave of sound were 9 long arcs. These 9 long arcs traveled at an incredibly fast pace. They weaved in and out of the meteors and closed in on the meteor with the 9 holes within an instant to stand in front of the thin man. The long arcs faded away, and 9 men with messy hair appeared. Their clothes were distinctly different from those of other cultivators and seemed to be long robes made out of hides. There were also plenty of colors on the 9 people's face, preventing others from seeing their faces clearly. Only a ferocious totem drawn there could be seen distinctly. This totem was drawn with red and white paint. With their shining, chilling eyes, the 9 men gave off an incredibly dangerous feeling. Their ages could not be determined. The only thing that could be seen was that there were no women among them. The person standing in the lead held a thick, black bone staff in his hand. Judging by the looks of it, that bone staff was the leg bone of some ferocious beast. There were red threads intersecting with each other on that staff, and they shone with a strange, enchanting light. The appearance of the 9 people instantly caused a primitive and violent presence to charge towards those from Morning Dao sect. Galloping fighters. This race lives at the periphery of Divine Essence Star Ocean. They are a normal race and they have about 1,000 members. All galloping fighters love fighting and are incredibly fierce. They do not have much connection to the world outside. In Black Ink Planet's records, This race is considered an uncivilized race. The Catwoman next to Su Ming immediately whispered softly. Almost at the instant she said these words into Su Ming's ears, the 9 galloping fighters roared towards the heavens together. The freezing glare in their eyes grew brighter. They first looked at Su Ming and the crowd before swiftly charging towards the thin man from 9 directions. "I missed one," a cold and apathetic voice said. The thin man lifted his head and veins popped up on his right hand. With a roar, an eerie, chilling glare shone on his teeth. During that instant, his teeth changed and became much sharper. He brought out an herb from his bosom and chewed it, then bent down to pick up a stone he had dug out when he was digging the holes. With a single step, he charged towards the 9 people. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and a slight hint of interest appeared in them. He was not interested in the man, but the herb he was chewing on. Su Ming's knowledge towards medicinal herbs allowed him to tell at first glance that that herb was not used to cure injuries, but contained a form of poison. But that interest was not great and could not make him pay any further attention. The 13 warships continued moving forward and gradually moved past the meteor. Just as they were about to leave into the distance, the thin man let out a roar and crashed into one of the galloping fighters. With a loud bang, his chest was injured badly, but he let out a ferocious smile, completely unbothered by it, then rammed his head against the galloping fighter's forehead. He opened his mouth wide and bit down on the person's throat. With a yank, blood gushed out all over the place, and the man instantly retreated. A shrill scream of pain reverberated in the air, and the galloping fighter who had his throat torn open retreated while pressing a hand to his neck. He might have stopped the blood flow, but he could not stop a black hue from spreading down his skin. This was poison. It came from the thin man's teeth, and it came from that herb used moments before. The poison is pretty good. After seeing all this, Su Ming averted his gaze. The thin man moved incredibly quickly on the meteor. As he retreated, he turned around swiftly and crushed the stone in his right hand. When it turned into powder and he flung it upwards, he struck his own chest and coughed up a mouthful of blood. The blood and powder fused together and started burning swiftly to turn into a fire bird that charged towards a galloping fighter. At the same time, he roared and rushed towards another person. Within an instant, screams of pain reverberated in the air, and another 2 galloping fighters died under the thin man's hands. When he attacked, his actions were filled with madness and bloodthirst. Every single part of his body could turn into a murderous weapon. However, when 4 of the 9 galloping fighters had died, a dark glint shone in the eyes of the member of the alien race with the bone staff. He opened his mouth and bit down on his bone staff, and with a loud crunch, he crushed a small portion of the bone. At the same time he chewed it in his mouth, he lifted the bone staff and pointed at the center of his brows. As he did so, his body started trembling, and he instantly became thinner. In the blink of an eye, he was reduced to only skin and bones. The red threads on the bone staff started squirming about. Almost at the instant that member of the alien race became emaciated, thick, black fog erupted from the bone staff. The fog was thick, and when it appeared, it tumbled about before turning into a black snake. As it hissed, it charged towards the thin man. At that moment, the 13 warships had already left the area of the meteor, which was also where the group was fighting. The ships entered a group of meteors. Su Ming did not pay attention to the battle and massacre behind him. He could tell that the thin man and the galloping fighters did not pay any attention to them, starting a fight to the death in front of their eyes, completely unbothered by their presence. And since Su Ming did not send an order, all the cultivators on the 13 warships would not attack. Instead, they only looked at the battle coldly while the ships moved forward. When the thin man saw the fog snake coming towards him, his pupils shrank, and he swiftly retreated, but the other 4 galloping fighters chased after him with bloodlust and an intent to slaughter him. A ruthless look appeared in his eyes. He stopped moving, then instead of retreating, he turned around and charged straight towards the 4 people. Both sides instantly crashed into each other, and booming sounds echoed in the air, along with screams of pain. One of the 4 had his neck twisted. Another had his heart dug out. Yet another had his body torn apart, while the last one had his skull shattered when the thin man rammed his head against it. In the blink of an eye, the 4 galloping fighters had all died wretched and miserable deaths. The thin man staggered. His right hand was paralyzed. There was a wound on his abdomen, and blood was pouring out continuously from it. However, he did not spare a single glance to it. He was about to rush towards the galloping fighter with the bone staff in his hand when the 4 people who had died by his feet suddenly opened their eyes. Gray light shone in them. Almost at the instant the gray hue appeared, the thin man's body trembled, as if a sealing power was traveling out of the eyes of the 4 dead galloping fighters. That power sealed his body, making him unable to move. The fog snake charged towards him and surrounded his body, biting into it as if it wanted to eat him whole. The hint of a cold sneer appeared on the lips of the thin galloping fighter who was sitting cross-legged on the ground with the bone staff in hand. But the next moment, his expression changed into that of shock. It was at this moment that Su Ming jolted while on the 13 warships that had already left into the distance. He stood up swiftly, then turned around to stare at the battlefield on the meteor that was behind him. His breathing quickened, and he lifted his right hand and swung it in space, causing the 13 warships to instantly stop in the group of meteors. A bang shot up in space, and Su Ming saw the fog snake around the thin man shatter into pieces. A gigantic, illusory figure appeared behind him, and it was a giant with thick, black fur. There was an old man sitting cross-legged on the giant's head. His body was also an illusion, and he was just as indistinct as the giant. But whether it was the giant or the old man, they were both the god of shamans for the shamans. After being worshipped for many years, they were similar to the berserker statue of the god of berserkers when used for divine abilities. What made Su Ming lose his composure was not the giant, but the old man sitting on its head. During the instant the thin man brought out his god of shamans, Su Ming sensed a strong familiar feeling. That familiarity caused his heart to tremble. When he saw the old man on the giant's head with his own eyes, he shook. That old man's face might be indistinct and his body an illusion, but the white robe he wore and the memories Su Ming would never forget in his life were enough to make him tremble. "Master," he mumbled. He was the only one who could hear his own voice. The illusory figure on the giant's head was Xianxia. Xianxia, Su Ming's first true master. The pillar of the 9th summit, one of the 3 great berserkers in South Morning, whose origins were incredibly mysterious. No one else knew about it, but his disciples knew that their master had once left Yin Death region and entered Morning Dao sect to have one of the sect elders be his master. He only took in 4 disciples in his life. His eldest disciple had the inheritance of the shaman's 9 tribe and was the shaman lord of the current generation. His level of cultivation might not be much, but his will was so strong that he could overturn the world. To become stronger, he did not hesitate to be used by Di Tian, using the other's power to behead himself and turn into Xinggan. He brandished the axe in his hand against the skies. His second disciple took the word Hua as his family name. He was gentle and elegant, but his body was actually the will of a phantom king. No one could say how long he had lived. He wandered around the world, worshipped by all ghosts. If it was not because the land of berserkers was too small and he could not get out of Yin Death vortex, then his future would have been limitless. His third disciple might seem dumb, but he was the incarnation of the rune treasure that sealed Yin Death region. Before him, all seals and runes did not seem to exist. He valued his relationships greatly and was skilled in the art of dreams. If he could master this art, he would definitely be able to shock the universe. His fourth disciple was Su Ming, an abyss builder and the young master of the 5th true world. His body and soul had been separated. His body was in the land of immortals, while his soul was sent into the barren lands of divine essence. He was the 4th god of berserkers in the land of berserkers, had an Ikang clone, and possessed a seed of life extermination. He had faced plenty of trails in his life, and had had countless serendipities. His cultivation-based clone could enter the core of Morning Dao sect, and his clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole could become the strongest physical body in the universe. If the day came when his clones and his physical body merged into one, then his strength would be difficult to describe with words. If a person could have these 4 people as his disciples, then there was no longer any need to talk about how illustrious he was. Xianxia taught Su Ming about the changes of heart and had him search for his own method to clear his mind. He had also opened the path of cultivation for Su Ming and turned his heart into the one it was now, capable of reaching this far. Su Ming's heart trembled. His whole body was shaking as he looked at the illusory figure on the giant's head. He had not expected that he would be able to find traces of his master in Divine Essence Star Ocean. Xianxia's disappearance was a source of pain among the brothers, and they swore that no matter what, as long as they lived, they would find their master. Even if their master was no longer around, they would have the universe bleed to take revenge for him. Su Ming had come to the barren lands of Divine Essence alone. His senior brothers were in true Morning Tao world. They had been separated for 1,000-something years, but Su Ming's heart of a disciple of the 9th Summit had never changed. No matter how much time passed, he was someone from the 9th Summit. He was Xianxia's 4th disciple. Master! A hard-to-control impulse urged him to move, but he was no longer the teenager that he was in the past. He knew that being reckless would not be of much good to him, since it would reveal his thoughts. Like that, he would gain little success even after putting in a lot of effort to achieve his goal. He forced down the impulse in his heart and watched the giant roar towards the heavens while the thin man rushed out. He was so quick that he instantly closed in on the galloping fighter. Then, he lifted his right hand and hurled a punch. The bone staff shattered into pieces. The galloping fighter coughed up blood, then used some unknown method to fall back, avoiding being killed by a hair's breadth. He charged backwards, towards the 13 warships. The thin man went after him without any hesitation. Cold glares immediately appeared in the eyes of the cultivators in the 13 warships. Some of them even stood up. The Catwoman's eyes focused as well while she stood beside Su Ming. A mighty pressure immediately spread out from the 13 warships and locked onto the incoming galloping fighter as well as the thin man. Let them come. Once Su Ming spoke, the mighty pressure from the 13 warships instantly dissipated. Jebierk, I see Eileen act Gestrian. The incoming galloping fighter spoke swiftly to Su Ming and the others, but his words were complicated and difficult to understand, making it completely impossible for them to understand what he said. However, based on his expression and his current condition, he was definitely asking for help. He asked us to save him, and he's willing to use their race's treasure to repay us, the Catwoman whispered. Su Ming did not speak, staring at the thin man. He saw the man coughing up blood as he pursued the galloping fighter. At that moment, his body turned into blood mist, and his speed increased exponentially. When the galloping fighter stepped into one of the warships, the other caught up to him. Fog shot through the galloping fighter's body, and a loud boom reverberated in the air. Blood poured of the galloping fighter's eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, and he fell on the warship. The fog gathered together to turn into the thin man. He glared at the people from Morning Tao sect fiercely, his body bent like that of a ferocious beast. He slowly retreated, then seized the dead galloping fighter. But just as he was about to leave, Su Ming spoke. Which shaman tribe do you belong to, and who is your great patriarch? The other people from Morning Tao sect could not understand Su Ming's words and were all momentarily stunned. This was the shaman's language, and Su Ming had learned it when he was among the shamans in the past. The thin man was planning to retreat, but when he heard those words, he stopped for a moment, then cast Su Ming a deep glance while standing on another ship. With a single move, he grabbed the corpse and left the ship, then returned to the meteor with the holes he had dug. Once he placed a corpse in each hole, he grabbed the remaining one and pushed it hard against the ground. With just a few moves, he formed a huge hole and threw the corpse inside it. Once he threw all 9 corpses into the holes, he turned his head around and looked at Su Ming on the warship, suddenly lifting his right hand and drawing a line across his neck, signaling that he would kill him if he followed. A freezing glare appeared in his eyes, and he prepared to leave. Su Ming let out a cold harumph. His eyes swiftly gained a profound look, and the power of a soul catcher spread out rapidly from his eyes, turning into ripples in the galaxy around them. That soul catcher's power swiftly descended on the thin man's body when Su Ming looked at him. The man's feet came to a halt. He whipped his head around, and for the first time, surprise appeared on his face. He lifted his right hand and struck his body to cough up blood. His body turned into blood mist once more, and he changed into a blood shadow. His speed then increased by several fold. Su Ming took a step forward without any hesitation. Continue onward and station yourselves at a safe place. Wait for me there. I have a connection to the ships. I will be able to find you. While speaking, Su Ming had already walked off the ship. Before the 9 old frail darknesses could say anything, he said, "None of you are to follow me. That includes you, Su Hui. This is an order. I can accept not going, but you must bring Xianli. She has lived hundreds of years in Divine Essence Star Ocean and understands plenty of customs in the place." Su Hui said calmly from the other warship. If they had not gone through the matter with the waves of tears, then she would have chosen to ignore Su Ming's orders, even though the others would obey him. Yet now it was different. His words made even her hesitate for a moment. "No," Su Ming stated from afar. His body turned into a long arc, and he charged into the group of meteors. No one noticed that when he left, the bald crane swung its wings, covering the abyss dragon. They turned into dust and left the ship without a single sound, charging in the direction Su Ming had left to go after him. The 9 old frail darknesses fell silent and looked at each other. They wanted to chase after Su Ming to protect him, but the resolve in his words was very clear. In silence, they sighed in their hearts, but did not follow after him, because they could already see that Su Hui had disappeared. The 13 ships moved forward slowly while searching for a safe spot in the periphery of Divine Essence Star Ocean so that they could wait for their young master's return. Su Ming traveled at a relaxed pace through the meteors. He did not use his full speed, but chased after the thin man in front of him from the distance. The statue of the god of shaman's illusion on the man was a clue that Su Ming was determined to get, since this matter was incredibly important to him. This was the reason why he had decided to chase after the man alone. After a moment, Su Ming raised his right hand and flung it behind him. Immediately, banging sounds rang out in the space behind him. The big yellow and black dogs appeared beside Su Ming. The black dog, which was the bald crane, winked at Su Ming to try to signal to him something, and even wagged its tail, putting on an expression that it wanted to curry favor so that it would be rewarded. "After him," Su Ming ordered while glaring at the bald crane. The bald crane quickly nodded, then barked a few times at the thin man's back. With a lightning speed, it rushed forward. The big yellow dog behind it followed after in a lackadaisical manner, occasionally looking into the distance. The thin man frowned while rushing forward. Killing intent flashed briefly in his eyes, but he did not stop moving. His instincts were telling him that the person chasing after him was the strongest person he had ever met in his life. He had no confidence in winning against this sort of person. On top of that, the other knew the language of shamans and knew about the Great Patriarch's title. In fact, he could even find a hint of familiarity that stemmed from shaman nature about the stranger. That person's gaze just now had even given him a feeling that he was a soul catcher. When he saw that the other was still chasing after him, the thin man let out a cold harumph and changed direction to charge straight to his right. As he moved about the meteors, his speed increased. Su Ming followed after while watching him with a cold gaze. He wanted to see where this man wanted to go, so he was not in a hurry to catch up to him. After all, judging by this man's looks, he would not tell Su Ming the answer he wanted so easily. Days went by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month was gone. During it, Su Ming always maintained a set amount of distance between himself and the man, not an inch more and not an inch less. This distance was enough to make the man feel threatened, and this formed a sense of oppression on the man that lasted continuously for half a month. Such a thing was enough to break the minds of anyone with a weak will. Su Ming had been highly adept at this sort of hunting since he was a child, and he had only become even more skilled with it as time went past. Of course, without the bald crane's continuous chatter, the effect would probably have been a bit better. Hey, Sonny, don't run so fast. Let your grandpa crane rest a while. Ah, you're still running. Darn you. You have crystals on you. I can smell them. It's this scent. Don't you dare run. Just you wait when I catch up to you. I'll have Yellow here bite your butt. I'll have it rip your butt off. The big yellow dog was already used to the bald crane's quips. It just rolled its eyes and ignored it. But for some unknown reason, it did also have the urge to go up and bite the person's posterior.